Chapter 2702. Is this what you're relying on? Although Yang Kai was vigilant in his heart, he did not show it on the surface. He wanted to figure out what kind of power this so-called golden-armored heavenly book possessed. As he spoke, he rushed towards Tan Juanhao with his sword in hand. Brandishing the myriad sword mid-air, countless sword waves shot towards Tan Juanhao like a swarm of locusts as he shouted coldly, "You think a mere trash book is a treasure? Old dog, you're already old. Now is the time for us young people, so hurry up and die." Trash book. Tan Juanhao raised his brow, his face filled with anger, as if he had been severely humiliated by Yang Kai. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "This old master will let you experience the power of this trash book." Saying so, he waved his hand. The golden-armored heavenly book floating above his head suddenly flipped and stopped on a certain page. Kai Yang could clearly see that the page was engraved with an oval pattern. It was curved like a child's graffiti, but it didn't look like anything. But when the golden-armored heavenly book stopped on this page, it suddenly bloomed with golden light, forming an oval light curtain that enveloped Tan Juanhao. Hong, the power of the myriad sword slammed into the golden light curtain, but it was unable to shake it in the slightest. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of shock appeared on his face. Although the power of his sword strike was mostly to probe, it was not something that anyone could withstand. Tan Juanhao did not even circulate his emperor qi to protect his body and only relied on the golden-armored heavenly book to defend himself perfectly. It was obvious that this golden-armored heavenly book was indeed powerful. A defensive emperor artifact? Yang Kai's heart moved, but he soon felt that something was wrong. At the beginning, there were several golden lights shooting towards him, which was not something a defensive emperor artifact could do. Tan Juanhao stood in place with a smile. Even when the sword waves were about to hit him, he did not frown. His expression showed that he had absolute confidence in his golden-armored heavenly book, believing that Yang Kai would never be able to hurt him. This was indeed the case. "It doesn't hurt at all." Tan Juanhao sneered, "Is that all you've got? If that's the case, then obediently accept your death." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. The golden armor heavenly book floating above his head flipped again. He paused on another page. Yang Kai looked around and saw that the page was engraved with many pictures of birds of prey. They looked like children's graffiti and were not perfect. However, it added a sense of malevolence. Kai Yang suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. With a series of fluttering sounds, golden lights shot out from the golden-armored heavenly book, twisting and transforming mid-air, transforming into various kinds of birds of prey that all shot towards Yang Kai. There were many ferocious beasts. There were at least 100 of them. They were of different sizes and sizes. The big ones were about 200 to 300 feet long, while the small ones were about the size of sparrows. Each of these beasts exuded an aura comparable to a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and one of them, in particular, had the strength of a second-order Emperor. Both offensive and defensive. Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. How could he not know that the so-called golden-armored heavenly book was not a simple defensive Emperor artifact, but a compound Emperor artifact that could both attack and defend? This kind of Emperor artifact was extremely rare and very difficult to refine. Even ordinary treasures were priceless, let alone Tan Juanhao's golden armor heavenly book, which was obviously of extraordinary quality. "Junior, how are you going to fight this old master?" Tan Juanhao stood with his hands behind his back and laughed. "Do you think this old master won't have any helpers just because he used the mountains and rivers bell to suppress those pieces of trash? With this golden-armored heavenly book, this old master doesn't need to do it himself. You will die without a burial." While he was talking, the birds of prey had already flown towards Yang Kai from all directions. All of them were extremely ferocious, either spitting out light from their mouths or flapping their wings. Fireballs and wind blades appeared all of a sudden, while others pounced and attacked with their sharp claws. Yang Kai was flustered, and in the blink of an eye, he was in danger from these birds of prey. Tan Juanhao was still laughing wildly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt even more disgusted and wanted to rush up and tear his mouth off. After a while, Yang Kai regained his footing, but the situation still hadn't changed. All around him were the birds of prey summoned from the heavenly book, glaring at him. "Break for me!" Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch in a certain direction. From the tip of his fist, a moon blade shot out and several of the beasts were unable to dodge in time and were directly cut in half. Yang Kai merged into one with his sword and rushed towards the gap. There were too many birds of prey, so if he was really surrounded, even if he was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to display his full strength and could only avoid them for now. Fortunately, although these creatures could display the strength of the Emperor Realm, they didn't seem to have as strong a defense as the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai could kill several of them with a single punch, so killing them all should be a piece of cake. Naive. Tan Juanhao saw that Yang Kai wanted to break through the encirclement, but he didn't stop him. He just stood there calmly. Not good. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The beasts that seemed to have been killed by him didn't dissipate immediately, but instead returned to their original state after a series of distortions. These things can't be killed. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He could feel the fierce auras coming at him from all directions, but it was too late for him to dodge. In front of him, a bird of prey swooped down from the sky. Its shining golden claws were very sharp and could probably even cut through a well-tempered vajra. At this critical moment, Yang Kai could only activate his indestructible invisible sword chi again. A five-colored light surrounded his body, and at the same time, he pushed the dragon form's secret technique to the limit. As his hands moved, countless moon blades shot out in all directions. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk the crescent blades cut through the air one after another, slicing the ferocious beasts in half one after another, twisting and turning in midair. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk with a loud bang, the invisible indestructible sword chi instantly collapsed while Yang Kai's chest and back were hit by several attacks. His chest, in particular, had been torn apart by the sharp claws of a fierce bird, leaving a deep wound on his chest that was so deep that bone could be seen and blood flowed freely. This was with his body after dragon form. If it weren't for the dragon scales blocking some of the attacks, his stomach would have been cut open. It's useless. No matter how many times you kill them, they won't die, Tan Juanhao sneered as he stood to the side and made sarcastic remarks. Compared to those beasts from the Emperor Realm that he had tricked into selling at the auction, this golden armor heavenly tome was his greatest trump card. As long as the heavenly tome was still in his hands, those summoned beasts would never perish. No matter how many times they were killed, they would reappear. How could Yang Kai not know this? Although he didn't understand the mysteries of the golden armor heavenly tome, he could more or less guess some clues. Taking advantage of the fact that those beasts had yet to recover, Yang Kai's figure flickered. The law of space fluctuated, and he was about to teleport away from his original spot. "Huh, kid, have you run out of tricks?" Tan Juanhao laughed. He had set up so many tricks here to counter Yang Kai's space divine technique. Reality proved that it was indeed effective. If it weren't for those tricks, with Yang Kai's attainments in the law of space, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. But now, he actually wanted to use the same trick again, wanting to use the teleportation secret technique. How foolish. While speaking, Tan Juanhao flipped his palm, and an array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. This was the array flag that controlled the 5 elements formation. It was by relying on this array flag that he was able to perfectly crack Yang Kai's space secret technique. Since Yang Kai had run out of tricks, he naturally didn't mind doing it again. The feeling of being forced out of the void was definitely not a good one. When the time came, all he had to do was give the order and the numerous beasts would pounce on Yang Kai. Pouring his Emperor Qi into the array flag, Tan Juanhao waved his hand and pointed in Yang Kai's direction. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure materialized and reappeared. Tan Juanhao roared, die. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. Tan Juanhao's laughter came to an abrupt end as a figure flashed in front of him. Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him, almost face to face, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Old dog, your timing isn't right. You." Tan Juanhao was shocked, but after thinking for a moment, he understood what had happened. Yang Kai's use of the teleportation secret technique just now was obviously a feint. In fact, he hadn't really used it at all. His figure materialized on his own initiative, not because he was forced out of the void. Tan Juanhao had mistakenly thought that he had succeeded, and in a moment of carelessness, Yang Kai had really used the teleportation secret technique. "Damn it, I fell for this little brat's trick." Tan Juanhao ground his teeth so hard they almost broke. He hadn't expected that his trump card would become a flaw and be exploited by the enemy. It was really humiliating. Thinking quickly, Tan Juanhao was about to withdraw. The real battle had just begun, and he hadn't even used 1/10 of the power of the golden armored heavenly book yet. Even if Yang Kai had tricked him once, it was absolutely impossible for him to win. Tan Juanhao was full of confidence that he could kill Yang Kai here. "Look into my eyes." At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and shouted. Tan Juanhao instinctively looked into his eyes. "Good boy." Yang Kai grinned, his left eye suddenly becoming solemn and filled with a rich golden light. His pupil suddenly turned into a golden vertical slit, like a heavenly eye, exuding endless majesty. Demon Eye of Annihilation. "Not good, I've been tricked again, little bastard." Tan Juanhao was shocked, cursing Yang Kai in his heart. He instinctively wanted to shift his gaze away, but he found that he couldn't do it. That golden vertical shaft was emitting a strange power that could intimidate one's mind. It had a mysterious power that could seize one's soul. Eye technique. Tan Juanhao bit the tip of his tongue and desperately urged his spiritual energy, loosening the power of the heavenly eye. But in a battle between masters, victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. Without waiting for Tan Juanhao to look away, Yang Kai had already attacked. Soul Slayer, Heaven-Breaking Strike. A golden light shot out from his left eye, slashing towards Tan Juanhao in a flash. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's face turned pale, sweat dripping from his forehead like rain. On the other hand, Tan Juanhao let out an extremely shrill cry. Blood spurted out of his eyes and his face twisted in an instant. Chapter 2703. The soul-splitting blade was an emperor artifact that specialized in damaging the soul and was extremely powerful. Heaven-shattering slash was a secret technique that Yang Kai had learned from Tian Yen in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. The Divine Ascension Mirror was the sect-guarding treasure of Azure Sun Temple, and it was a world of its own. The living beings inside it did not have physical bodies, and all of them lived as soul avatars. Tian Yen was the strongest person in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. The strength of his soul avatars had even reached the level of the great emperors. He had spent his entire life studying soul secret techniques, so how could the heaven-shattering slash be weak when it came from him? With an emperor artifact like the soul-splitting blade, the power it displayed was not as simple as 1+1. Furthermore, Yang Kai had pushed his spiritual energy to the limit just in case, causing him to feel a little overwhelmed. Now, his face was pale, his body was cold, and his head was splitting. Tan Juanhao, who had taken this attack head-on, was in an even more tragic state. The violent power of the soul-splitting blade instantly tore through his knowledge sea's defenses and rushed into his knowledge sea, causing it to turn upside down. The water in his knowledge sea churned and his soul became chaotic. Tan Juanhao screamed in pain. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. His knowledge sea had been severely damaged in an instant. Aside from a few extinct pills, this kind of injury could not be healed. Even the great emperors would not be able to do anything about it. Blossoming Lotus. Yang Kai roared again, preparing to take his life while he was down. He forced himself to focus and activated the blossoming lotus secret technique. Who would have thought that at this moment, the golden-armored heavenly book above Tan Juanhao's head flipped again, suddenly stopping on a certain page. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light shot out from the pages. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was completely unprepared and was directly pierced through by these 2 golden lights. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he was sent flying by a huge force. He rolled on the ground and did not get up for a long time. An intense pain came from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai looked up and his face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He cursed loudly, "Old dog, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable." 2 finger-sized holes appeared in his lower abdomen, directly piercing through his body. He didn't know what kind of attack those 2 golden lights were. Even his dragon form secret skill couldn't defend against it. Pushing his emperor chi to the wound, Yang Kai stopped the bleeding. At this moment, the hundreds of fierce beasts once again swarmed over. Yang Kai was shocked and could only use his teleportation secret technique to dodge. Without Tan Juanhao's restraint, it was still rather difficult for these ferocious beasts to hurt him. He could easily escape from them with a single teleport. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as Tan Juanhao threw his head back and howled madly. His robes fluttered without any wind, and even his hair danced madly in the wind. His appearance was extremely malevolent. Heh heh heh. Yang Kai covered his abdomen and hid to the side. Look at him. All of a sudden, he felt much better. Although Yang Kai had been injured by him due to his carelessness, Tan Juanhao's injuries would only be worse. Even if Yang Kai couldn't kill him today, Tan Juanhao wouldn't be able to live for long. Taking out healing and recovery pills from his space ring, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of them into his mouth like he was eating candy. Even a cornered beast would put up a desperate fight, let alone a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Tan Juanhao. Yang Kai was afraid that he would really have to fight with his life on the line, so taking some pills was always a good idea. Walala, the pages of the book above Tan Juanhao's head flipped again. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know what this old thing was up to this time, so he secretly gathered his strength. He was ready to dodge at any time. The pages of the book froze and a golden light shot out, twisting and transforming into a golden sword in mid-air. It pierced through the air and directly cracked space. A few fierce beasts that couldn't dodge in time were cut into nothingness. Yang Kai looked around in surprise. Walala, the pages of the book flipped again. This time, a large seal flew out from the pages and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Walala, the pages of the book kept flipping, and every time they froze, a different attack would shoot out from those pages. Some were artifacts of different shapes, some were powerful secret techniques, and some were summoned lifelike monster beast. Yang Kai even saw a monster beast that was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. This monster beast had countless eyes and looked like a meatball. Yang Kai didn't know what it was. However, the profound light that shot out from the eyes on its round body seemed to have the strange effect of petrifying people. As soon as this meatball monster beast appeared, the eyes on its body kept opening and closing. Every time they opened and closed, a profound light would shoot out. There were as many as 100, and as few as a few dozen. The first 100 fierce beasts summoned by Tan Juanhao were all killed by this meatball. They were all frozen in place, as if they had been immobilized. On the other hand, these fierce beasts seemed to be extremely afraid of this meatball. They just let it beat them without fighting back, and after a while, they were all wiped out. The scene was extremely chaotic. All kinds of attacks were thrown around aimlessly. Yang Kai was jumping around, dodging them all. Especially when facing the meatball's attacks, his reaction speed and agility were greatly reduced. He desperately pushed his Emperor Qi to resolve the situation. Yang Kai was shocked. If Tan Juanhao had taken the opportunity to attack him just now, even if he had the space divine technique, he wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Ah! Tan Juanhao screamed as he clutched his head with both hands. Sometimes he jumped into the air, sometimes he fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. Where was the demeanor of a third-order Emperor Realm Master and an Elder of Star Soul Palace? He's gone crazy. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his face black. He didn't expect things to develop so dramatically. He was a little caught off guard. But on second thought, he had used the soul-splitting saber as the foundation to display the heaven-shattering strike. An ordinary person would have died immediately if they were hit head-on. After all, if their knowledge sea was broken, their soul would definitely be destroyed. How could they survive? Tan Juanhao being able to survive such an attack was already extremely impressive, but in any case, with his knowledge sea severely damaged, he couldn't come out of it unscathed. At this moment, his thoughts were in chaos and his mind was unclear. He had obviously gone crazy. Yang Kai rejoiced. Previously, Tan Juanhao had only used the 3 divine technique of the golden armored heavenly book, but Yang Kai was already unable to resist. At this moment, it seemed that this golden armored heavenly book had endless uses. If Tan Juanhao had really used all the divine technique, not to mention anything else, just summoning that meatball would have been enough to kill him. Right now, Tan Juanhao's soul was in chaos, and he was using all the divine technique of the golden armored heavenly book at will. This was the real terror of this golden armored heavenly book. Where did this emperor artifact come from? This was definitely not something that the current artifact refiners could refine. Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the golden armored heavenly book that had been suspended above Tan Juanhao's head suddenly released a golden light. Immediately afterwards, the strange existences that had been summoned also turned into golden lights and rushed towards the golden armored heavenly book, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After all the existences returned, the golden armored heavenly book suddenly closed and fell from Tan Juanhao's head. Yang Kai's eyes widened like a thief as he fixed his gaze on the golden armored heavenly book. In a flash, he arrived in front of the heavenly book and reached out to pick it up. After seeing the many divine technique and power of the golden armored heavenly book, how could Yang Kai not be tempted? With such an emperor artifact in hand, he would have a great advantage in battles in the future. Ci lala, a strange sound rang out. The moment Yang Kai grabbed the golden armored heavenly book, the heavenly book flickered with a golden light and a violent vibration and repulsive force resisted Yang Kai's big hand. Not only that, under the cover of the golden light, Yang Kai's big hand was in unbearable pain, as if it was being pricked by thousands of needles. His other hand suddenly grabbed the golden armored heavenly book from the other side and refused to let go. Yang Kai looked up and saw Tan Juanhao staring at him with bloodshot eyes. The corners of his eyes were stained with blood, making him look extremely ferocious. "Let go, this is mine." Tan Juanhao shouted angrily at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Are you crazy? I'll keep this for you first." "I'm not crazy." Tan Juanhao shook his head with a serious expression. "You're crazy." Yang Kai looked at him deeply, his words carrying a bewitching power. "You're really crazy." "I'm crazy?" Tan Juanhao looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai nodded softly. If he wasn't crazy, how could he snatch the golden armored heavenly book from him like this? This was his emperor artifact, and he could summon it back with just a thought. "I'm crazy." Tan Juanhao suddenly straightened his body and fell into deep thought. His hand that was holding the golden armored heavenly book involuntarily loosened. He didn't seem to think that being crazy had anything to do with snatching the heavenly book. Yang Kai took the opportunity to snatch the heavenly book and forced it into the sealed world bead. Tan Juanhao's soul brand was on the heavenly book, so he could only erase it later. However, Yang Kai's action instantly attracted Tan Juanhao's attention. He woke up from his contemplation and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and saying, "Give it back to me." Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "I don't have it anymore." Tan Juanhao was furious. His emperor qi erupted fiercely as he pounced straight at Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was directly hit by him. His injured abdomen hurt even more, and his body curled up like a shrimp. "Give it back to me." Tan Juanhao shouted, his fists like the wind, turning into thousands of fist shadows, bombarding Yang Kai's chest. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, covering Tan Juanhao's face. At the same time, he kicked Tan Juanhao's body fiercely, finally putting some distance between them. Quickly forming a seal with his hands, Yang Kai's face was solemn as he whispered, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." After the seal was formed, he gently pushed it forward. Tan Juanhao had no intention of dodging at all. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai as he chased after him, repeating the same sentence. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal hit Tan Juanhao directly, sending him flying. The corrosive power of the flowing time great emperor drained from his body. In midair, Tan Juanhao, who was already old, suddenly became even older. His hair turned white and fell, and his skin wrinkled. After landing, he had become an old man with one foot in the grave. Chapter 2704. He still had an obsession in his heart, so he immediately rushed towards Yang Kai again and shouted, "Give it back to me." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and took a deep breath to calm the tumbling blood in his chest. When Tan Juanhao was close enough, he suddenly threw out a punch. Half of Tan Juanhao's body was shattered, and he was sent flying again. But this time, he couldn't get up. The soul-splitting saber's heaven-piercing strike had caused great damage to him. His soul was in chaos, and he unconsciously activated the golden-armored heavenly book to release its power. A treasure like the golden-armored heavenly book was powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy every time it was activated. The two were directly proportional. Tan Juanhao had summoned almost all the divine technique in the golden-armored heavenly book, so one could imagine how much energy he had to use. Even though he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, his Emperor Qi was almost dried up. His soul was damaged, his Emperor Qi was dried up, and his strength was 90% gone. Moreover, he was hit by Yang Kai's flowing time great Emperor's shuttle seal. Tan Juanhao was just a trapped beast. At this time, let alone Yang Kai, even an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master could easily take down Tan Juanhao. "Give it back to me." Half of his body was shattered, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were exposed. Lying on the ground, Tan Juanhao still shouted stubbornly, but his voice was extremely weak. "Give it back to you," Yang Kai muttered softly, his body on the verge of collapse. Today's battle was extremely dangerous, and his injuries were also very serious, especially the huge gash on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, and his flesh was torn open. It was a ghastly sight, and there were also 2 bloody holes in his lower abdomen. The wound on his chest was caused by the huge bird with strength comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. These creatures summoned from the golden-armored heavenly book didn't have much defense, but their attack power was ridiculously strong. Even Yang Kai's dragon transformation couldn't defend against them. The bloody holes in his lower abdomen were pierced by the 2 golden lights of the golden-armored heavenly book, injuring his inner palace. There were countless other injuries, both big and small. Several of his ribs were broken as well. How could the word tragic describe it? However, Yang Kai was extremely excited, because this was the first time he had defeated a third-order Emperor Realm Master in a head-on battle. With this experience, he would not be flustered when facing other third-order Emperor Realm Masters in the future. The growth of any cultivator. All of them were inseparable from life and death battles. The more experience one had in battle, the further one could walk on the path of martial arts. Also, another extremely soft shout came from the other side, but it only spat out one word before falling silent. The last bit of life left in Tan Junhao's body also disappeared at this moment. Finally dead. Yang Kai felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. The injuries on his body and the energy he had consumed made him exhausted. Now that he saw that his enemy was dead, his tense nerves finally relaxed. An unprecedented tiredness swept over him, and he wished he could sleep right now. A cold light suddenly flashed, and a wisp of killing intent suddenly attacked from behind. Die! Wu Ming excitedly slashed down with his sword, his second-order Emperor realm cultivation pouring out without holding back. He had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai earlier, so he had avoided the most dangerous moment. While unconscious, he was woken up by an attack. It was Tan Junhao who accidentally injured him when he unconsciously used the power of the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. Wu Ming was smart. Even though he woke up at that time, he did not immediately get up. Instead, he secretly observed the situation of the battle. At first glance, he was shocked. Her heart was filled with shock. Her honored master had actually gone crazy while Kai Yang was still alive and kicking. He could not help but feel a little anxious. He did not know if his crazy honored master was still a match for Yang Kai. If he was not, then he was doomed. It turned out that his honored master was not a match for Yang Kai. After a short while, he was exhausted. In the end, half of his body was shattered by a single punch from Yang Kai. His honored master, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, was actually not a match for Yang Kai. Instead, he was killed. Wu Ming's heart sank to the bottom. He felt like there was no light left in this world. But at that moment, he keenly noticed that Yang Kai's figure swayed. He immediately understood that even if Yang Kai won, it was definitely a Pyrrhic victory, and the price he had to pay was not small. This was undoubtedly the best time to launch a sneak attack. As long as he killed Yang Kai, not only could he avenge his honored master, but he could also obtain many treasures. He had long admired his honored master's Golden Armor Heavenly Book. If he could obtain that treasure, he would even dare to fight against a third-order Emperor Realm Master. From then on, he would soar in Star Soul Palace. Becoming an elder was definitely not just a dream. Otherwise, when Yang Kai recovered, the first thing he would do was not let go of him. Wu Ming made a prompt decision to attack Yang Kai when he was at his weakest. He wanted to finish him off in one fell swoop. Yang Kai did not seem to be able to react in time. The saber landed on Wu Ming's shoulder 5 inches deep. Wu Ming was overjoyed and was about to remove Yang Kai's shoulder when Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grinned at him. "You finally couldn't help but jump out?" Wu Ming was startled and said in horror, "You knew." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned, "Guess." Wu Ming was furious. "You're an arrow at the end of its flight, yet you dare to play tricks. This king will cut you in half." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely pushed his Emperor Qi and his long saber hummed as it carried the power to cut Yang Kai in half. "If you had stayed there obediently, this young master might not have been able to do anything to you, but since you jumped out, you can die." Yang Kai roared as he grabbed the back of the long saber. Under the power of his physique, the long saber was unable to move an inch forward. Wu Ming's face was filled with horror. He never expected that this young man, who was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, could still display such strength. A fist swung towards him. After seeing his honored master's body being smashed in half with a single punch, how could Wu Ming not know the power of this fist? Wu Ming hesitated between abandoning his saber or putting in more strength, but the fist had already landed on his face. A strong force slammed into Wu Ming's face, causing him to feel dizzy for a moment. He felt as if his nose was about to collapse, screaming in his heart, it's over, I'm dead for sure." But after a moment of shock, Wu Ming realized that the scene of his head shattering did not occur and he was not dead. He immediately understood that Yang Kai was really an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, how could the power of this punch be so weak? Wu Ming was both angry and happy, but just as he was about to pounce again, a soft sound rang out. The next moment, Wu Ming felt his body lighten, as if he had lost something important. Instinctively looking down, Wu Ming saw that a crescent-shaped hole had appeared in his chest at some point. This hole covered more than half of his chest, and through this hole, Wu Ming could see his squirming internal organs and half of his heart. Wu Ming's eyes slowly widened as he desperately circulated his emperor qi to seal the wound, but Yang Kai raised his hand again and flicked his fingers, sending several moon blades towards him. *pu. Numerous moon blades pierced through Wu Ming's body without exception, and one of them even severed his neck, separating his head from his body. His head rolled to the side, and his eyes were still wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. However, the headless corpse stood in place. "I was going to torture you, but now I've let you off lightly." Die with gratitude. Yang Kai looked at Wu Ming's head and coldly snorted, his face extremely pale. Immediately, he reached out, grabbed the saber embedded in his shoulder, and pulled it out with all his strength. *Puchi, golden blood spurted out, splashing all over Yang Kai's face. Tisk. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at his shoulder, a look of surprise on his face, like a fountain. Before he could finish speaking, his legs went soft and he fell directly to the ground. He was really exhausted. Gasping for breath, Yang Kai forced himself to concentrate, circulated his emperor qi to seal the wound, took out a handful of healing spirit pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. Only then did he feel like he had regained his life. Lying on the ground, he did not want to move. Tilting his head, Yang Kai reluctantly opened his palm and stretched out his hand, sucking a fallen array flag into his palm. Tan Juanhao had used this array flag to deal with him before, and if Yang Kai guessed correctly, it should be the array flag controlling this 5 elements expansive array. With this array flag, he could unlock the 5 elements expansive array and letting Fei come to him. Now that Tan Juanhao was dead, the soul brand imprinted on the array flag was easily erased by Yang Kai. After studying it for a while, Yang Kai somewhat understood the function of this array flag. With a wave of his hand, the darkness that had covered the world suddenly dissipated, revealing the true face of this world. This place should be a public square, and it seemed to be behind the 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce branch, covering a vast area. Yang Kai lay there motionless, waiting quietly. After a while, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air and landing beside him. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he weakly said, "Monster King," but as soon as the words came out, he felt something wrong, because a familiar fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai frowned and tilted his head to look, only to see a pair of delicate feet about 3 feet away from him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a woman wearing a light green robe, with a graceful waist and a silk ribbon tied around her waist, making it seem as if he could grasp her waist with a single hand. Her twin peaks stood tall and full, just like 2 jade peaks. Her neck was slender and fair, and her face was delicate and beautiful, a feast for the eyes. Her fine black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, giving her a picturesque appearance. "How come it's you?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. He had not expected that after unlocking the 5 elements expansive array, the first person to come to his side would not be Fei, but that dragon lady named Zhu Qing. Didn't she leave already? Since the last time they met at the inn, Yang Kai had not seen her for almost a month. He had thought that she would not be able to stand his unreasonable actions and would no longer care about him. Did this dragon lady come here to loot a burning house? Yang Kai was shocked. The last time they had met in the wilderness, he had severely molested her. Although he had been a little confused at the time and had not been able to control himself, he had indeed done something bad. This dragon lady did not look like a magnanimous person at first glance. Perhaps she had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. But now, he had no strength to even truss a chicken, and was blocked by her here. He was afraid that no matter what, he would not be able to settle this peacefully. Chapter 2705. Monster King. Yang Kai weakly shouted as he hammered the ground with his fists, making thumping sounds. The situation wasn't good. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of the dragon lady Zhu Qing. However, he had just fought a great battle and was extremely weak. He didn't feel safe being alone with her. It would be safer to calling Fei over to protect him. What are you shouting for? He won't be able to find this place in a short time. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai's half-dead appearance and felt very happy. She smiled and squatted in front of his head. Her legs pressed down on the corner of her skirt so that her body wouldn't be exposed. She rested her face on her hand and looked at him with interest. Yang Kai looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He stared at her and vigilantly said, "Then how did you find me so quickly?" "Dragon aura. I'm a member of the dragon race. I can sense your dragon aura, so I can naturally find you." Zhu Qing reached out and poked the dragon scale on Yang Kai's chest. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was distorted. There was already a deep wound there, so Zhu Qing's poke was neither light nor heavy. It almost made him jump up in pain. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" Zhu Qing covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Yang Kai with shame. She looked like a child who had done something wrong, but the crafty look in her eyes showed that she was clearly asking the obvious. "It's just a small wound. It's not worth mentioning." Yang Kai arrogantly snorted. He wouldn't say anything even if it hurt, but he couldn't show any weakness. "Is that so?" Zhu Qing sneered maliciously. She twisted her slender finger and poked at the wound on Yang Kai's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was furious. He thought that if it wasn't for the fact that this young master didn't have much strength right now, he would definitely spank her. Zhu Qing smiled but didn't say anything. She just poked at the wound with her finger. Poke, poke, poke. She even pretended to be concerned and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It's such a big wound, isn't it painful?" Yang Kai's face suddenly became colorful, but he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. He secretly swore in his heart that if he didn't get killed by her today, in the future, he would definitely return the favor 100-fold. "Does it hurt?" Zhu Qing asked again with a concerned look. Her hands became more aggressive, and one of her fingers went into the wound, stirring back and forth. A tear slid down the corner of Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but feel like a dragon in shallow water being teased by a shrimp, or a tiger being bullied by a dog. Turning his head, Yang Kai stared at Zhu Qing's legs and said seriously, "Girl, your underwear is exposed." Zhu Qing was stunned. He hurriedly looked down. At this moment, Yang Kai abruptly activated the Golden Divine Dragon's origin power. Golden light burst forth, enveloping him and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, as if she had received a great shock. Her small face changed slightly. Yang Kai reached out, grabbed her neck, and dragged her down. Zhu Qing was directly dragged to her knees in front of Yang Kai. She couldn't resist at all. With a loud thud, their heads collided with each other. Yang Kai only felt dizzy and almost fainted, but he still accurately caught the other party's red lips and bit them. Then, like a dragon coming out of its hole, he opened her mouth and tasted the sweet taste wantonly. "Oh!" Zhu Qing let out a muffled groan, and her eyes instantly widened. Although it wasn't the first time, she still couldn't bear such intimate contact. It was as if there was an indestructible spear in her mouth, sweeping left and right, emitting a mysterious power that bombarded her soul. She immediately felt a strange numbness all over her body, and she was unable to gather her strength, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Gradually, she felt as if her whole body was on fire, becoming extremely hot and dry. In this square full of corpses, blood, and internal organs, the two seemed to be frozen. Time also seemed to have stopped flowing. The golden light gradually dissipated, and the golden divine dragon's origin power also slowly withdrew. Without the suppression of the golden divine dragon's origin power, Zhu Qing suddenly raised her head and broke away from Yang Kai's wanton actions. Her beautiful eyes were burning with anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Her chest heaved violently as she gritted her teeth and said, "You, impudent." A trivial human had molested her time and time again. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Heh 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 heh. Yang Kai lay on the ground without a care for his image. He looked extremely embarrassed, but he couldn't stop laughing and said like a hooligan, "Do it. Even if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost. If you kill me, you'll also become a widow." He spoke as if Zhu Qing was already his woman. Zhu Qing's face suddenly turned cold, and a layer of frost appeared on her face. Gritting her teeth, she raised a delicate fist and aimed it at Yang Kai's face. "You! Great Lord!" Yang Kai cursed as his vision turned black and he completely fainted. Dizzy, with a splitting headache, and weak body, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was very weak. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. His consciousness was drifting, and some familiar voices called out to him. In his hazy vision, familiar faces appeared one after another. He wanted to see them clearly, but he couldn't see them clearly. He reached out to grab them, but it was like the moon in a well, flowers in water. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and his chaotic consciousness suddenly became clear. "Young Master Yang. Yang Kai. Sect Master." A series of shouts sounded in his ears. Yang Kai looked around and saw Ying Fei, Yi Hen, Yi Jinghan, Qiyu, and the others gathered around him, their eyes full of concern. Seeing that he had finally woken up, there was a look of relief on their faces. "I didn't die," Yang Kai muttered softly. Ying Fei said, "Young Master Yang, you had a great battle and consumed too much of your strength. The injuries you suffered were not light, so you fell unconscious. Fortunately, Miss Zhu Qing was the first to find you and has been guarding you since then. Otherwise, if you were taken advantage of, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Thinking about it, Yang Kai had fallen into a deep coma at that time. If someone with bad intentions had found him, his life would have been in danger. Although the 5 elements array had been broken by Yang Kai, the 8-directional Yuan array was still functioning. Ying Fei and the others had been waiting for Gong Tai to break the array and close the separated space before they could walk out of the room. "Zhu Qing." Yang Kai was stunned. Ying Fei smiled and said, "It is indeed Miss Zhu Qing. Fortunately, she helped us." As he spoke, he looked to the side and revealed a meaningful smile. He probably felt that there was something going on between Kai Yang and Zhu Qing. After all, the last time they were in the wilderness, the two of them had been so intimate. Yang Kai followed his gaze and saw Zhu Qing standing there with an unnatural expression on her face. Yang Kai grinned, thinking that if it wasn't for this dragon lady's last attack, he wouldn't have fainted. However, she didn't take the opportunity to do anything to him, which surprised Yang Kai. It seemed that she didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. Could it be that he had misunderstood her? "Hey, who helped me wash and change my clothes?" Only then did Kai Yang discover that the bloodstains on his body had been washed clean. Even his clothes had been changed into a clean set. Could it be Zhu Qing? TSK, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. "It's me." AIO seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's imagination and coldly snorted, "Do you have any objections?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he hurriedly said, "Thank you for your trouble, father-in-law and master." How could this son-in-law dare to have any objections? "Humph, you're all alone outside, yet you don't even protect yourself. What if you, and the others become widows?" AIO reprimanded. Yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, feeling very guilty. Who told him to ruin someone's daughter's innocence? Gu Songyun said from the side, if you want to blame someone, it's because we're too weak. Sect Master Yang only stood up for us. Aio sighed, don't be so reckless next time. His words were full of concern as he paused for a moment. Fifth sister, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and hurriedly said, she's fine, I'll let her out now. With a wave of his hand, he opened the sealed world bead and released Qiyu. Zhu Qing was dumbfounded when she saw this. When everyone saw each other, they naturally inquired about Yang Kai and learned that he was seriously injured. Qiyu also had a look of self-blame on her face. Everyone, let young Master Yang rest for a while. Ying Fei saw that everyone was making a ruckus and was afraid that they would disturb Yang Kai's recovery, so he quickly said. Yes, Gue Zhu nodded, if there's anything, let's wait until Sect Master recovers. Immediately, everyone said their goodbyes and left. Zhu Qing didn't say a word as she followed the crowd out. Hey, you, Qing, pay attention, I have something to ask you, Yang Kai called out to her. Zhu Qing's footsteps paused when she heard Yang Kai call her so intimately. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she was a little unhappy, but she still nodded lightly and stopped walking. She also wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Yang Kai alone. Qiyu and Aio, on the other hand, suddenly turned their heads and looked at Yang Kai meaningfully before turning their heads away. Not long after, everyone had left. Yang Kai climbed out of bed, sat down cross-legged, and used his divine sense to examine himself. At first glance, Yang Kai was surprised. Because he found that his strength seemed to have improved. After confirming it in disbelief, he found that it had indeed improved. Although he was not yet at the Second Order Emperor realm, he was definitely at the peak of the First Order Emperor realm, much stronger than before. In the previous few days, he had to deal with the siege of nearly 30 people from the Emperor realm. Then, he had to deal with the 100 monster beasts summoned by the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. In the end, he had to fight to the death with Tan Junhao and win a Pyrrhic victory. His strength, whether it was his spiritual energy or his Emperor Qi, was almost completely depleted. Fighting to the death had actually brought him benefits. Although he had not fully recovered yet, as long as he recovered, the strength he could display would definitely be much stronger than before. If he encountered another battle like before, he would not be half dead. This was really a blessing from the heavens. After checking his injuries, Yang Kai found that there were no major problems. He had been unconscious for a few days, and during these few days, the powerful restorative power of his physical body and golden blood had been working. The wounds on his chest and shoulders were almost completely healed, and the spiritual energy he had consumed was completely replenished under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. As long as he meditated for a day or two, he would be full of energy again. Chapter 2706. While Yang Kai was inspecting himself, Zhu Qing stood to the side, looking at him curiously without urging him. A few days ago, although she was the first to find Yang Kai, she didn't know what had happened. She only knew that he had encountered a fierce battle. It wasn't until later that she found out that his opponent was actually a Third Order Emperor Realm Master, a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. Many of them were existences whose cultivation was much higher than his, and one of them was even an Elder of Star Soul Palace. But in the end, he was the one who won. His enemies were all dead. Zhu Qing couldn't help but be moved. As a member of the Dragon Clan, they boasted that they were the leader of all living beings and possessed the most powerful source of Holy Spirit. Their vision had always been extremely high, and they had never put other races in their eyes. Even among those miscellaneous Holy Spirits, there were very few that could compare to the Dragon Clan. But Zhu Qing knew that even if she did it herself, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such a feat when she was just a First Order Emperor Realm Master. Was he really human? Zhu Qing really admired him for this, but this person's character was extremely bad. The first time he molested her, she could explain it by saying that he couldn't help but be attracted to her bloodline, but the second time was definitely intentional. If the elder hadn't told her to be on good terms with him, Zhu Qing would have cut him into pieces long ago. How could she allow him to live in this world? Aren't you afraid that I'll be embarrassed if you stare at me like this? Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhu Qing with a smile. Zhu Qing quickly averted her gaze and looked away. I'm curious, why didn't you kill me? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Why would I kill you? Zhu Qing looked out the window and asked without turning her head. Yang Kai asked curiously, you didn't want to kill me. Then why did you come back? He hadn't seen her for almost a month. It was no wonder that Yang Kai misunderstood when she suddenly appeared when he was at his weakest. At that time, he thought that she was here for revenge. Who would have thought that the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected? Zhu Qing turned around and glared at Yang Kai. What else can I do? Of course I want to be your friend. Be friends. Yang Kai was stunned. Why did this sound so familiar? Zhu Qing waved her hand. An item flew towards Yang Kai as he said, this is what you wanted. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Yang Kai reached out and took it. He looked at her in confusion and then realized that the thing in his hand was a wine jug. Could it be? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He opened the wine pot and took a whiff. The aroma of the wine assailed his nostrils. The sword wine of the Winesword Manor in the Western Territory is only brewed 99 pots of it every year. The pot in your hand is one of them. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He looked at her strangely and said, you went to the Western Territory? A month ago, he had just casually said it to make things difficult for her. But he didn't expect that she would really give him a pot of sword wine. He hadn't seen her for a while. It wasn't that she retreated, but that she went out to give him sword wine. A joke actually made her run around for a month. Yang Kai didn't know whether to say that this girl was really stupid or really stupid, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. But then he thought about it again. Even if she was a member of the dragon race, how could a month be enough for her to go back and forth from the Western Territory? Why do you care where I went? Anyway, I got you what you needed. Zhu Qing secretly gritted her teeth. For this pot of sword wine, she had paid a great price. She looked at Yang Kai and said, then we are friends now. Yang Kai looked up at her and didn't say a word. Zhu Qing angrily said, you want to go back on your words? She secretly swore in her heart, if this hateful guy dares to go back on his words. Even if she would be punished by the elders, she would beat him up, then knock him out and bring him back to Dragon Island. Looking at his current appearance, she should be able to beat him. She clenched her fists and looked at Yang Kai carefully. She was calculating where she could punch him. Otherwise, when he used the ancestral dragon source, she would be suppressed again. Yang Kai stared at her for a long time, then nodded slightly and said, okay, then we are friends now. It felt strange to be friends with a member of the dragon race, and it was forced by others. Saying so, he put the pot of sword wine into his space ring. Zhu Qing was overjoyed when she heard this. She smiled like a flower and said, really? Really? Yang Kai nodded seriously. Zhu Qing's face changed again and said fiercely, then why didn't you drink this pot of wine? Is it because you don't think of me as a friend in your heart? Yang Kai smiled and said, no one has ever worked so hard for me. I want to keep it as a memento, so that when I see this pot of wine in the future, I can always think of you. Who knew what was in this pot of wine? Although he agreed to be friends with Zhu Qing, this dragon race friend of his was really inexplicable. Zhu Qing definitely had some other intentions, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't trust her completely. But one thing was certain, this girl didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. Otherwise, when he was unconscious, no matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough. And as he said to Zhu Qing before, the word friend wasn't as simple as just saying it. Zhu Qing didn't expect Yang Kai to say such words. Her face turned slightly red, and she actually felt like her heart was beating fast. She said bashfully, "What are you talking about?" This bashful appearance made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Recalling this girl's sweet tongue and warm red lips, he suddenly felt a little restless. Zhu Qing's heart was also in a mess. Although Yang Kai agreed to be friends with her, which could be considered as taking the first step, how to invite him to Dragon Island was still a problem. She couldn't say it out loud right now. That would make her intentions too obvious. For a moment, she was hesitant. The atmosphere was a little strange. Yang Kai felt his blood flow accelerate a lot, as if something bad would happen if he didn't suppress it. He was baffled. Every time he was with Zhu Qing, he couldn't control himself. Although this girl was beautiful and had a good figure, there were many beautiful women out there. Why was it that she could make him so excited? He wanted to drive her away, but he had just agreed to be friends with her. If he wanted to drive her away, it would be too unkind. So he simply grabbed a few space rings from the bedside and checked them one by one. These space rings belonged to the people he killed in the Emperor realm. There were 7 or 8 of them. Although he was unconscious before, the space rings of these people were collected by Ying Fei, who arrived later and placed next to him. Let's see if there's anything good here. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed and rubbed his palms together with great interest. Zhu Qing also glanced at them, but she didn't pay too much attention. For her, although there were many things in these space rings, they weren't very attractive. TSK, so many source crystals. Yang Kai opened the first space ring and saw a large number of source crystals piled up inside. There were nearly 10 million high-rank source crystals, 30 to 40 million mid-rank source crystals, and hundreds of millions of low-rank source crystals. There were also a variety of pills, secret arts, rare ores, artifacts, and emperor artifacts. After reaching the Emperor realm, everyone had lived for a long time and had accumulated a lot of wealth over the long-flowing time. Great Emperor. Although Yang Kai was rich, since he had established the High Heaven Palace, he naturally had to prepare for the future. On Shadowed Star, at least 10,000 people would need to migrate here, perhaps even more. Once that happened, the cultivation resources they would need would be bottomless, so naturally, the more the better. Source crystals would be needed by the disciples of the High Heaven Palace in the future. Secret arts and secret arts would also provide a broader cultivation path for the disciples. As for artifacts and emperor artifacts, they could also be rewarded based on their contributions. Transferring the things in this space ring into his own, Yang Kai was overjoyed. Opening another space ring, he found that it was even richer. Yang Kai laughed happily, causing Zhu Qing to frown. There were 7 or 8 space rings, each of which contained at least 10 million high-rank source crystals and countless mid-rank and low-rank source crystals. Thinking about it, these people from the Emperor realm came to participate in the auction in Flowing Shadow City with Tianho in mind, so how could they not bring enough source crystals? These high-grade source crystals were probably all that each of their sects had in store. But in the end, all of them benefited Yang Kai. Wow! Yang Kai exclaimed exaggeratedly. He found that the number of source crystals in the space ring in his hand was even higher. There were 50 to 60 million high-rank source crystals, 4 or 5 times more than the others. This space ring should be Tan Junhao's space ring because Yang Kai found the Dragon Island token that he had handed over before. Taking out the Dragon Island token, Yang Kai threw it into the sealed world bead. Generally, Yang Kai stored the most valuable things in the sealed world bead. Only the less important things would be placed in the space ring. Wait! Zhu Qing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly called out. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked up at her. That thing just now. Zhu Qing took a few steps forward and said excitedly, that token, can you let me see it? You mean this? Yang Kai took out the Dragon Island token and waved it in front of Zhu Qing. Yes, that's it. Zhu Qing nodded repeatedly, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. What are you doing? Yang Kai cautiously held the Dragon Island token to his chest, then turned sideways and said solemnly, "This is mine." Zhu Qing stamped her foot and said, "I know it's yours, I just want to see it." What does this guy mean? Why is he acting like a thief? Does he think that I, a member of the dragon race, will steal his things? There's no need to look. This is the Dragon Island token. Yang Kai waved the token in front of her. The Dragon Island token was something that came from the Dragon Island. As a member of the dragon race, Zhu Qing naturally recognized it. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't try to hide it. It's really the Dragon Island token. Zhu Qing was greatly surprised. She left the Dragon Island this time to track down the whereabouts of the last Dragon Island token that was lost. When she passed by Flowing Shadow City, she sensed the dragon aura on Yang Kai's body, so she was delayed. But she didn't expect that she would really find the Dragon Island token. As long as she had the Dragon Island token, she could return to the Dragon Island and report on her mission. Moreover, she could go to the Forbidden Area to evolve her bloodline and obtain greater strength. This Dragon Island token was of great significance to her, so how could Zhu Qing not be excited? Chapter 2707. It's the real deal. Yang Kai chuckled and put away the Dragon Island token again. He paused for a moment and said, "By the way, rumor has it that with the Dragon Island token, you can go to the Dragon Island and make a request that your dragon race can fulfill. Is that true?" Zhu Qing said, "Of course it's true. Any kind of request?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he recognized the value of this Dragon Island token. Basically, it's not a problem as long as we can fulfill it and it doesn't violate the principles of the dragon race. Zhu Qing nodded. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know if the dragon race would agree if he went to the Dragon Island to exchange for Zhu Qing with this Dragon Island token. They probably wouldn't agree as he might even offend the dragon race. Yang Kai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He checked Tan Juanhao's other treasures again. "You want to go to the Dragon Island?" Zhu Qing was interested and asked softly. If she could persuade Yang Kai to go to the Dragon Island with the Dragon Island token, she would have completed her mission. In any case, he had found the last Dragon Island token and invited the person with the ancestral dragon source to the Dragon Island. Such a contribution was enough for him to enter the Forbidden Area to improve his bloodline power. Why would I go there? Yang Kai shook his head as he packed up his treasures. Zhu Qing said anxiously, "Don't you have any wishes to fulfill? Take this Dragon Island token and our dragon race will fulfill them for you." "There is one thing." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, as if he had thought of something. "What is it?" "Let's hear it," Zhu Qing said excitedly. "I came from the territory of a lower plane called Hengluo Star Field. I want to go back. Can your Dragon Island send me back?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing and asked. Now that he had established a firm foothold in the star boundary and had a territory of his own, the cultivation environment here was many times better than on Shadowed Star. On top of that, this place was quite safe, so naturally he wanted to bring his family and friends here. However, he didn't know how to return to the Hengluo Star Field. Originally, he wanted to find the Yang Inflammation before making any plans. Now that he had obtained the Dragon Island order, he had no idea how to return. Perhaps he could ask the dragon race for help. The dragon race had been passed down for so many years that they knew everything in the world. They definitely knew the way to return to the Hengluo Star Field. Return to the territory of the lower plane? Zhu Qing frowned. Difficult? Yang Kai looked at her expression. He knew that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Zhu Qing said, "This is indeed difficult. You should know that ever since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors destroyed the territory of many star boundaries tens of thousands of years ago, the passages between the star boundary and those star boundaries were all sealed off. Many of the passages between the territory and the star boundary were cut off. Yang Kai had heard about this before. Tens of thousands of years ago, the people of the star boundary wanted to go to the territory of the lower plane, although they had to pay a price. But it was not difficult. However, ever since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors caused trouble, all the passages to the territory of the lower plane were sealed off. They were afraid that masters would break into the territory of the lower plane and do whatever they wanted. After all, the strength of the cultivator in the territory of those star boundaries was not high. The Origin King realm was the highest, and some star territories did not even have an Origin King realm cultivator. Any random Dao source realm cultivator in the star boundary could sweep through the lower plane. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the best example. Countless stars were poisoned by him in the territory of the star boundaries. Wherever he went, all the star boundaries were devoured, and the cultivation stars collapsed. Hundreds of millions of cultivators died because of this. Now, the Star Court is guarding the sealed passage, and there are great emperors guarding it all year round. No one can break in. Star Court? Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Qing explained, the Star Court is an extremely powerful organization in the star boundary. It is not a sect. It was founded by the joint efforts of the current 10 great emperors. It guards the sealed passage and takes turns guarding it. As far as I know, it is currently guarding the Star Court. It is the Iron Blood Great Emperor. He is also the great emperors who are the best at conquering among the great emperors. I've never heard of it. Yang Kai looked surprised, feeling like his knowledge had been greatly broadened. Zhu Qing smiled, the existence of the Star Court is very mysterious. It is impossible for ordinary people to have heard of it. Maybe your family's elders know. You can go back and ask them. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly understood. If it was the Emperor realm with other inheritances, he might be able to hear about the Star Court from his family's elders, but he was alone and had not been in the star boundary for long. Who would tell him this? The majesty of the Star Court cannot be shaken. Not only was it founded by the 10 great emperors, but it is also rumored that there are several unknown great emperors in it. Even our dragon race cannot easily provoke them. Unknown great emperors. Yang Kai was shocked. Aren't there only 10 great emperors? Zhu Qing smiled, who told you there were only 10? Yang Kai was speechless, unable to respond. Yes, no one told him that there were only 10 great emperors. It was just that he had always heard others mention the 10 great emperors, so he subconsciously thought that there were only 10 great emperors. The great emperors have very long lives. Although I don't dare to say that they have the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth and the sun and moon, they will not die easily. Many years have passed, and even if it is difficult for great emperors to be promoted, there will always be some amazing people who succeed and become great emperors, but no one knows. For example, the elders of my dragon race are comparable to great emperors, but they are not among the 10 great emperors. What about you? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing pursed her lips and smiled, I am still far from it. The great emperors are special existences that ordinary people cannot reach. Then I will have to work hard, Yang Kai said with a dignified expression. Zhu Qing looked at him in surprise and found that he was not joking. He was really full of fighting spirit, as if he wanted to become one of the great emperors. Her first reaction was to find it funny. If great emperors could be achieved by hard work alone, then there were probably many great emperors in this world. But after thinking about it again, if it was the person in front of her, maybe, it was not impossible. He was only a first-order Emperor realm master, but he fought alone and killed so many enemies whose cultivation was higher than his. This in itself was an inconceivable matter. How many of the great emperors could be like him when they were young? Vision determined the goal and motivation of one's struggle. For a moment, Zhu Qing was moved. So, if I want to go to the territory of the lower planes, I have to go through the Star Court first? Yang Kai asked humbly. Of course, but that is not a place to behave atrociously. Don't mess around. Yang Kai responded casually. He felt a headache coming on. He wanted to find an opportunity to see if he could go back to the territory of the lower planes. After all, he had the space divine technique. As long as he could determine the location of the Hangluo star field, he might be able to break through the space barrier. But now, he knew that there was an existence called the Star Court guarding the sealed passage. If he wanted to go back, he had to cross this thick barrier. Then, do you want to go to Dragon Island? Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai looked up and said, Does Dragon Island have a way to let the Star Court open the passage and send me back? Zhu Qing shook her head. There was no need to think about it. Although Dragon Island was powerful, the Star Court was related to the existence of the entire star boundary. They might not give face to Dragon Island. Otherwise, the passage seal would be opened every day. There was no need for it to exist. Then why should I go? Yang Kai waved his hand. But, you can ask for other things. Zhu Qing's face was filled with anxiety as she thought quickly, that's right, you are only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master now. If you go to Dragon Island, you can cultivate there. It will be very beneficial to your cultivation and you will be able to break through to the Third-Order Emperor Realm in less than 100 years. 100 years. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had cultivated for less than 100 years and was already a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, he had reached the peak of the First-Order Emperor Realm. He could easily break through to the Second-Order Emperor Realm. If he needed 100 years to reach the Third-Order Emperor Realm, then he might as well die. 100 years is already very fast. In the entire star boundary, there are few places with a better cultivation environment than Dragon Island. As long as you hand over your Dragon Island token, I promise that the elders will arrange the best place for you to cultivate, Zhu Qing persuaded earnestly. We'll talk about it later. When I think about what I need help with, I will go to Dragon Island and have a look, Yang Kai casually replied. Then, how long do you need to think about it? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Maybe I don't need your help, so I won't go. Zhu Qing's face turned gloomy. After hesitating for a while, she said, Then, can you give me your Dragon Island token? Give it to you? Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Our relationship isn't that good, right? Why can't this girl understand what's important? She dares to say anything. Zhu Qing said, Of course, I won't give it to you for free. I will give you something in exchange. To tell you the truth, I left the island this time to track down the whereabouts of this Dragon Island token. Now that I have found it, I can report back with it. Can you help me? It was really difficult for her, a dragon race girl, to ask for help. Her cheeks burned as she felt embarrassed. Yang Kai frowned. After thinking seriously for a while, he said, Since you saved me last time, I can give you a chance. Zhu Qing was delighted. Before she could say anything, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Of course, it's just a chance. If you don't have what I want, then forget it. Zhu Qing nodded repeatedly. She took off the space ring on her hand and tossed it to Yang Kai. She said, I have a lot of good stuff. Take a look and see what you want. You can take whatever you like. I only want the Dragon Island token. So generous. Yang Kai was stunned. The space ring was usually the cultivator's privacy. It wouldn't be exposed to others easily. Zhu Qing tossed the space ring to Yang Kai without saying anything. It was obvious that she valued this Dragon Island token very much. She was prepared to get it at all costs. This girl doesn't know what it means to raise the price. She exposed my bottom line so easily. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Kai also wanted to know what good stuff a dragon race girl had. He scanned the space ring with his divine sense. Immediately, he was dazzled by the dense light. Wow, it seems like there are a lot of good stuff. Yang Kai was delighted. He focused his mind and looked at the space ring seriously. Chapter 2708. With a heart full of excitement and expectation, Yang Kai began to investigate carefully. But soon, his brow furrowed as a strange look appeared on his face. As time passed, this strange look became more and more intense. The veins on his forehead bulged, and finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. He looked up at Zhu Qing and asked, "What are these things? What's wrong? You don't like anything?" Zhu Qing looked at him in astonishment. Impossible, the things in this ring were things that he had painstakingly collected with great difficulty. Every single one of them was precious to him. How could this person not take a fancy to any of them? "I like your grandpa." Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore and took out a jade hairpin from his space ring. This jade hairpin shone brilliantly and had a beautiful appearance, but the key point was that it was just a Dao source-grade low-rank artifact, and the energy fluctuations it exuded were negligible. It seemed to only have a single defensive secret technique sealed within it. Turning to Zhu Qing, Yang Kai shouted, "Is this what you call a treasure?" Yang Kai felt like he had been deceived. His heart was hurt. Zhu Qing looked at him nervously and said, "Be gentle, don't crush it." As if the jade hairpin was some kind of extraordinary treasure. Yang Kai was so angry that he coughed up blood. Zhu Qing hurriedly said, "I don't like this one. Look at the others, there are many more." Yang Kai casually reached into his space ring and pulled out more than a dozen strange things. Some were artifacts, some were things he couldn't even name, and there were even some strange gems. No matter which one it was, they were all sparkling and sparkling. Just from their appearance alone, they were indeed not bad. When put together, they were even more dazzling. They shone brightly. But the key was that these things were worthless to someone like Yang Kai from the Emperor realm. They were not worth a single cent. Things that couldn't be used to cultivate or enhance one's strength were naturally worthless. But Zhu Qing put them in her space ring like treasures. Yang Kai couldn't believe that this was the storage of a dragon race. He wanted to poke his eyes out. "Do you like or want anything? I'm willing to exchange it with you." Zhu Qing, however, didn't have the slightest self-awareness. Her beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at him with an expression that said, "You've made a fortune. Are you really stupid or just pretending?" Yang Kai sneered. "What do you mean?" Zhu Qing was also a little angry. She could hear the sarcasm in Yang Kai's tone. Yang Kai was stunned. "I've heard that the dragon race has 3 hobbies. It seems like it's true. What are the 3 hobbies?" Zhu Qing asked curiously. She had lived on the Dragon Island since she was a child. This was also the first time she had left the Dragon Island to travel the astral boundary. She had never heard of these 3 hobbies. Yang Kai sighed. "Sleep, flash, that. What do you mean?" Zhu Qing glared at him and said, "Make yourself clear." Yang Kai glared at her and said, "Child, don't ask so many questions. You're the child. Your whole family are children." Zhu Qing was so angry that her nose was crooked. Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with her. He laughed and said, "Anyway, in my opinion, these things are all garbage. I don't think there's any need to exchange them." Saying so, he threw the space ring back. The most important thing was that this girl didn't even have a single source crystal in her space ring. He didn't know what she usually used for cultivation. Perhaps the dragon race didn't need source crystals to cultivate. After all, the dragon race was also considered to be part of the monster race. Yang Kai had never seen a monster race member using source crystals for cultivation. The monster race had always cultivated by directly absorbing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the sun and moon essences. Or they could swallow some heavenly treasures or other monster beasts' monster core. How is that possible? Zhu Qing huffed angrily, as if saying, "You can insult me, but you can't insult my treasures." However, when she remembered that she still needed his help, her imposing manner was reduced by half. After hesitating for a while, she said, "If you don't like these things, then what about these two?" While speaking, she suddenly reached out and flipped her hand. A basket-sized scale immediately appeared in her snow-white hand. There was also a jade bottle above the scale. Dragon scale. Yang Kai felt the dragon qi exuding from the scale. His eyes suddenly lit up. He reached out and took the dragon scale and the jade bottle, gently stroking the hard scale. When he was in the Hung Luo star field, he obtained a dragon scale. Later, he refined it and placed it on his chest. Now, when he used the dragon transformation secret technique, the dragon scale could enhance the power of the dragon transformation secret technique. If he could refine another dragon scale, the power of the dragon transformation secret technique would definitely increase. While stroking it, Yang Kai felt a familiar aura from this dragon scale and immediately understood that it should be Zhu Qing's own dragon scale. Perhaps it was one that she had shed some time ago, so he couldn't help glancing over at it thoughtfully. However, he found that Zhu Qing's pretty face was flushed red and she looked extremely uncomfortable. He felt very strange and didn't know what was wrong with her. The truth was just as Yang Kai expected. This dragon scale was indeed Zhu Qing's dragon scale, but it had been shed later. Although this was the case, it was still a part of her body. Now that Yang Kai was gently stroking it, Zhu Qing felt as if his hand was touching her own body. She couldn't help but think of the scenes of her being wantonly molested by Yang Kai. Naturally, she felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't continue for long. After a while, he put down the dragon scale and opened the jade bottle. Faintly, a dragon's roar could be heard from the jade bottle. Then, a ball of dense red light suddenly exploded, and it was extremely hot. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the jade bottle and saw a drop of dark red blood in the shape of a dragon. It looked like a burning flame was about to rush out of the bottle. True dragon's blood. Yang Kai exclaimed softly and quickly closed the jade bottle. What do you think? I'll trade these two items for your Dragon Island token. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai pondered for a while and nodded. These are good items, but, in your opinion, I can only trade these two items for the Dragon Island token? Zhu Qing pursed her red lips and said softly, I'm indeed at a disadvantage. She was quite honest. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a better impression of her. However, he didn't know that the dragon race had always been arrogant. Naturally, they wouldn't bother to lie. However, didn't you refine dragon secret treasures before? If you refine these two items, the power of your dragonification secret technique will also increase, Zhu Qing persuaded him. Yang Kai smiled and said, when you first met me, you said that you refined things that didn't belong to me. You were referring to those dragon secret treasures, right? He only figured it out after he found out about Zhu Qing's identity. Dragon secret treasures were originally a part of the dragon race. As a dragon race woman, Zhu Qing naturally wanted to punish a human for refining dragon secret treasures when she suddenly saw him. She wanted to protect the dignity of the dragon race. However, she didn't expect that she would be dragged into it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found trouble with Yang Kai since she had never met him before and they didn't have any grudges against each other. Since you know that I've refined a few dragon secret treasures, how much can my strength increase if I refine these two items? Yang Kai grinned and threw the dragon scale and the jade bottle containing the true dragon's blood back to Zhu Qing. Then, he tossed the Dragon Island token in his hand and said, however, this thing is a rare commodity worth hoarding. But... Zhu Qing frowned. Aren't we friends? Friends are friends, business is business. These are two different things. Yang Kai said seriously. Alright, alright. I need to rest. You can leave first. Zhu Qing didn't want to leave. She just stared at him with her big eyes. Yang Kai's face darkened. He said, if you don't leave, I'll activate the origin of the dragon race. A man and a woman alone in a room. If anything happens later, don't blame me for not treating you as a friend. Zhu Qing was startled. She stomped her feet and left. The ancestral dragon's origin had an absolute suppressive force on her. Even if her bloodline power was improved by a few levels, she wouldn't be able to resist it. If Yang Kai really activated the ancestral dragon's origin, she might suffer a loss again. After driving away Zhu Qing, Yang Kai grinned. His previous harvest was not small. Just the high-rank source crystals alone amounted to more than 100 million, not to mention the other treasures. These were secondary as they couldn't provide him with strength. However, the golden armored heavenly book he obtained from Tan Junhao could be studied. If he could refine it, it would definitely be of great help to his strength. Taking out the golden armored heavenly book, Yang Kai wanted to examine it carefully. He wanted to see how many divine technique this heavenly book could summon. However, he helplessly discovered that he couldn't open the heavenly book before he refined it. In the end, he could only give up. First, he erased Tan Junhao's soul brand. Then, he slowly poured his emperor qi and divine sense into it to refine this emperor artifact. Zhu Qing returned to her room and immediately took out the dragon talisman. After casting a spell, an old voice came from the dragon talisman. Is it done? Zhu Qing replied respectfully, not yet. Since it's not done, why did you contact me? Zhu Qing said, Qing found the last Dragon Island medallion. The old voice said, you're quite lucky. We sent out 4 clansmen this time, but you were the first to find them. Did you take back the Dragon Island medallion? Zhu Qing said shamefully, not yet. The old voice said, quickly take back the Dragon Island medallion. This thing can't be spread outside. No matter what method you use, even if you have to snatch it by force. With your strength, there shouldn't be many people in this world who can be your match. Zhu Qing replied, this is what's troubling Qing. The owner of the Dragon Island medallion is none other than the person Qing mentioned to you before. Therefore, it's not convenient for me to take action. The Dragon Island medallion is also in his hands? The dragon race elder was astonished. Was this luck or was it fate? If it was someone else, with Zhu Qing's strength, she could snatch it by force. However, that person had the ancestral dragon's source. Even if Zhu Qing was stronger than him, Zhu Qing couldn't do anything about the suppression of the source. Qing invited him to the Dragon Island, but he didn't agree. Qing doesn't know what to do now. Elder, please advise me. The dragon talisman remained silent for a long time. It seemed like he didn't have any good ideas. After a long time, he asked, what did he do recently? Yes. Tell me in detail. Zhu Qing immediately told him about the battle between Yang Kai and the Emperor Realm a few days ago. Then, the dragon talisman chuckled, is this person really so amazing? He killed Second Order and Third Order Emperor Realm Masters with his First Order Emperor Realm Cultivation? And he's an elder of the Star Soul Palace? Zhu Qing said, although I didn't see it with my own eyes, that should be the case. Then it's easy. The voice from the dragon talisman was full of confidence, tell him this. Zhu Qing listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 2709. 3 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked at the golden armored heavenly book in his hand helplessly. He had been refining it for 3 whole days, but the golden armored heavenly book showed no signs of accepting his emperor qi and divine sense. This made him realize that refining the golden armored heavenly book was definitely not something that could be done in a short time. Tan Junhao must have spent many years refining this heavenly book before he could activate its power. However, Yang Kai was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised because the harder it was to refine, the more extraordinary the power of this Emperor artifact was. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, it took him more than a year to refine the Mountains and Rivers Bell. There was no progress in refining the heavenly book, but 3 days of rest allowed him to completely recover. The benefits of the battle were gradually showing. Not only did his Emperor Qi increase, but his spiritual energy also increased. It would definitely be easier for him to break through to the Second-Order Emperor realm in the future. After putting away the heavenly book, Yang Kai scanned the outside with his divine sense and waited quietly. After a while, Hua Qingxi, Qiyu, Aio, Gue Zhu, Gu Yun, and the others gathered in the room. Ing Fei and Zhu Qing, who heard the commotion, also rushed over. Everyone, although Tan Junhao is dead, the heart-urging insects he planted are still in your bodies. I need to get them out, so please cooperate. Yang Kai looked at everyone solemnly. Qiyu was overjoyed when she heard this and asked, "Boy, can you get them out?" "I can try." Yang Kai nodded. Logically speaking, heart-urging insects could only be controlled by those who raised them. Yang Kai was not proficient in Gu arts. He did not know how heart-urging insects were raised. However, he had the insect enslavement bracelet. This Emperor artifact was the same as the soul-splitting saber, a relic of the insect emperor. Although the insect enslavement bracelet could not be used in battle, it was the nemesis of all exotic insects in the world. Any exotic insect listed in the exotic insect book could be controlled by the insect enslavement bracelet. Coincidentally, the heart-urging Gu was one of the exotic insect scriptures. They were ranked at the top of the Earth list. Even the insect enslavement bracelet was able to restrain the soul-eating insect, which was a rare insect on the heaven ranking, let alone the heart-urging insect on the Earth ranking. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? I'll be the first. Gu Yun immediately responded and sat down in front of Yang Kai. Aio suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed him, and threw him to the side. He snorted coldly, "Second brother, I didn't even touch you, and you dare to touch me? Don't you have any manners?" Gue Zhu snickered from the side, "If we're talking about seniority, I should go first, all of you get out of the way." Saying so, Yang Kai pushed his ghost chi and pushed Aio and Gu Yun to the side, sitting in front of Yang Kai. The dispute between the three only lasted for a moment. But Kai Yang was completely dumbfounded. After coming to a sudden realization, he finally understood why they were fighting for first place. Yang Kai only said that they could give it a try, but he didn't give them full confidence. If something went wrong, the first person to test it would definitely be in danger. It was because of this that the three of them were fighting for first place without any hesitation. Qiyu looked at Yang Kai nervously and said, "Boy, you have to be careful, elder brother is old and can't take this kind of trouble." Gue Zhu was unhappy. "Nonsense, this king is still young, sect master, you can rest assured." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Don't be too nervous, it's just a heart-urging insect, I'm still confident. If you want to test it, I have more than 20 test subjects to suppress, so it won't be your turn." The Mountains and Rivers Bell was still on the battlefield, suppressing the 20 or so people from the Emperor realm. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't take back the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but he had other plans for the 20 or so people and didn't want to release them immediately. Hearing Yang Kai say so, everyone relaxed. "Elder, open your mind." Yang Kai looked at Gue Zhu in front of him and whispered. Gue Zhu nodded, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. Yang Kai flipped his hand and the insect enslavement bracelet appeared in his palm. He poured his Emperor Qi into the insect enslavement bracelet, and in an instant, a strange power was born from the bracelet, the insect enslavement chi of the insect enslavement bracelet. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wrapped the insect enslavement chi around his fingertip, guiding it to Gui Zhu's body. Pushing his divine sense and emperor chi at the same time, Yang Kai carefully controlled the insect enslavement chi to move around Gui Zhu's body. Gui Zhu grunted slightly but didn't suffer any serious damage. The gap in strength between Yang Kai and him was huge, so Yang Kai was able to control the insect enslavement chi very well. If Gui Zhu's cultivation was similar to Yang Kai's, it would not have been so easy. After a while, the insect enslavement chi was guided to Gui Zhu's chest by Yang Kai, accurately finding the location of the heart-urging insect. Seemingly aware of this, the Gu insect suddenly became restless and tried to escape, but Yang Kai moved his fingers and tapped Gui Zhu's chest a few times. The insect enslavement chi immediately spread out and completely wrapped around the Gu insect. The insect enslavement chi had a natural restraining effect on exotic insects, so once it was wrapped in this insect enslavement chi, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Yang Kai's fingers slowly moved upwards, guiding the insect enslavement chi to Gui Zhu's throat and gently clenched his fingers. Gui Zhu's face changed and in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. Yang Kai was prepared for this and with a wave of his hand, the blood arrow flew to the side and towards Zhu Qing, shouting in a low voice, "Lady Qing, thank you for your trouble." Although Zhu Qing was not notified in advance, her reaction was extremely fast. Opening her mouth, she spat out a scorching flame, directly incinerating the blood arrow. Even the Gu insect hidden in the blood arrow was reduced to ashes. She could not help but roll her eyes, knowing that Yang Kai had been pulled in because he had seen the drop of true dragon blood a few days ago and noticed his fire attribute. With the Gu insect removed, Gui Zhu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed as he jumped off the bed with a look of joy. "Fifth sister, you do it." Aio looked at Chi Yu and gestured. Since they were sure that Yang Kai could remove the Gu insect and there was no danger, there was no need to compete and they became modest. However, Chi Yu unexpectedly said with a slightly red face, "You guys go first, Master Hua and I will be the last." Aio was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood and didn't say anything. He simply pushed Gu Zongyun over to him. With his first experience, Yang Kai was even more familiar with the process. After a while, the Gu insect in Gu Zongyun and Aio's bodies were removed. "We'll go out first and wait for you," Aio said before walking out with the others. Everyone was very tactful and left one after another. Even Zhu Qing obediently left under Fei Ying's signal. Only Hua Qingxi and Qi Yu were left behind. "I'll go first," Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, taking the initiative to sit cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. "Close your eyes," Yang Kai said. Hua Qingxi shot him a displeased look, as if she was letting him off lightly, before slowly closing her eyes. The process of Yang Kai expelling the Gu insect was witnessed by everyone. Using a finger to poke at someone's body, especially at a sensitive place like the chest, was not a big deal to the men, but as a woman, Hua Qingxi felt a little uncomfortable, so it was not convenient for her to be watched. There was no other way around it. The heart-urge Gu was a Gu insect that targeted the heart, so it was naturally hidden near the chest. Yang Kai had no way to avoid this. Using the same method, Hua Qingxi soon spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the blood in the air. His emperor Qi surged, and it took him a lot of effort to kill the Gu insect, much more effort than Zhu Qing. Hua Qingxi slowly got up and stared at Yang Kai with a meaningful expression before pushing open the door and leaving. Qi Yu could not help but sigh and could only sit in front of Yang Kai and say uncomfortably, "Boy, don't have any bad thoughts." Yang Kai's face darkened. "How could I?" "Senior, don't think too much. Although I can use force from a distance, it's not safe." Qi Yu said, "I know. Let's begin." Saying so, she closed her beautiful eyes and looked like she had accepted her fate. However, from the expression on her face, she was still a little nervous. Yang Kai was embarrassed for a while. After all, the person in front of him was his master, so he did not know where to start. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and concentrate on his task. When his finger brushed across Chiyu's body, Yang Kai could clearly feel her body trembling. Her cheeks also turned red, as if she was burning. When his finger brushed across her chest, her cheeks became even more delicate and tender. Her body tensed up, and the strength in her body involuntarily resisted. If Yang Kai's strength was not far above hers and could easily suppress her strength, this would have caused a lot of trouble, and she might have even suffered a backlash. After a lot of effort, Chiyu finally forced the goo worm out of her body. Chiyu got up, turned around, and walked out, but when she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and sternly said, "Don't tell Qing Luo about this." N. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, "Even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word." But then he quickly reacted. He had just helped her get rid of a goo worm, he had not done anything that violated the laws of the world, so why did he feel so guilty? Staying in place for a long time, Yang Kai shook his head and stood up. Now that he had dealt with most of the matters, it was time to take a look at the dozens of people from the Emperor realm. He could not keep them suppressed in the mountains and rivers Bell forever. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he arrived at the battlefield a few days ago. There wasn't a single person here, and the surroundings were in ruins. Only a simple and unadorned large bell remained in place. Yang Kai waved his hand and with a thought, the mountains and rivers bell immediately flew towards him, quickly shrinking in midair and landing on his palm. In the place originally suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell, 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm were pacing back and forth anxiously, a few of them even looking dispirited. At a glance, it was obvious that they had been seriously injured and were meditating to heal themselves. In any case, none of them were calm. Yang Kai glanced at the severely injured people from the Emperor realm and asked curiously, "What happened to you all?" He remembered that when he suppressed these people in the mountains and rivers bell, they were clearly fine, so why were they injured after not seeing them for a few days? Could it be that they had fought inside? Chapter 27:10 Young Master Yang. Lord Yang. Seeing the light again, many people from the Emperor realm were both surprised and overjoyed. When they turned their heads and saw Yang Kai, they all cupped their fists and saluted him. Although Yang Kai was much younger than them and his cultivation was not much higher, no one dared to be disrespectful to him because of his performance a few days ago. The beautiful woman in palace robes who knew Xia Sheng flew lightly in front of Yang Kai and bowed, "This mistress, Huayulu, greets young Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded and asked, "How did they get injured?" Huayulu pursed her lips into a charming smile and whispered, "Those friends were probably impatient and wanted to come out, but they weren't strong enough, so," Yang Kai nodded, understanding in his heart. He had suppressed these people for many days, so anyone would feel uneasy. They didn't know how Yang Kai would deal with them in the end, so they naturally had to find a way to get out. However, the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient exotic treasure after all, so how could they possibly break it? They had probably suffered a backlash from the mountains and rivers bell's power. Huayulu looked around and saw that there was no one else around, but there were traces of a great battle everywhere. She then looked at Yang Kai and found that his aura was calm and steady, without the slightest injury. She was slightly surprised and whispered, "Young Master Yang, where did Elder Tan go?" Everyone also looked over curiously, wanting to know the answer. When they were suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai and Tan Juanhao had already shed all pretenses of cordiality and were definitely going to fight. After the mountains and rivers bell suppressed them, they didn't know what had happened outside, so seeing Yang Kai safe and sound at this moment, they couldn't help but have an unbelievable thought in their hearts, Elder Tan couldn't have been beaten away, right? Tan Juanhao was an elder of Star Soul Palace and had a powerful third-layer Emperor Realm cultivation. Even if Yang Kai was strong, he shouldn't be a match for him, not to mention that Tan Juanhao had arranged a spirit array here before and had the help of that spirit array. Old Dog Tan is a perverse and cruel person who uses Star Soul Palace's name to ruin Star Soul Palace's reputation. You're an elder of Star Soul Palace, but you're really a tumor of Star Soul Palace, a disgrace of the Southern Territory, so this young master has already punished you on the spot. Yang Kai laughed. He clapped his hands and said, "It's really worthy of celebration, worthy of celebration." Everyone was shocked, their eyes bulging as they stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, none of them able to respond. Yang Kai's face darkened. "What? You don't believe me?" Seeing that he was showing signs of anger, everyone was shocked and repeatedly said that they didn't dare. However, it wasn't that they didn't dare to believe it, but that it was too inconceivable. If the one standing in front of them was Tan Juanhao, saying that he had already killed Yang Kai, that would be a reasonable conclusion. But Yang Kai was standing here alive, and Tan Juanhao was nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, what was there to celebrate about this? No matter what, he was still an elder of Star Soul Palace, and there were only a few elders like Tan Juanhao in the entire Star Soul Palace. Now that he had died here, it was simply like piercing through the heavens. Once Star Soul Palace investigated, no one present would be able to get away with it. Although they were from the Emperor Realm, facing a giant like Star Soul Palace, they were still afraid. Huayulu forced a smile, no longer showing the slightest bit of charm, and asked cautiously, "Young Master Yang, that Elder Tan was really killed by you?" "If he was killed, then he was killed. There's no need to lie to you." "Not only him, even Wu Ming is dead," Yang Kai replied casually without hesitation. Only then did everyone believe him. After all, there was no need to lie about this. Killing a Star Soul Palace elder was not a good thing. If he didn't do it right, he might get into trouble. Yang Kai didn't look stupid, so why would he take the initiative to provoke trouble? For a moment, their respect for him increased by 3 points. Even an elder of Star Soul Palace could be killed, so how strong was this young man? In this world, could it be that only the great emperors could suppress him? "Young Master Yang. You killed Elder Tan, so this matter is troublesome." Huayulu frowned, showing a worried look. No matter what Tan Juanhao had done before, his identity was there, and he died at the hands of Yang Kai, so Star Soul Palace would investigate no matter what. "Lord Yang, this matter has nothing to do with us, we don't know what happened after." That's right, that's right. Senior Yang, we don't have any intention of going against Star Soul Palace. We just came to participate in the auction, we don't know anything else. The group of people from the Emperor Realm, as if they had been implicated in a disaster, began to clamor. How could Yang Kai not know what they were worried about, and he sneered in his heart. If he hadn't killed Tan Juanhao, none of them would have been alive. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, Tan Juanhao had used the heart-urging insect to control so many people from the Emperor Realm. Once this matter was exposed, Star Soul Palace would definitely not tolerate him, so he would definitely kill to silence him and then frame Yang Kai as the murderer. At that time, he might become a great hero who slayed demons and avenged the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory. It was funny that these people were now in a hurry to get rid of this matter, but they didn't realize that he had saved their lives. Yang Kai didn't need them to be grateful, he knew that the world was cold, so how could he have any expectations? "Young Master Yang, you should leave quickly, the further the better, you can't stay in the Southern Territory any longer," Huayulu suddenly said to Yang Kai. Huayulu suddenly whispered to Yang Kai, "You should go to the Northern Territory. I heard that there is a forbidden area called the Frozen Earth there. Even the Great Emperor doesn't dare to enter it easily. If there is a place in this world where you can stay, it is that place." Yang Kai glanced at Huayulu in surprise, he didn't expect her to be different from the others, at least caring about him. "It's fine." Yang Kai smiled, turned around, and shouted, "All of you shut up, what are you making so much noise for?" The shouting people from the Emperor realm suddenly fell silent. Yang Kai quickly said, "Everyone, don't worry, this young master will take responsibility for his actions. I killed Tan Juanhao, so if the people from Star Soul Palace investigate in the future, you don't need to hide anything, just tell them the truth, I won't implicate you." As soon as this was said, everyone was overjoyed. "Lord Yang is really noble, this old man admires you." "Many thanks, Lord Yang, if that day really comes, we won't hide it. That old thing Tan Juanhao's death is not to be regretted, Lord Yang killed him to clean up the mess for Star Soul Palace, there is nothing wrong with that." Hearing that Kai Yang was willing to step forward to take the blame, everyone's hearts relaxed. Smiles spread across their faces, all of their previous worries vanishing. "Stop flattering me." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "This young master saved your lives this time, so this young master doesn't need you to return the favor, but I do have one request. Please speak, Lord Yang, if master has any orders, we will obey." An old man cupped his fists and said. When Kai Yang said that he had saved everyone's lives, it wasn't an exaggeration. Everyone was well aware of this fact, but Kai Yang's words were so blunt that it made many of them feel embarrassed, as if they were being ungrateful. "Tan Juanhao is dead, the Star Soul Palace will definitely investigate this matter. If they really find out that it was you, I hope that you can report everything that happened that day in detail, especially the heart-urging insect." Everyone nodded one after another, of course. Hua Yulu also said, "Young Master Yang can rest assured, even if you didn't ask, we wouldn't have concealed anything. Tan Juanhao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, actually harbored such malicious intentions. If it weren't for young Master Yang turning the tide, I'm afraid we would have already died. A life-saving grace is something we should be grateful for. If anyone dares to distort the facts and arbitrarily slander us, we will not let them off lightly." "We won't let them off lightly," everyone shouted, as if they were united against a common enemy. "Very good," Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, cupping his fists and saying, "Then I will have to trouble everyone. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare." Having said this, everyone understood that if everyone really unified their statements and reported the facts, even if Star Soul Palace really investigated, they wouldn't do anything to Yang Kai and them. In the end, it was Tan Juanhao who had angered everyone. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, instead of protecting the reputation of Star Soul Palace, he had used crooked methods to enslave so many people from the Emperor realm. If one were to say anything, he was simply digging his own grave. Perhaps Star Soul Palace really would have to thank Yang Kai. Of course, this kind of matter definitely wouldn't be brought to light, and how it was dealt with in the end was a matter for Star Soul Palace. There was no need for them to worry about it. Since that's the case, then you may all disperse. Yang Kai waved his hand. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, cupped their fists, turned around, and prepared to leave. Although Yang Kai didn't mean to embarrass them, this young man was too cruel, killing people as if they were weeds, so they didn't feel safe staying with him. It was best to stay away from him, otherwise, there was no telling when a disaster would befall them. "Big Sister Hua, please wait." Yang Kai suddenly called out to Hua Yulu. Hua Yulu was amused by the way he addressed her and smiled. "Does young Master Yang have any other instructions?" Yang Kai said, "Since you are friends with Brother Xia Sheng, then you are also my friend. I will help you get rid of the heart-urging insect so you don't have to worry about it." When Hua Yulu heard this, her small mouth opened slightly, her jade hand covering her red lips, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. She had just been thinking that although she had luckily escaped this time, there was still a heart-urging insect left in her body, so she should think of a way to get rid of it when she returned. However, she had never heard of heart-urging insects, so she didn't know how to get rid of them. But just as she was about to doze off, Yang Kai gave her a pillow. What a considerate person! Swish swish swish. The people from the Emperor realm who were about to leave also stopped and turned around. their ears pricked up. Some people immediately flew back and landed in front of Yang Kai, smiling obsequiously. "Lord Yang, you just said, you can get rid of the heart-urging insect? I don't understand what you are saying." Yang Kai looked at him seriously, his head shaking like a rattle drum. That person became anxious and said, "Lord Yang, this. I heard it clearly. You just said that you would help Palace Mistress Hua get rid of the heart-urging insect." Yang Kai turned to look at Hua Yulu and asked curiously, "Did I say that?" Hua Yulu didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, so she didn't know how to answer. She just pursed her lips and smiled, not saying a word, tantalizing that person. Chapter 27:11. I'm sure you all heard it. The man waved his hand and everyone from the Emperor realm nodded in agreement. All of them had sharp eyes and ears, so although Yang Kai's words were not loud, how could they not have heard them? "Lord Yang, you can't be so biased. If you really have a way to get rid of it, please help us," the man pleaded. Anyone with a goo insect in their body would not be able to stay calm. Although Tan Junhao was already dead, who knew what kind of harm a goo insect could cause? If it suddenly flared up one day, they wouldn't even know how they died. Now that they heard that Yang Kai could get rid of it, it was as if they had grabbed onto a life-saving straw when they were drowning, unwilling to let go no matter what. "Ha!" Yang Kai sighed heavily and said with a helpless expression, "All right, I did say that I have a way to get rid of this heart-urging insect." "Really?" Everyone was overjoyed and quickly turned around, landing in front of Yang Kai and staring at him eagerly. Just now, they were all eager to leave, but now, Yang Kai would not be able to drive them away even if he wanted to. This heart-urging insect is ranked high on the exotic insect book's Earth list and is extremely ferocious and hidden. Even the Emperor realm cannot easily get rid of it. If left alone for a long time, it will devour the heart meridian and blood essence. TSK, at that time, even an immortal would not be able to save you. No one knew if Yang Kai was exaggerating or not, but everyone's faces paled as they listened to him. During this time, everyone had tried to use their Emperor Qi to expel the heart-urging insect, but as soon as they touched it, the heart-urging insect would burrow into their heart meridians. Now, let alone expel it, they had to be careful even when circulating their Emperor Qi for fear of disturbing the heart-urging insect. Unfortunately, this young master happens to know a way to get rid of this thing. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Please save us, young Master Yang." Everyone hurriedly bowed and begged. Yang Kai's face sank and he said coldly, "Why should I save you? Give me a reason." Everyone was stunned and speechless. After listening to Yang Kai's long speech, it showed that he had a deep understanding of the heart-urging insect. It seemed that he had the intention to help them. But in the blink of an eye, it was as if he had become a completely different person, making everyone feel very uncomfortable. But on second thought, it wasn't wrong. Yang Kai wasn't related to them at all. He didn't look like a warm-hearted person. Why should he save him? Yang Kai said, "Previously, you and Tan Junhao were enemies of this young master. If this young master didn't have some ability, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. However, I have always been magnanimous and know that you had no choice. I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. This young master doesn't need any of you to repay him for saving his life. He has already done everything he can to protect you with his Emperor artifact. Now, you want this young master to spend effort to help you get rid of the goo worms. Isn't that too much?" Everyone was rendered speechless, their faces filled with shame. Although Yang Kai's words were sharp, they were all true. They really couldn't refute him. These people had indeed been enemies with Yang Kai before, and Yang Kai had indeed saved their lives. Now, they wanted him to get rid of the goo worms for them. Wasn't this asking for a yard after giving them an inch? For a moment, everyone looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Hua Yulu's beautiful eyes lit up. She pursed her lips and smiled, saying softly, "Young Master Yang, everyone here is the sect masters and patriarchs of the various sects in the southern territory. If this heart-urging insect is not removed, once it acts up in the future, I'm afraid that everyone's lives will be in danger. At that time, many sects will be like dragons without a leader, and the southern territory will definitely be in chaos. Young Master Yang is compassionate, please help them. She could see that Yang Kai was loosening the reins only to grasp them better. If he really didn't want to get rid of the goo worms for these people, then, there was no need for him to keep her here and say such words. He clearly wanted to tell everyone that he had this ability. He was just short of carving the words "come and beg me quickly" on his face. Right now, he was just not acting until he saw the hair. Although Hua Yulu was a woman, her mind was sharp. How could she not see this point? That was why she secretly added fuel to the fire and cooperated with him. Palace Master Hua is right. Lord Yang, please help us. Regardless of whether they saw through Yang Kai's intentions or not, it was not wrong for them to sincerely ask for help. They were more or less grateful to Hua Yulu. Now, in the Emperor Realm 20 to 30, only Hua Yulu had a little friendship with Yang Kai. She was willing to intercede for them, so they were naturally grateful. Yang Kai looked troubled, but he gave Hua Yulu 120 thumbs up in his heart. He thought that this woman was really smart. He didn't know what kind of relationship she had with Xia Sheng. He couldn't let Xia Sheng know that he was taking advantage of her later. Seeing that Yang Kai's attitude was not as firm as before, everyone knew that there was hope for them to succeed. Naturally, they continued to ask for help. For a moment, it was like hundreds of ducks quacking. That's enough. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted their shouting, frowning as he said, I can indeed expel the insect, but it will cost me a lot. Moreover, with so many people needing to expel it, this young master will have to use his own blood essence. After this is done, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight for 3 to 5 years. These words were too exaggerated. No one believed them, but no one dared to refute. Whatever he said went in one ear and out the other. Yang Kai squinted at everyone, I've worked so hard, you can't let me work for nothing, right? In the end, this sentence was the main point. Hua Yulu covered her mouth and snickered. Everyone wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. One of them asked cautiously, Lord Yang, what do you want? What do you have? Yang Kai asked back. Hua Yulu immediately stepped forward, took out a space ring, and offered it with both hands. Young Master Yang, this is the 12 million high-rank source crystals this mistress prepared for this auction. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, this is the reward for helping this mistress get rid of the heart-urging insect. This. Yang Kai said awkwardly, Big Sister Hua misunderstood me, this young master doesn't want to repay this kindness. Everyone's faces turned black when they heard this. They all cursed in their hearts. Wasn't this the same as asking them what they had just done? Just now, he had asked them what they had, and now he dared to say that he didn't want to repay this kindness. How shameless. Hua Yulu smiled gently and said, This mistress naturally understands young Master Yang's benevolence and righteousness, but this mistress doesn't have anything else to repay this kindness. With Yang Kai's strength, I'm afraid he won't be interested in these treasures. If young master doesn't even want these source crystals, then this mistress can only offer her body. Saying so, 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks as she put on a bashful look, her pair of beautiful eyes almost dripping with tears. Yang Kai's face darkened as he took the ring from Hua Yulu's hand and said, Since Big Sister Hua insists, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ha! Hua Yulu immediately glared at him with a resentful look on her face. Yang Kai sternly said, Dispelling the insect must not be disturbed. Big Sister Hua, come with me. Saying so, he urged his Yuan and flew towards a relatively intact room nearby, with Hua Yulu following closely behind. Lord Yang, what about us? Someone shouted behind them. Wait. After entering the room, Yang Kai took the lead and found a place to sit down cross-legged, pointed to the front, and said to Hua Yulu, "Sit." Hua Yulu nodded lightly and sat down in front of Yang Kai with a flash of her delicate body. Yang Kai picked up the ring, placed it in front of Hua Yulu, and said with a smile, "I must thank big sister Hua this time. Without her cooperation, things would not have progressed so smoothly." Although those from the Emperor realm were forced to do so, they had indeed become his enemy. Although Yang Kai would not kill them, he would not let them off so easily. He planned to extort a large sum of money from them. After all, they were all here to participate in the auction, so who didn't have at least 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals on them? Unexpectedly, Hua Yulu was so agreeable. Before, when he accepted her ring, it was just for show. Of course, Yang Kai would not really take her source crystals for himself. Glancing at the space ring but not taking it, Hua Yulu smiled lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, since you don't want source crystals, do you really want this mistress to devote herself to you?" "Ha, this mistress is fine with it, but I am afraid that young Master Yang will dislike this mistress for being a withered woman." As she spoke, she began to feel sad. Yang Kai couldn't bear it, thinking that this woman was really a natural at acting. If he allowed her to continue, he was afraid he would have to abandon her. Quickly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, "Big sister Hua misunderstands. You have helped me time and time again, how could I have any ill intentions towards you? My heart is only filled with gratitude." Hua Yulu wept and said, "Young Master Yang really dislikes this mistress. Forget it, young master is such a romantic and elegant character, there must be many beautiful women around him, how could this mistress, don't make trouble." Yang Kai sighed heavily, a helpless look on his face. Hua Yulu giggled and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore." She felt greatly amused. A few days ago, when Yang Kai showed off his strength, he was like a fierce beast that chose its prey. His imposing manner was so oppressive that no one dared to look directly at him. Today, she discovered that after taking off his ferocious appearance, this young man was actually quite interesting. Putting away the space ring, Hua Yulu said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang." 12 million high-rank source crystals was a great fortune even for her sect. If Yang Kai really took it away, the cultivation of her sect's disciples would definitely become a problem. What this mistress should do, please instruct young Master Yang. No longer teasing, Hua Yulu's expression became serious. "Just empty your mind and body," Yang Kai said, "there may be some abrupt things later, I hope big sister Hua won't take offense." Hua Yulu glanced at him curiously, but didn't ask anything, closing her eyes docilely and emptying her mind and body just as Yang Kai had instructed. Kai Yang immediately let go of his hands. Not long after, Hua Yulu suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After opening her eyes again, Hua Yulu's eyes were as clear as spring water and her cheeks were flushed red. Even her fair neck was stained with a layer of red. She did not expect that Yang Kai's so-called abrupt actions were actually touching her sensitive breasts. The strength and heat from his fingertips made her feel embarrassed. If it weren't for her previous probing, Hua Yulu would have thought that Yang Kai was a lecherous lecher. However, Yang Kai did not show any interest in her previous probing, so it was impossible for him to take advantage of her in such a way. Chapter 27:12. That's it? Hua Yulu asked. Naturally. Yang Kai nodded. Hua Yulu was stunned. Originally, when she heard Yang Kai say that it would take a lot of effort to get rid of the goo insect, she thought that it would take a lot of effort, but it turned out that it was only a matter of a few dozen breaths, and Yang Kai didn't even use much strength. Young Master Yang's business is really profitable. Hua Yulu was full of admiration. Thinking about the 20 to 30 cities in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai would earn 2 million to 3 million high-rank source crystals this time alone. This was simply daylight robbery. It's just a small business, earning some money for my hard work. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand. Big Sister Hua, please call the next person in. And make them follow the order. If anyone dares to rob, don't blame this young master for not giving face. Got it. Hua Yulu got up, thanked him, and turned to leave, but after walking a few steps, she turned back and said, Young Master Yang, if you have time in the future, please be sure to visit my 100-flower palace. This big sister will definitely welcome you. 100-flower palace. It was the first time Yang Kai had heard of it, but there were many sects in the southern territory, so it was normal that he hadn't heard of it. However, he had seen many 100-flower towers. It seemed that many cities in the southern territory had a 100-flower tower, and in those towers, TSK, after sending Hua Yulu away, Yang Kai sat in place and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and hammered his chest. Asterisk puff, asterisk spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became sluggish, as if he had just gone through a great battle. A person pushed the door and came in with a flattering smile. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yang Kai's appearance and was shocked. Lord Yang. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai said weakly, It's nothing. Sit down, I'll help you get rid of the goo insect. The person was overjoyed, but still worried. Do you want to rest for a while? This one can wait. Yang Kai was fine before, but now he was spitting out blood and looking listless, obviously because he had consumed too much energy to get rid of the goo insect. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, With the goo worm in your body, you won't feel at ease, it's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. When this person heard this, he was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude and obediently handed over a space ring containing tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai put it away and immediately did the same. Half a day later, Yang Kai's figure flickered. When he appeared in the previous room, he looked refreshed and his face was rosy. He no longer looked as dispirited as before. Everyone was waiting. Seeing him appear, they all gathered around him. Yang Kai swept a glance over, then looked at Yi Hen and said, Sect Master Yi. What do you plan to do now? Yi Hen sighed. He replied, Let's return to Thousand Leaves Sect first before making a decision. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Although Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed, it was still the home of Yi Hen and the others. After being imprisoned for more than a year, now that they had regained their freedom, they naturally had to go back and take a look. What's more, there were still a few hundred surviving disciples in Emperor Heaven Valley that needed to be settled down. Monster King and I will send you off. I have something to discuss with Sect Master Yi. Then we'll have to trouble Lord Yang and Monster King. Yi Hen had a grateful expression, thinking that Yang Kai was specially sending them off. With these two escorting them, they would not have to worry about encountering any danger on the way. Everyone immediately set off. After leaving Flowing Shadow City, they flew south. Yang Kai, I have something to say to you. Halfway there, Zhu Qing suddenly sent him a sound transmission. This dragon girl had been following him all this time, but Yang Kai did not know what her intentions were. In any case, she did not have much malice towards him, so it was fine for her to follow him. What? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Zhu Qing froze in place. Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand to signaling Fei to take the others and leave first, while he himself stayed behind. After everyone's figures disappeared, Yang Kai asked, Why are you being so mysterious? Zhu Qing said, You killed an elder of Star Soul Palace, aren't you worried at all? Yang Kai smiled and said, Are you worried about me? Zhu Qing curled her lips and said, I am not related to you in any way, so what does your life have to do with me? Then why don't you ask me this? Yang Kai stared at her with interest. Zhu Qing's expression was a little uncomfortable, and she looked away and said, No matter what that elder of Star Soul Palace did wrong, his status is still there. Now that you have killed him, I'm afraid that Star Soul Palace will not let this matter rest. Furthermore, this matter involves a lot of people, so you can't hide it even if you want to. Star Soul Palace will definitely trace it back to you. I don't want to hide it, Yang Kai smiled slightly. The main reason why he didn't kill the 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm was because he wanted them to give a statement so that the masters of Star Soul Palace could investigate. Otherwise, if those people were really dead, then anything he said would be just a one-sided story, and it wouldn't be enough to convince them. But now, it was different. The 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm had all said the same thing, so even if Star Soul Palace really did investigate, they couldn't blame Yang Kai. Of course, if they wanted to protect him, then there was nothing he could do. Aren't you worried at all? As if she didn't believe Yang Kai, Zhu Qing turned her head to look at him, trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai laughed and said, "People of my generation are quick to take revenge. If I have to worry about this and that, what's the point of living?" Zhu Qing looked at him in shock, not knowing what to say. After being stunned for a while, she said, "I suggest you find a place to hide for a while." Yang Kai sneered, "Someone said that before." Huayulu had advised him to hide in the Northern Territory's forbidden frozen earth land, but now Zhu Qing was saying the same thing. Star Soul Palace is the sect of the great emperors after all. If they really want to find trouble with me, although the star boundary is big, I'm afraid there will be no place for me to hide. I won't hide. Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. How could there be no place for you to hide? Zhu Qing smiled slyly, I know there is a place in this world where you can hide. Even if the great emperors come in person, they won't be able to find trouble with you. You're not talking about Dragon Island, are you? Yang Kai squinted at her. Zhu Qing nodded and said, "It is Dragon Island." TSK. Yang Kai smacked his lips twice, rubbed his chin, and suddenly walked around Zhu Qing. What are you doing? Zhu Qing felt extremely uncomfortable being scrutinized by his eyes. She couldn't help but tighten her clothes. I'm just curious. Yang Kai stood in front of her and grinned, You've been trying to get me to go to Dragon Island time and time again. What are you trying to do? Last time, she said that she wanted him to go to Dragon Island. At that time, she didn't make it too obvious, so Yang Kai didn't care. This time, she mentioned it again, but Yang Kai saw some clues. This chick couldn't be thinking that she couldn't beat him, so she wanted to trick him to go to Dragon Island and then call a group of brothers and sisters to beat him up, right? Sure enough, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. What could I be trying to do? Zhu Qing's eyes flickered a few times, avoiding Yang Kai's gaze. Her appearance made Yang Kai feel that there was something fishy going on. You can't say for sure. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, maybe you've taken a fancy to me and want to take me back by force to do whatever you want to me. You're bullshitting. Zhu Qing was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never seen such a shameless person. Yang Kai laughed loudly, then turned around and chased after Ing Fei and the others. Wait. Zhu Qing was anxious, but she was annoyed in her heart. Why didn't the elder's method work at all? Originally, she thought that once she said that, Yang Kai would immediately follow her to Dragon Island to lie low for a while, but who knew that this guy didn't care about killing the Star Soul Palace elder at all? Her mission seemed to be a long way to go. Just when would she be able to complete it? Thousand Leaves Sect. It was a ruin with broken walls everywhere. Yi Hen and the others flew over from above, all of them looking sad and sorrowful. After a short while, everyone arrived at Emperor Heaven Valley. Yang Kai opened the spatial formation of Emperor Heaven Valley and let everyone enter. Yi Hen's tears ran down his cheeks when he saw the few hundred disciples who survived. He felt that he had let down the hopes of his ancestors and blamed himself. Only this Emperor Heaven Valley was left intact. Even with the 9 great celestial puppets in his hands, Yi Hen didn't know how to rebuild the sect. Yang Kai wandered around the Emperor Heaven Valley, and Zhu Qing followed him like a shadow. He couldn't get rid of her, and she would urge him to go to Dragon Island from time to time, which annoyed Yang Kai to no end. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have any ill intentions towards him, Yang Kai would have knocked her out with a punch and done that. What are you looking for when you wander around? Zhu Qing followed Yang Kai around for half a day and ran around the entire Emperor Heaven Valley a few times. Finally, she couldn't help but ask. Women should shut up when men do things. Yang Kai ignored her and finally looked at the valley and nodded slightly. Zhu Qing was so angry that her face turned pale. She stomped her foot and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She has quite a temper. Yang Kai glanced at her back and sneered. He scanned with his divine sense and found Yi Hen's location. Yang Kai immediately appeared next to Yi Hen with the help of the spatial laws. Lord Yang. Yi Hen hurriedly stood up. Yang Kai waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down and talk. He then said, Sect Master Yi, have you thought about what you should do in the future? Yi Hen sighed and said, there are so many things to do, and I don't know where to start. However, after going through this Yi has understood one thing. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai stared at him. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Yi Hen said sadly, although my Thousand Leaves sect has 9 heavenly puppets, we don't have any masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so we can't display the full power of the heavenly puppets. Even if this Yi wants to help Thousand Leaves sect rise again, with our current manpower and situation, I'm afraid that it will only invite disaster. Yang Kai nodded and said, then Sect Master Yi plans to increase his strength first. Yi Hen said, that is indeed my plan. Fortunately, the world energy in this Emperor Heaven Valley is rich. In 3 to 5 years, this Yi should be able to break through to the Emperor realm. When that time comes, I'll be able to protect myself. Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Ye's considerations are thorough. After a pause, Yang Kai said, however, I have another suggestion. I wonder if Sect Master Yi is willing to listen. Chapter 27:13. Lord Yang has saved this Ye's life, and our Thousand Leaves sect owes him even more. Feel free to speak your mind, this Yi is all ears, Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled, the Emperor Heaven Valley is indeed a good place. There is no need to worry about safety here, and the world energy here is quite good as well, very suitable for cultivation. However, although the Emperor Heaven Valley is good, it is still too small and inconvenient to enter and exit. Sect Master Yi is determined to reach the Emperor realm, so it's fine for you to stay here for 3 to 5 years, but what about those disciples? Those 500 disciples had varying strengths, so if they were really trapped here for 3 to 5 years, they might become restless and even develop heart demons. Yi Hen sighed, how could this Yi not know this? But where can we go now? Yang Kai said, what if I can provide Sect Master Yi with a better place? A better place? Yi Hen was stunned. Yang Kai spread his arms and said, that place is thousands of times larger than this place, and the world energy there is also much denser. Not to mention 500 people, even if 50,000 people entered, it wouldn't be crowded. Many of the spirit peaks are empty, and no one cares about them. If Sect Master Yi goes there, he might be able to break through to the Emperor realm in less than 3 to 5 years. Yi Hen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Following Yang Kai's description, it seemed like a magnificent picture of mountains and rivers was slowly unfolding before his eyes. However, he soon smiled bitterly and said, if there really was such a precious place, it would have been occupied by those great sects long ago, so how could our Thousand Leaves sect have a chance? Yang Kai smiled, Sect Master Yi is right. This precious place was indeed occupied by a great sect, but it has now been destroyed. Oh? Yi Hen was stunned, may I ask Lord Yang where this place is? Northern Territory, Seeking Passion Sect. Yi Hen frowned and thought for a moment before his expression changed and he exclaimed, you mean Seeking Passion Sect? From his expression, it was obvious that he had heard of Seeking Passion sect. After all, Seeking Passion sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. There was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master in the sect. In terms of status, it was on par with the Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and many other large sects in the Southern Territory. It was not something that the Thousand Leaves sect could compare to. Not bad. The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed. Who did it? Yi Hen was horrified. It was simply unimaginable that such a colossal force would actually be annihilated. Comparatively speaking, Thousand Leaves sect had also suffered a calamity of annihilation. More or less, they still had 500 disciples and the Emperor Heaven Valley. However, from Yang Kai's tone, it seemed that the Seeking Passion sect had been completely annihilated. Otherwise, why would he not care about the sect's foundation? As soon as she spoke, Yi Hen seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, could it be that Lord Yang, although the Seeking Passion sect had a third-layer Emperor Realm Master guarding it, Yang Kai was someone who could even kill an Elder of Star Soul Palace, and he even had the Monster King by his side. Destroying the Seeking Passion sect didn't seem impossible. This thought gave him a fright. He didn't expect that such a gentle and genial young man would be so ferocious. He had actually destroyed a sect at the slightest provocation. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and didn't deny it. I built a high heaven palace on the former site of the Seeking Passion sect. That place is now mine. If Sect Master Yi is interested, you can settle down there for the time being. You don't have to worry about your safety. I've also invited a Spirit Array Master to rearrange the sect's Grand Protective Array, making it impregnable. Yi Hen's emotions fluctuated as he listened. How old was Yang Kai? He had actually occupied the former site of a top sect in the Northern Territory and established a sect. Yi Hen, on the other hand, couldn't even protect the foundation that had been passed down from his ancestors. Comparing the two, he simply didn't have the face to continue living. Yang Kai said, although I built the High Heaven Palace, there are few people in the sect. In any case, there is nothing else to do. If Sect Master Yi thinks it's okay, you can take the disciples there and settle down. Yi Hen curiously asked, dare I ask Lord Yang, how many people does your noble sect have now? Yang Kai chuckled dryly. He raised 3 fingers. 3,000? It really isn't that many. Yi Hen suddenly understood. For Seeking Passion sect's huge foundation, 3,000 people really wasn't a big deal. There were definitely many spirit peaks that were empty. Even Thousand Leaves sect used to have 3,000 disciples. There are no 3,000, no 3,000. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. 300? Yi Hen was stunned. Thinking about it, even if Yang Kai had really founded the High Heaven Palace, it was impossible for him to recruit so many disciples in such a short time. A new sect had to adhere to the principle of better quality than substandard. It was impossible for them to accept just anyone. Even if there were only 300 people, these 300 people were probably elites among elites. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said with difficulty, there aren't 300 either. Yi Hen was startled and hesitated, could it be, there are only 3 for now? Yang Kai laughed. Yi Hen couldn't believe his ears. Such a huge foundation only had 3 disciples? How lucky would these 3 disciples be? They could freely absorb the rich world energy in the spirit mountains and rivers, and naturally enter and exit the many cultivation secret lands at will. Wouldn't their cultivation soar? Although there are only 3, they are actually just guest elders. There aren't any disciples for now. 3 guest elders? What are their cultivations? Yi Hen was shocked. Yang Kai glanced to the side and pointed, the Flying Eagle Monster King is one, and the other 2 are also like him, but I had them stay behind to look after the sect this time, so they didn't follow us. See. Yi Hen sucked in a breath of cold air and hesitated, could those 2 also be Monster Kings? Yang Kai nodded. Yi Hen felt like he had been hit by a sledgehammer and was stunned. He originally thought that Yang Kai was lucky to have a monster king by his side, but he didn't expect him to have 3 monster kings by his side. A sect that had just been established and hadn't even recruited a single disciple, but it actually had 3 monster kings as guest elders. What kind of foundation was this? Many top sects couldn't even compare to it. It could be imagined that in the future, this High Heaven Palace would definitely become the #1 sect in the entire star boundary, second only to the sect of the Great Emperors. No wonder Yang Kai said that there was no need to worry about safety. There was already a sect protecting formation, and now there were 2 monster kings guarding it. Who would dare to go there and cause trouble? It had to be said that Yi Hen was indeed moved. Compared to Emperor Heaven Valley, the current High Heaven Palace was undoubtedly more suitable for them. Emperor Heaven Valley couldn't compare to the excellent cultivation environment. Although Emperor Heaven Valley was good, it wasn't big. 500 disciples cultivating here would definitely be inefficient, and he still had to break through to the Emperor realm. However, as a sect master, Yi Hen had many things to consider, so even though he was moved, he didn't immediately agree. After hesitating for a long time, Yi Hen sighed and said, Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years, but it has been suppressed to this extent in this Ye's hands. This Yi doesn't want to become a sinner, but I can't let Thousand Leaves sect's legacy end in my hands. Yang Kai smiled and said, I understand what sect master Yi is worried about. I'm not asking you to go to the High Heaven Palace to recruit you. Don't worry, Thousand Leaves sect is still Thousand Leaves sect. Sect Master Yi only needs to focus on recuperating after you go to the High Heaven Palace. When you feel that you can come back and rebuild Thousand Leaves sect, I won't stop you. Yi Hen's hesitation was probably because he was worried that Yang Kai wanted to annex Thousand Leaves sect. Although Yang Kai had shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect, if they were really annexed, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be destroyed, and there would no longer be a sect in the future. As the sect master, it was his duty to revitalize Thousand Leaves sect, so how could Yi Hen be willing to see such an ending? Yi Hen was startled when he heard this and said shamefully, this Yi has gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own pettiness. Thinking about it, if Yang Kai really wanted to annex Thousand Leaves sect, he could have done so directly through force. He had no choice but to agree, so there was no need to say so much. Sect Master Yi has his own considerations, I understand, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since Lord Yang is so kind, this Yi will accept Thousand Leaves sect's offer. We will remember this kindness in our hearts. Yi Hen bowed and said, but, the northern territory is far away, how should we proceed? I have my own plans. After the matter was settled, Yang Kai immediately set up a space array in the middle of the valley. There were 2 reasons for bringing these people from Thousand Leaves sect to High Heaven Palace. Firstly, the High Heaven Palace was currently empty, so they would be able to add some liveliness there. Secondly, Yang Kai was quite interested in Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques. As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you have to be soft-hearted. With so many people from Thousand Leaves sect going to High Heaven Palace, it would imperceptibly affect the High Heaven Palace, which was equivalent to Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques. In the future, when the people from Shadowed Star came over, they would have an additional defensive technique. The strength of the people from Shadowed Star was not high, so puppet techniques were just right for them. Thirdly, Yang Kai wanted to use Emperor Heaven Valley as a transfer point for his space array. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent small world, so after the space array outside was destroyed, no one other than Yang Kai could open it. Setting up a territory-crossing space array in Emperor Heaven Valley was absolutely safe, and there was no need to worry about it being destroyed. Yang Kai still had some space spirit crystals and space spirit jades left, which were just enough to set up a territory-crossing space array. After some work, a brand new array was set up in the valley in less than half a day. Zhu Qing, who had been watching from the side, was shocked. Only now did she know that Yang Kai had such attainments in the Tao of space. Yi Hen also took advantage of this time to inform the 500 disciples of his decision. Naturally, no one objected. On the contrary, when they heard that they would be going to the Northern Territory, many of them became excited. For these people, it was likely that they would never be able to go to the Northern Territory with their own abilities. Now that they heard that they would be going to a place hundreds of millions of kilometers away, they were naturally very curious, wondering what the Northern Territory would be like. After everything was ready, Yang Kai ordered Ing Fei to take the lead and act as the vanguard. He then arranged for the 500 disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to take turns stepping onto the space array. Every time the space array was activated, a large number of source crystals would be consumed. At most, it could only transport 20 to 30 people at a time. Just the transport alone cost Yang Kai nearly 100,000 high-rank source crystals, which made Yi Hen's heart ache. Chapter 27:14. Sorry, my stomach hasn't been feeling well recently. I didn't eat or drink anything in the morning and went to the hospital. Then, chronic gastritis, gastric erosion, chronic cholecystitis with multiple polyps. I really didn't know if I didn't check, but when I did, I was shocked and brought back a lot of medicine. Let me rest for a while and calm down my nerves. More than 500 people were teleported over quickly. Yang Kai was the last to jump onto the space magic array. As soon as he stood firmly, a fragrance wafted over. Zhu Qing landed lightly beside him. Yang Kai had a headache and said, "How long are you going to stay with me? Why don't we go our separate ways and go back to our own homes?" Zhu Qing looked at him seriously and asked, "Do you want to go to Dragon Island? Get lost." Yang Kai was irritated when he heard the words, Dragon Island. "Is this how you talk to your friends?" Zhu Qing said angrily. "If you mention that word again, we can't even be friends anymore." Yang Kai snorted and said sinisterly, "You better be careful. When we teleport, I'll banish you into a crack in the void. You won't be able to find your way out for the rest of your life." Zhu Qing's expression changed. She grabbed Yang Kai's arm and held it tightly. She didn't even notice that her full breasts were pressed against his arm. "You're so close to me. I can't control myself." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He said seriously, "I don't know why, but as long as I'm close to you, I'm always ready to make a move. Then don't mess around." Zhu Qing said uncomfortably. She moved slightly away from Yang Kai. "I know." Yang Kai replied grumpily. He activated the space magic array. With a flash of light, he immediately disappeared. "Young Master Yang! Young Master Yang!" As soon as his vision recovered, he heard two familiar calls. He looked up and saw that it was Xia Wuwei, the Monster King. After a few months, they met Yang Kai again. The two Monster Kings looked excited. They looked at each other and there was a hint of competition in their eyes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. It's just taking care of the house. It's nothing much, as long as young Master Yang says so. You can look at it for as long as you want." Shi Lei chuckled. Xia Wuwei immediately patted him on the shoulder and said, "Since you like to look after the house, I'll leave this important task to you. Next time when young Master Yang goes out, I'll follow him." Shi Lei's expression changed, and he said angrily, "Bullshit. Why is it my turn this time?" Xia Wuwei curled his lips and said, "You were the one who lost last time. Are you trying to deny it?" Shi Lei laughed out loud and said, "How can you take a drunk's word seriously? As the Monster King, how can you go back on your word?" Xia Wuwei snorted coldly. "Come fight me if you're not convinced." Shi Lei puffed out his chest, revealing his firm muscles. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed and walked down from the space array. He walked around the quarreling duo and arrived in front of Yi Hen. He smiled and asked, "Master Yi, how is this place?" At this moment, Yi Hen had a shocked expression on his face as he took a deep breath. Feeling the rich world energy in the air, he could hardly believe that he had come to such a precious place. What made him even more dizzy was the fact that he had crossed territory through a space array. A moment ago, he was still in the southern territory, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in the northern territory. Good, very good. There is no place better than this, Yi Hen praised sincerely. As expected of the foundation of a top sect. If an ordinary place had such rich world energy, what would the forbidden cultivation grounds and spirit peaks be like? Compared to the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect, they were simply not on the same level. No wonder the disciples of those great sects grew so quickly. With such a good cultivation environment, their cultivation speed would definitely be faster. The faces of the 500,000 Leaves sect disciples were also filled with joy, if not for them having some misgivings about losing face. If they didn't care about their reputation, they would have run around and cheered. However, the joy on their faces could not be concealed. Seeing this scene, Yi Hen sighed slightly in his heart. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. If he really cultivated in this place and wanted to rebuild Thousand Leaves sect one day, who knew how many people would be willing to follow him? However, his expression soon turned serious and he threw away this thought. Now was not the time to think about this. What he needed to consider now was to increase his cultivation and break through to the Emperor realm. Only when his strength reached the level of the Emperor realm would he have the possibility of rebuilding Thousand Leaves sect. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. There are many spirit peaks. Sect Master Yi can choose where to live. As for your noble sect's disciples, you can also make arrangements for them. Except for some forbidden cultivation grounds that are covered by spirit arrays, you are free to go anywhere else, Yang Kai instructed. Many thanks, Lord Yang, Yi Hen cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded and walked over to Qi Yu and the others. Looking at them with a smile, he opened his arms and shouted, "Everyone, from now on, this will be your home in the star boundary." Qi Yu and the others were different from Thousand Leaves sect. They all came from the same star territory and had a close relationship with each other. Yang Kai had established High Heaven Palace for the people of his homeland, and Qi Yu and the others were naturally among them. Sect Master is quite capable. Gue Zhu chuckled. Gu Zongyun said, "Now, you should address him as Palace Master." Gue Zhu immediately nodded. High Heaven Sect and High Heaven Palace might only have a single word difference, but they were completely different existences. The latter's scale was undoubtedly incomparable to the former's. Qi Yu turned her head and looked around, sighing. If Qing Luo could also come here to cultivate, Yang Kai said solemnly, "I'm also asking about how to go back, but I don't have any leads for now. If I can return to Star Territory one day, I will definitely bring them all here." Aio patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and quickly said, "It's really not easy for you." He had roamed the star boundary alone for only a few years, yet he had actually built up such a large family business. Although he had only seen his glory, Aio knew that there must have been many hardships and inhumane sorrows behind it. What was even rarer was that even though Yang Kai's strength and status had changed, he had not forgotten his roots. Aio was extremely satisfied with this son-in-law of his. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Find a place to stay," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Come, let's go see how big this home is with this old master." Gue Zhu called out, immediately turning into a cloud of ghost chi and flying forward. The others also excitedly followed. Although they had been living in Thousand Leaves sect before and Yi Hen had treated them very well, they were still living under someone else's roof. However, things were different now. This High Heaven Palace could be considered a place that belonged to them, and it gave them a great sense of belonging. Yi Hen cupped his fists and said, Lord Yang, this Yi will also take these kids to have a look. As you wish, Sect Master Yi. Yang Kai smiled lightly. The hundreds of people quickly left, all of them looking as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Seeking Passion sect was extremely large, so they had to choose a place to stay. It would take at least a few days. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and asked, Sister Hua, aren't you going? Hua Qingxi smiled and said, No need, we'll just find a place to stay later. She was from Star Soul Palace. She was not surprised by this kind of cultivation environment, so she naturally would not be like Gui Zhu and Yi Hen. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he asked, What are you worried about? Star Soul Palace? Or are you blaming me for killing Tan Junhao? Hua Qingxi glanced at him and shook her head, Honored Master, that person brought about his own death, so I won't blame you. Even if Star Soul Palace investigates this matter, I'm afraid they won't blame you. It's just that. But what? I'm a disciple of Star Soul Palace after all. Now that I've followed you to the Northern Territory, it can be said that I've betrayed the sect. Hua Qingxi laughed at herself with a bitter expression. Yang Kai asked curiously, You haven't done anything wrong to Star Soul Palace, so how can you say that you've betrayed them? Hua Qingxi stretched out her hand and tapped his forehead, smiling faintly as she said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. In any case, from today onwards, I am a member of your towering firmament palace. If Sun Star Divine Palace really comes knocking on our door, I'll help you beat them back. How dare they steal my people? Not even Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai said fiercely. Hua Qingxi nodded in satisfaction and smiled, Anyway, I've boarded your pirate ship. Okay, I'm going to find a place to stay. As she spoke, her figure flickered and flew off into the distance. Yang Kai stared at her back for a while before shaking his head slightly. Then, he looked at Shilei and Xia Wuwei and asked, Has anything happened recently? Shilei scratched his cheek and looked at Xia Wuwei. The latter cupped his fists and said, Young Master Yang, nothing major has happened. However, many cultivators come to the sect every day, wanting to join High Heaven Palace. We didn't pay any attention to them. Other than that, Miss Ji Yao came twice, but when she saw that you weren't here, she went back. She told me to ask you to go to Ice Heart Valley when you came back. It seems that something has happened. I know. Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll go and take a look. As he spoke, he flashed onto the space array. Zhu Qing stood beside Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai glanced at her, You want to follow me? Are you a follower? Zhu Qing said calmly, Either you agree to go with me, or I'll follow you. Yang Kai looked at her with a bitter face, What kind of enmity do you have with me? Why do you have to torture me like this? I'm warning you, don't push your luck, or I won't be polite to you. Shilei heard this. His eyes immediately widened and he rubbed his palms, Young Master Yang, go ahead. Leave this chick to me. I promise to beat her until her mother can't recognize her. Good. Yang Kai was overjoyed and gave Shilei a thumbs up, Old ox, if you can deal with her, this young master will reward you handsomely. You will enjoy great glory and wealth. Shilei laughed, What's so difficult about that? While speaking, demonic qi directly slapped Zhu Qing with his big, fan-like palm. His fierce posture showed no mercy to the fairer sex. Zhu Qing's face turned cold and she glared at Shilei with her beautiful eyes. She was a member of the Supreme Dragon race. She tolerated Yang Kai because Yang Kai had the source of the ancestral dragon. Now, a monster king dared to talk nonsense in front of her. Yang Kai's grievances burst out in an instant. She punched out with her fist, lightly meeting Shilei's slap head-on. Shilei frowned. Although he said that he would beat Zhu Qing until her mother couldn't recognize her, he could see that she and Yang Kai didn't seem to be enemies. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't really be ruthless. Otherwise, if he slapped this chick to death, who knew how young Master Yang would punish him? He was a monster king. He had copper skin and iron bones and infinite strength. Ordinary third-layer Emperor realm masters didn't dare to fight him head-on. This chick was delicate and petite. At first glance, it was obvious that she didn't have much strength. Seeing that his opponent was going to fight him head-on, Shilei didn't dare to use his full strength. He quickly held back a little and grinned, "Little girl, how dare you be so arrogant? I'll let you see this king's, bang, the fist and palm collided." Before he could finish speaking, Shilei turned into a bolt of lightning and flew straight out. He hit a mountain peak several hundred feet away and made a big hole in it. Chapter 27:15. Zhu Qing remained motionless as she stood firmly on the space array with a calm expression on her face, as if what she had just sent flying was not a monster king, but a small monster beast. Turning her beautiful eyes, she stared at Xia Wuwei and asked, "Do you want to teach me a lesson too?" Cold sweat dripped down Xia Wuwei's forehead as he shook his head like a rattle. Ying Fei was all smiles as he bowed and said, "Have a safe journey, sirs." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and glanced at Zhu Qing helplessly before activating the space array and leaving. After a while, Xia Wuwei poked Ying Fei with lingering fear and asked cautiously, "That girl, what is her background?" She fought Shilei head-on and sent him flying with a single punch. Let alone a human, even a monster king wouldn't have such strength. Could she be another divine spirit? Ying Fei's mouth squirmed as he softly spat out 2 words. Xia Wuwei was dumbfounded. The cold air was biting cold and snow was everywhere. As soon as Yang Kai appeared from Ice Heart Valley space array, he saw someone leaning against the base of the space array with their buttocks sticking out in front of him. This person was studying something while muttering to himself, completely oblivious to the 2 people behind him. Isn't this Southern Gate Army? All of Ice Heart Valley were women, but the person in front of him was a man, and his back was so familiar. How could Yang Kai not recognize him? Yang Kai frowned and listened for a while, but he couldn't understand what he was saying. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Don't be noisy." Southern Gate Army didn't look back and maintained his posture. He growled impatiently. But soon, as if remembering something, he suddenly stood up and turned to look at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was shocked. The other party's hair was disheveled and his eyes were red, as if he was possessed. On the other hand, Southern Gate Army looked happy. He immediately rushed over and whispered, "Grandmaster Yang, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Waiting for me?" Yang Kai was surprised. "What for?" Southern Gate Army enthusiastically said, "I was waiting for you to discuss the Tao of Spirit arrays with me. Let's go, let's find a place to talk." "What can we talk about?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Southern Gate Army's face, "Grandmaster Yang, you can't say that. Spirit arrays are profound and have a long history. As the saying goes, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish a jade. If you and I exchange pointers, it will be good for both of us. But I don't want to." Southern Gate Army's face. Yang Kai looked at the space array on the ground and said indifferently, "You can't figure out anything about this space array, can you?" South Gate Dajuan's face reddened as he shook his head and said, "How is that possible?" It won't take long for me to crack it and set up another one." "Okay, keep up the good work." Yang Kai patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Wait. Southern Gate Army grabbed Yang Kai's clothes. "Let go." Yang Kai turned and stared at him. Southern Gate Army's face was bitter. He lowered his head and said, "Grandmaster Yang, you have sharp eyes. This space array. I really can't figure it out. Please. Grandmaster Yang, enlighten me." Let go first. Kai Yang stared at the clothes he was holding. Southern Gate Army let go. He had a flattering smile on his face, but he made a gesture of grabbing Yang Kai at any time, as if he was afraid that he would run away. He stretched out his hand and flicked his wrinkled clothes. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "You want to learn?" Southern Gate Army nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. His eyes were shining with thirst for knowledge. "I can teach you." Yang Kai smiled. Southern Gate Army's expression immediately became solemn. He tidied his clothes and bowed to the ground. "Please accept my bow, Master Yang." "But what can you give me?" Yang Kai asked back. Southern Gate Army smiled bitterly. "What do you want?" "I have a lot of source crystals." "I have a lot of source crystals." Yang Kai said disdainfully. "Then I will use other arrays to exchange with you. I have some arrays from ancient times. They are powerful and unpredictable. Not interested." Southern Gate Army said with a sad face, "Then what do you want?" Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself, when the High Heaven Palace was first established, it just happened to lack a chief array master. Southern Gate Army's face changed when he heard this. He shook his head and said, No, I have always been a loner. If I really join a sect, I am afraid I will cause trouble for Grandmaster Yang and your sect. Then forget it." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai turned and left. Grandmaster Yang, let's talk nicely." Southern Gate Army wanted to grab Yang Kai's clothes again. "Think about it yourself. Everything will happen naturally. I will not force you." Yang Kai's figure flickered and he quickly ran away. Although both of them were First Order Emperor Realm Masters, Southern Gate Army specialized in the Tao of Spirit arrays. How could he be Yang Kai's opponent? Southern Gate Army stared at Yang Kai's receding figure and couldn't help but stomp his feet in annoyance. Inside Ice Heart Valley, there were many beautiful women and the fragrance of Wintersweet. Although Ice Heart Valley had suffered a great disaster last time, after being reborn from the ashes, it had become more united. Everywhere he passed, many female disciples were cultivating and exchanging pointers to improve their strength. After seeing Yang Kai, they all bowed respectfully and greeted him. "Greetings, Lord Yang." They all seemed to recognize Yang Kai. After all, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide last time and saved Ice Heart Valley from the abyss of suffering. Many disciples had seen Yang Kai's true face. Even if they hadn't seen him with their own eyes, they had seen his image. At this moment, he really was young, handsome, and had a heroic figure. Naturally, they couldn't take their eyes off him. There were even bolder ones who kept throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai, causing him to feel overwhelmed. Although Ice Heart Valley's disciples were quite good, they were all women after all, so there was more yin than yang. Many of the female disciples had lived in Ice Heart Valley since childhood and had never left, so they had never even seen a man before. In the future, when High Heaven Palace grew stronger, they might be able to form a marriage alliance with Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had many beautiful women, but no man loved them. It was quite pitiful. This was a good idea. Presumably, Senior Bing Yun wouldn't refuse. After all, Ice Heart Valley didn't forbid marriage. However, those who married would no longer be disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Walking to the corridor of the central hall, a figure flashed in front of Yang Kai. A woman with a cold face suddenly appeared in front of him and gently nodded to him. "When did you come back?" "Just now. I heard you were looking for me." Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao and asked. "Honored Master is looking for you," Ji Yao said, glancing at the girl behind Yang Kai and asking doubtfully, "This is," seeing Zhu Qing's petite figure, full figure, and stunning face, she couldn't help but compare them in her heart. Yang Kai had only gone out for a few months, but he had actually brought back a stunning woman. Moreover, it seemed that the two were very close. Otherwise, why would he bring her to Ice Heart Valley? She inexplicably felt annoyed. Don't worry about her. Yang Kai was too lazy to introduce Zhu Qing to her. The identity of a dragon girl was too shocking. Ji Yao glanced at Yang Kai, and without the previous intimacy, she suddenly became a little cold and said casually, "Come with me." She doesn't even bother to introduce me. Has she become so distant after not seeing me for a few months? Or maybe it's because she has a new lover. She turned around and led the way. Yang Kai quickly caught up with her. He asked, "How have you been?" Ji Yao replied indifferently, "Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine." Feeling the coldness, Yang Kai was baffled. He scratched his head and simply didn't say anything, lest he invite a rebuff. When they arrived in front of a palace, Yang Kai stopped and looked back at Zhu Qing. "Wait here, I have something to discuss with Senior Bing Yun." Zhu Qing looked at him distrustfully. "You won't take the opportunity to run away, right?" Yang Kai sneered, "I didn't do anything wrong, why would I run?" Zhu Qing nodded slightly and stood there quietly. Ji Yao glanced at the two of them. The corners of her mouth suddenly curled. When he entered the main hall, he saw Bing Yun. Several disciples were waiting on her at the side. They seemed to be discussing something. Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. Bing Yun smiled and said, "You're not an outsider, so there's no need to be polite. Sit." Yang Kai sat down and asked about Lu Xianyun's situation. He learned that she had been in retreat recently, preparing to break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm, which put him at ease. Although Lu Xianyun came from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, after all, she had gone through life and death with him, so there was a friendship between them. She could enter Ice Heart Valley thanks to Yang Kai's recommendation, so naturally, he had to be more concerned about her. But then again, Lu Xianyun herself was a cultivator from the territory of the Lower Star. Her aptitude was outstanding, and as long as she had enough cultivation resources, breaking through to the Emperor realm was almost certain. Whether it was for Yang Kai's sake or for Lu Xianyun's excellent aptitude, Ice Heart Valley spared no effort to cultivate her. "Have you returned to the Southern Territory recently?" Bing Yun asked. She remembered that when Yang Kai came to say goodbye last time, he said that he was going back to the Southern Territory. I went back." Ji Yao walked over with a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yang Kai, saying lightly, "You also brought back a woman. Big brother, don't you need to call her in and introduce her to Honored Master? We may have to meet often in the future." Bing Yun looked at Ji Yao in amazement, and the senior sisters also had strange expressions. They felt that Ji Yao was giving off an inexplicable hostility today. Many of them swept outside with their divine senses and found a woman standing outside the hall. Bing Yun said, "She is a guest." "Yang Kai, how can you leave her alone outside?" "Senior, don't worry about her. That person is very troublesome." Yang Kai also couldn't explain it clearly. Ji Yao said, "Big brother must have done something wrong to her. That's why you are so afraid of her." "I'm afraid of her?" Yang Kai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his hair standing on end. What a joke. Ji Yao stared at Yang Kai and said, "That is to say, Big brother really did something wrong to her?" "No, don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai blushed and quickly picked up the cup, drinking water to hide his embarrassment. And Ruo Yun and the others were watching from the side. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if they had seen through something. Ji Yao sneered, "It's true." Then she said seriously, "Big brother, if you abandon a woman, I will definitely ignore you in the future." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of tea and complained, "That's not true. Yao why are you acting weird today?" Chapter 27:16. Ji Yao ignored him and turned to face the back of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai put down his teacup, not knowing what to say. Speechless, he turned to look at Bing Yun and changed the topic. Senior, are you looking for me for something? Bing Yun nodded and said, do you know the High Sky sect? I seem to have heard of it. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before rubbing his palms. A sect in the Northern Territory? He hadn't been active in the Northern Territory for a long time, and his range of activities wasn't large. He didn't know much about the Northern Territory compared to the Southern Territory, so he didn't know much about the situation in the Northern Territory. The only ones he knew about were Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect. When he first heard about the High Sky sect and Fire Dragon Palace, he didn't react, but after thinking about it carefully, he immediately remembered that the heritage and strength of these two sects weren't much worse than Seeking Passion sects. They were also top sects in the Northern Territory with third-stage Emperor Realm Masters overseeing them. Yang Kai frowned and said, Senior suddenly mentioned these two sects. Is there something I need to pay attention to? He had established a sect in the Northern Territory, and since the High Sky sect and Fire Dragon Palace were also top sects in the Northern Territory, they would definitely have to deal with each other in the future. There might even be some competition and friction. They weren't like Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had a deep relationship with Yang Kai, so it was impossible for them to have conflicts. Bing Yun said, in the entire star boundary, the Eastern Territory has the Serene Soul Great Emperor Serene Soul Palace, the Southern Territory has the Bright Moon Great Emperor Star Soul Palace, and even the Western Territory has the Night Shadow Great Emperor's Assassin Palace. All the top sects bow down to these Great Emperor's sects and obey their orders. Only in the Northern Territory, there are no Great Emperor's sects. Why is that? Yang Kai asked curiously. He hadn't considered this before. Now that he heard Bing Yun say this, he suddenly realized that it was true. Bing Yun shook his head and said, I don't know either. Maybe it's because many places in the Northern Territory are too cold and not as rich in resources as other places. It's not suitable to start a sect. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, although there are no Great Emperor's sects in the Northern Territory, there is one Great Emperor, and that is the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He knew about this. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors lived in the Medicine Pill Valley in the Northern Territory. Having said that, he had also obtained the inheritance left behind by the Great Emperor's third disciple, Gong Sun Mu. If not for that, Yang Kai wouldn't have had such an understanding of the star boundaries herbs. It was precisely because he obtained the Jade Slip and various pill recipes left behind by Gong Sun Mu that Yang Kai could be so proficient in the alchemic Tao. However, when he obtained the inheritance, Gong Sun Mu placed a seal on his body. If he wanted to remove that seal, he would have to cultivate to the third layer Emperor realm within 100 years. Otherwise, he would have to find the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors to remove it. Gong Sun Mu did this to let Yang Kai pass a message to the Great Emperors, telling him that he knew his mistake and asking the Great Emperors to accept him back into the sect. However, that seal hadn't caused any harm to Yang Kai for so many years, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Anyway, there was still a long time before the deadline, and he was confident that he could cultivate to the third layer Emperor realm within 100 years. Naturally, there was no need to trouble the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Bing Yun said, for so many years, the four top sects in the Northern Territory have maintained a balance. This queen has been missing for many years, and although Ice Heart Valley has been suppressed a little, it has been able to maintain its balance. Fortunately, it has been able to maintain its position. But now, this balance has been broken. The broken balance was undoubtedly the destroyed Seeking Passion sect. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, so what? Bing Yun chuckled and said, for my Ice Heart Valley, it's naturally nothing. Seeking Passion sect wanted to destroy my Ice Heart Valley, but they were destroyed instead. But for the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace, it's a problem. Yang Kai's expression turned sullen. Do they want to cause trouble? Bing Yun said, you can destroy Seeking Passion sect, but it doesn't mean you can't destroy the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace. It's normal for them to be worried. What do they want to do? Join forces to go against me? Bing Yun smiled and said, if the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. It's normal for them to work together for warmth. Recently, the two sects have been very close, so they may take some action. Yang Kai sneered, are they really not worried that I will destroy them? Bing Yun said sternly, birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth. You destroyed Seeking Passion sect. Seeking Passion sect has such a huge foundation and tens of thousands of years of treasures. Anyone would be jealous of you. But that's not necessarily the case. Maybe they just joined forces to make you wary. Otherwise, you might be ambitious and want to unify the Northern Territory. I don't have such thoughts, Yang Kai shook his head. He left behind the foundation of Seeking Passion sect for the sake of the people of his homeland. How could he think about unifying the Northern Territory? Without the prestige of the great emperors, it was impossible to achieve such a thing. Bing Yun called Yang Kai over just to give him a reminder and had no other intentions. Seeing that he had his own plans, Bing Yun naturally didn't say anything more. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and said, last time, when Seeking Passion sect made things difficult for Ice Heart Valley, did these two sects contribute? Bing Yun looked at him and asked, what do you think? Yang Kai understood that even if these two sects didn't contribute, they must have been secretly adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, how could Seeking Passion sect have recruited so many helpers? Perhaps, some of them were disciples of these two sects. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have let them go so easily and would have investigated them thoroughly. High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they should have a lot of treasures. It was normal for great sects to fight openly and secretly. When the disciples from their homeland came over in the future, they could learn these two skills. In the long run, whether it was the development of the High Heaven Palace itself or the growth of the disciples, it was greatly beneficial. As for the 10-year period mentioned by the Southern Gate Army, Yang Kai didn't take it to heart at all. Who knew what would happen in 10 years? When the time came, the Southern Gate Army might not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Feeling refreshed, Yang Kai took out a large number of high-rank source crystals from his space ring and piled them up beside him. Immediately, the world energy in the room began to roll. When one's strength reached the Emperor realm, the efficiency of cultivating with low-rank and mid-rank source crystals was too low. Only high-rank source crystals could be used. Now that Yang Kai had more than 1 billion high-rank source crystals in his possession, he was simply filthy rich. What was a mere cultivation loss to him? A crackling sound came from his limbs and bones as his meridians and flesh wriggled. A massive amount of world energy poured into his body for Yang Kai to refine and absorb. Not only that, but he also took out the golden armored heavenly book and divided his attention to refine it. The golden armored heavenly book was quite powerful. If he could refine it as soon as possible, it would help him improve his strength. In the future, he would have more means to deal with his enemies. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't fall behind. It was just that refining this thing was quite laborious and couldn't be completed in a short time. Time passed little by little. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, a steady stream of world energy poured into his body. His Emperor Qi and Divine Sense were also constantly invading the golden armored heavenly book, trying to leave his soul brand on it. Chapter 27:17. This refinement took 3 months. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. His progress in refining the golden armor heavenly book was quite good. Now that he had branded his soul brand into this emperor artifact, he could activate several of its divine technique. Although he couldn't control the golden armor heavenly book like Tan Junhao could, he still had some means to deal with his enemies. What made him feel helpless was his own cultivation. He had clearly reached the peak of the First Order Emperor realm, and he clearly felt that he was one step away from the threshold of the Second-Order Emperor realm. There was only a thin barrier left, but he just couldn't break through. After consuming millions of high-rank source crystals, his Emperor Qi had become more vigorous and pure, but his realm was still stagnant. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. The worst thing about cultivation was to rush things. He was still young and had a lot of time ahead of him. Compared to those from the Emperor realm who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, he had a unique advantage that others couldn't compare to. Being young was naturally a form of capital. There was still a long way to go, so what was there to be anxious about? Hence, he temporarily put aside the matter of training and focused on managing Towering Palace. No matter what, he was the palace master of Towering Palace. Even though he did not have many disciples, there were still hundreds of people who were staying in the palace. As the master, he naturally had to be a good host and make arrangements for them so that they would feel at home. It would be best if he could make them stay in the palace with their hearts. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai found that he didn't know where to start. Back on Shadowed Star, when he established High Heaven Sect, he also stood aside and left everything to Yi Shiyun. He was used to being a hands-off manager and found that this kind of thing didn't suit him at all. In the end, he decided to go to Thousand Leaves Sect and take a look. Maybe he could ask Yi Hen for some experience. Everyone in Thousand Leaves Sect was now living on a main peak with a rich world energy aura. There were more than a dozen peaks like this in the entire High Heaven Palace. No one knew what this peak was called before, but now it was called Thousand Leaves Peak. It was just a name. No one cared. When he arrived, he found that everything was in order. The 500 disciples were either cultivating or exchanging pointers. Not a single one of the puppets was free. As the eldest brother, Du Xian held an altar on the main peak's plaza, explaining the essentials of the puppet technique. A group of Thousand Leaves Sect disciples with low cultivations listened in awe. Shaking their heads, their eyes were filled with worship. Yang Kai listened for a while, but he was confused. He had no idea what Du Xian was talking about. It didn't matter if they didn't understand. Perhaps many of these people would become disciples of the High Heaven Palace in the future. And that little fatty who was shaking his head wasn't bad. With one look, one could tell that he was talented and intelligent. He should have his own understanding of the art of puppetry. When he matured a little more, he would tempt him with benefits. Now that she knew his feelings, she was not afraid that he would not bow his head and worship her. When he became a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, Yi Hen probably wouldn't say anything. The voices suddenly stopped. Du Xian shouted, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai didn't try to hide anything, and Du Xian didn't think that he was trying to steal Thousand Leaves Sect's Tao of puppetry. If Yang Kai really had such intentions, he could have left behind the ancestors' secret scriptures when he opened the Emperor Heaven Valley for the first time. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, "I'm just looking around. You do what you need to do." Many of the disciples turned their heads around. They all stood up and bowed respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Yang." They were only able to cultivate here because of Yang Kai, and they knew that Yang Kai was the master of this place. How could they not be respectful when living under someone else's roof? "Sit, sit." Yang Kai waved his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. It was a crime for him to disturb their cultivation. But since he was already here, he couldn't just ignore them. He coughed lightly and said, "Have you all gotten used to living here recently?" Du Xian smiled, "This place is rich in spirit, qi and talented people. How could we not get used to it? You don't know how satisfied the disciples are." Many of the disciples nodded vigorously, bright smiles appearing on their faces. Compared to the original Thousand Leaves Sect, this place was like the difference between heaven and earth. Cultivating here was much more efficient. "You'll get used to it," Yang Kai grinned, "don't be so formal. Just treat this place as your own home." They wouldn't have any thoughts of leaving if they treated this place as their own home. If you need anything, just look for Hua Qingxi. Sister Hua is now the head steward of the High Heaven Palace and is in charge of everything. Thank you, Brother Yang. Du Xian said gratefully, I'll have to trouble Master Hua in the future. Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Many of the disciples were extremely excited, feeling that Yang Kai's friendliness was unbelievable. This was the Emperor realm and a palace master at that, yet he didn't put on any airs at all and even called their eldest brother, brother. Their gazes towards him became even more respectful, feeling that this was the magnanimity and breadth of mind that the Emperor realm should have. In the past, they had heard that the people of the Emperor realm were all arrogant and haughty, treating any cultivator below the Emperor realm like an ant and taking their lives at their whim. They weren't even worthy of carrying Lord Yang's shoes. That's right. Du Xian suddenly clapped his hands and turned to the disciples, junior brother and junior sister, haven't you been clamoring for this big brother to teach you some cultivation insights? It's not that this big brother doesn't want to teach you, but this big brother's strength is too low, so I'm afraid that I'll mislead you. Since Big Brother Yang is here today, why don't we ask Big Brother Yang to teach us some cultivation insights? Big Brother Yang is from the Emperor realm, so his insights are countless times better than mine. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they all cheered in unison. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, but I don't know anything about puppetry. Du Xian smiled, cultivation has nothing to do with puppetry. Moreover, this little brother would like to ask Big Brother Yang to teach us a thing or two. I hope that Big Brother Yang won't be stingy with his guidance. This. Yang Kai was a little confused. Right, what was he doing here? Why was he suddenly being forced to teach some cultivation insights? He had just established an amiable image, so if he refused, wouldn't all his previous efforts go to waste? Lord Yang! Lord Yang! Lord Yang! The group of Thousand Leaves sect disciples shouted in unison, each of their eyes filled with anticipation and desire. Big Brother Yang, please tell us, Du Xian pleaded. All right, Yang Kai braced himself and agreed. Then I'll just tell you. Du Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly invited Yang Kai to the front while he turned around and sat down, looking up at the sky. Looking down at the group of cultivators with uneven cultivations, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded as he swept his gaze across their young and tender faces. He had also gone through the same stages as them, growing stronger step by step until he finally reached the Emperor realm. However, he was different from them. After coming out of the central capital, he had no master or master to teach him. He struggled alone, often teetering on the edge of life and death. He encountered many evil people and noble people, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, living a life of his own. However, if he had a good master and friend on his path of growth, he might be able to avoid many detours. Would he actually be able to carve the mark of a good master and friend on his body one day? No matter how helpful his teachings were to these people today, when they recalled many years later, they would definitely remember him standing in front of them in this vast high heaven palace, under this lush thousand leaves peak, like a beacon guiding them on their path forward. He suddenly felt that his personality had become much greater. Originally, he didn't know what to say, but at this moment, his mind suddenly became unprecedentedly clear as he said, a cultivator's cultivation is to cut through all obstacles and struggle against the heavens. There is only one word to describe it, the martial Tao. What is the Tao? The great Tao is 50, and the heavens give birth to 49. In this world, there are 3,000 cultivators who can prove the great Tao, and in the end, they all have the same path. Some say that war is the Tao, some say that technique is the Tao, and some say that flowers, plants, trees, and even the ants on the ground are the Tao. If you ask me, I am the Tao. Wherever I am, the Tao exists. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. It seemed to carry a mysterious charm that caused people to involuntarily fall into it. Following Yang Kai's words, a magnificent picture scroll slowly unfurled in front of everyone. At times, it caused people's emotions to surge, at other times, it caused them to go wild with joy, and at other times, it caused them to feel lost and helpless. Yang Kai stood there, but he was the epitome of the countless cultivator who pursued the martial Tao. In one dazzling era after another, countless people stepped forward to seek the true meaning of the martial Tao. Originally, there were less than 100,000 Leaves sect disciples here. But as time passed, the crowd grew larger and larger. More and more people rushed over after hearing the voice, sitting down cross-legged and listening attentively. After an hour, almost 500 people had gathered in front of Yang Kai. Almost all of the 1,000 Leaves sect disciples were gathered here, except for a few who were in seclusion and couldn't make it. Although Yang Kai didn't have a master to guide him, since he had come to the Emperor realm, he naturally had some of his own cultivation experience. However, he didn't impart his cultivation experience like Du Xian had begged him to do. Instead, his words flowed like a river, his thoughts unconstrained. Rather than saying that he was imparting his Tao to these people, it would be more accurate to say that he was explaining his own comprehension, searching for the elusive heavenly mysteries in his soliloquy. Some people understood what Yang Kai was saying and wore thoughtful expressions. Some people frowned, thinking that what Yang Kai said was a complete mess and completely irrelevant. But even so, they didn't dare to have the slightest doubt in their hearts. They just felt that their realms weren't high enough and couldn't comprehend what he was saying. They were secretly annoyed, thinking that the Emperor realm really was the Emperor realm. Even if they could understand what he was saying when separated, they would still be able to understand what he was saying, but when put together, they would seem mysterious and unfathomable. Walk your own path and become your own Tao. If you follow the path of others, you can only chase after the backs of others forever. Yang Kai wiped his mouth, looking like he hadn't had enough yet as he looked around and said, "Does everyone understand?" The entire place fell silent. No one dared to say that they understood. The world energy suddenly surged as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Above Thousand Leaves Peak, black clouds covered the sky as a vortex of world energy suddenly formed, slowly gathering the world energy. "Oh, someone understands." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the peak and grinned. Chapter 27:18. Big Sister Hua, from today onwards, you are the chief steward of my high heaven palace. From the great elders to the disciples, they will all be under your command and obey your orders. Yang Kai patted Hua Qingxi's shoulder and looked at her seriously. Hua Qingxi's long eyelashes fluttered as she was a little dazed. Come. There are 200 million high-rank source crystals, 3 billion mid-rank source crystals, and 10 billion low-rank source crystals in this ring. There are also various materials. Take them first. These cultivation resources are also yours to distribute. A space ring was stuffed into Hua Qingxi's hand. Wait. Hua Qingxi frowned as she looked at Yang Kai and asked, "When did I become the chief steward of your high heaven palace?" She had only noticed the movement in Thousand Leaves Peak and wanted to go there to investigate, but she had encountered Yang Kai halfway and was stopped by him. He had stuffed a space ring full of resources into her hands and then said a bunch of strange things to her. "I said, from today onwards." Yang Kai looked at her solemnly, as if he was handing over the important task of maintaining the peace of the sect and leading it to glory. "Why would I become the chief steward?" Hua Qingxi said unhappily. Yang Kai said seriously, "I've thought about it carefully. Looking at the current High Heaven Palace, no one is more suitable for this position than you. Big Sister Hua, you should take on more responsibilities. This is a very important position, so don't disappoint this palace master." "What High Heaven Palace?" Hua Qingxi curled her lips. "There aren't many people. Excluding the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who were temporarily staying here, the current High Heaven Palace only had the 3 Monster King as guest elders, Chiyu, Aio, and a few others. Yang Kai scratched his face. Everything is difficult at the beginning. There will be many people in the future. You should practice first. Who do you want to practice with? Hua Qingxi looked at him with disdain. Yang Kai pointed at Thousand Leaves sect. Aren't there a few hundred people over there? I'm not from the High Heaven Palace. Not now, but that doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Yang Kai chuckled. Hua Qingxi sized him up and said, "Oh, you're still thinking of stealing someone else's woman?" Yang Kai said with a straight face, "Don't talk nonsense. This palace master disdains such a despicable act. It's just that people strive for greater heights, and water flows to lower places. This is the norm in the world. When the time comes, if he really wants to stay and become a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, then I couldn't refuse. Of course, if Big Sister Hua can keep the entire Thousand Leaves sect here, that would be even better." Hua Qingxi nodded. "What you said makes sense. Thousand Leaves sect's Tao of puppetry is indeed extraordinary. It's a wonderful thing." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "You also think it makes sense, don't you? Then I'll leave this task to you." "Alright, I have nothing to do recently anyway, so I'll give it a try. But where should I start?" Yang Kai pursed his lips. "Didn't I just give you so many source crystals? Throw them at them. They just suffered a calamity and need a lot of source crystals for their cultivation. With source crystals, there's no need to be afraid that they won't submit." Hua Qingxi glared at him. "Your source crystals didn't grow on trees. How can you just give them to them for free? However, if they can make some contributions to the High Heaven Palace, perhaps I can reward them with some source crystals." "Good, good, good." Yang Kai was overjoyed. Big Sister Hua had just taken over the role of chief steward, yet she had already entered the zone. She knew that she had to think about the High Heaven Palace and himself. Sure enough, he had not misjudged her. Moreover, she came from Star Soul Palace, so she was much more familiar with the management of a large sect than anyone else. It was best for her to manage the early development of the High Heaven Palace. Do what you think is best. This palace master will allow you to act as you see fit." Yang Kai said happily. Hua Qingxi snorted. "If I do this well, I will be rewarded. If you want a horse to run, you have to make it eat grass." "Good, good, good. When the time comes, you can have whatever reward you want," Yang Kai readily agreed. "I'll remember what you said." Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled before turning to look in the direction of Thousand Leaf Peak. Is Yi Hen about to break through to the Emperor realm? Who else could it be? Yang Kai also looked in that direction. Above Thousand Leaf Peak, world energy was converging as the dance of wild dragons crashed down. The momentum was astonishing. Hua Qingxi asked curiously, "I remember that Yi Hen just entered seclusion not long ago. How could he suddenly have such a breakthrough?" "Perhaps he has found his own Tao," Yang Kai smiled faintly. "His own Tao?" Hua Qingxi pondered for a moment before her eyes flashed. "I'll go take a look. Do you want to come?" Yang Kai shook his head. He had just returned from that place and knew about Yi Hen's situation, so there was no need for him to investigate. However, it was also good for Hua Qingxi to go take a look. As the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, it was a good time to win over the hearts of the people when Yi Hen was about to break through to the Emperor realm. 5 Sacred Peak. The main peak where Gue Zhu Qi Yu and the others currently resided. The so-called 5 sacred peaks were naturally their 5 sworn brothers and sisters. Although Chai Hu's whereabouts were unknown, Gue Zhu and the others had not forgotten his location. When Yang Kai arrived, the 4 of them seemed to be in seclusion. When the 4 of them first met Yang Kai in Sky Crane City, they were only in the First Order Tao Source realm. After a few years of cultivation in Thousand Leaves sect, they had reached the peak of the First Order Tao Source realm. After all, Thousand Leaves sect did not have a very good cultivation environment. Five Sacred Peaks environment was extraordinary, even better than Thousand Leaves Peak. The peak was extremely tall and majestic, and only the four of them resided there. It was like a dragon returning to the sea, giving off an indescribable sense of freedom. Yang Kai released his divine sense and let the four of them sense it. His figure flickered as he arrived at a palace on the peak. Although no one cleaned this palace all year round, it was still spotless due to the protection of the spirit array. Not long after, one figure after another shot in from the outside. Palace Master. The four of them cupped their fists. Although Chi Yu and Aio were technically Yang Kai's seniors, since they had already entered the High Heaven Palace, they naturally had to abide by the rules of the High Heaven Palace. Sit. Yang Kai called out before sitting down cross-legged on the floor of the palace. The four of them glanced at each other but did not pay him any mind and sat down on the floor, forming a circle. Yang Kai casually shook his hand and sent 4 space rings flying towards the four of them. There are 20 million high-rank source crystals, 100 million mid-rank source crystals, 1 billion low-rank source crystals, and some spirit pills I refined. Take these and cultivate. If you don't have enough, you can go find Hua Qingxi. She still has some source crystals, Yang Kai explained. The eyes of the four lit up and they did not hesitate to put the space rings away. They were all people who had come from the same territory as Yang Kai, so there was naturally no need for them to be polite. However, they were still shocked by Yang Kai's generosity. All these years, they had been vexed by the lack of cultivation resources. Even if they were to stay in Thousand Leaves sect, they could not obtain too many cultivation resources. However, Yang Kai was able to easily give away such a huge amount of resources. Compared to him, the four of them were as poor as beggars. With such a large amount of source crystals, they would not be able to use it all up even if they cultivated for dozens or hundreds of years. All of them were very excited and felt that the hard times were finally over. All of you came to the star boundary with me and have suffered a lot over the years, causing your cultivations to fall behind. Now, all you need to do is seize the opportunity to improve. There is no need to worry about anything else. Otherwise, when the people from the star boundary arrive, all of you don't want to be surpassed by them. How is that possible? That group of brats, Aio curled his lips in disdain. In the territory of the star boundary, he was one of the strongest masters. Even if the people from the star boundary really came, there was no reason for them to cultivate faster than him. Chi Yu smiled, second brother, don't be so sure. Yang Kai's cultivation speed is much faster than ours. Aio looked embarrassed, who can compare to him? They had all come to the star boundary together, but Yang Kai was now a first-order Emperor Realm Master, while they were still in the first-order Dao Source Realm. There was an entire Great Realm gap between them. Could it be that they did not have enough cultivation resources? When it comes to cultivation, you can't rush it, Gu Songyun smiled bitterly. Gue Zhu also nodded. Yang Kai continued, that is why I have prepared a big gift for all of you. The four of them pinched the space rings in their hands and asked suspiciously, isn't this? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully and stretched out his hand, grabbing at the void. Immediately, several large banners filled with Yin Qi appeared in his hand. These banners were filled with Yin Qi and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling could be heard, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable. Only Gue Zhu's eyes flickered as he said in surprise, this is, the Netherworld Purgatory banners of the Eastern Territories Netherworld sect. Yang Kai explained. The Netherworld Purgatory banners in his hand were the spoils of war he obtained from killing the Netherworld sect disciples. One of them was even an Emperor artifact, a relic of the Netherworld sect elder Hua Feichen. Although the others were not Emperor artifacts, they were still Dao Source grade. Netherworld sect disciples would cultivate the Netherworld Purgatory banners with their hearts and souls from the moment they entered the sect. It could be said that this thing was their life-bound artifact. If the banner was destroyed, they would die. This thing was useless in the hands of others, but it was different in the hands of Guizhu. Yang Kai did not know what secret art Guizhu cultivated, but it was definitely similar to the Netherworld sect's secret art. Guizhu's artifact was the 10,000 soul banner, which was similar to the Netherworld purgatory banners. Therefore, Yang Kai had been keeping these Netherworld purgatory banners, waiting for the day he could give them to Guizhu to help him improve his strength. Trembling, Guizhu took the Netherworld purgatory banners from Yang Kai's hands. The ghost chi on his body suddenly surged and his flickering eyes became much brighter. Although he had never cultivated the Netherworld sect's secret arts, he could feel that these Netherworld purgatory banners would be of great use to him. And these, Yang Kai took out a few jade slips and handed them to Guizhu. Guizhu took them curiously and scanned them with his divine sense. He was pleasantly surprised. Good, good, good. With these, this old master will be able to break through to the second-order Dao source realm in a few days. These jade slips recorded none other than some of the Netherworld sect's secret arts, which were very suitable for Guizhu. If they complemented each other with the Netherworld purgatory banners, Guizhu's strength would skyrocket in a very short time. Chapter 27:19. After all, source crystals and pills were external objects while secret arts were the foundation of a cultivator. Guizhu was naturally overjoyed to obtain the Netherworld sect's secret arts. Yang Kai turned to look at Qiyu. Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled. The monster race has very few secret arts, don't tell me you've also prepared one for me. Of course not, but I have this. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and a small mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. Rolling demonic chi instantly filled the hall, causing everyone's expression to change. A monster core. Qiyu exclaimed as she picked up a monster core and felt it, her expression changing again. A 12th order monster core. A 12th order monster core could only be formed inside a 12th order monster beast, equivalent to the human race's the Emperor realm. Any one of them was priceless and difficult for ordinary people to see. This is also a 12th order monster core. AIO also picked up a monster core with a shocked expression. This is a 10th order, this is an 11th order. Gu Yun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. There were over 1,000 monster cores in front of him, all of which were 10th order and above monster cores. At least 10% were 12th order monster cores, and 10% was equivalent to 100 monster cores, a terrifying number. I know that your monster race cultivates differently from humans, but with the help of these monster cores, Senior's cultivation should be twice as fast. Yang Kai looked at Qiyu and said. Qiyu felt dizzy as she stared at the monster cores in disbelief. Where did you get so many monster cores? I picked them up. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Qiyu couldn't help but glare at him. How could these things be picked up so casually? She thought Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. But in fact, these monster cores were really picked up by Yang Kai. He had picked them up in the beast tomb of the ancient wild lands. What's more, he had picked up over 1 million monster cores, so what did a mere 1,000 monster cores count for? If Qiyu knew the true number of monster cores in Yang Kai's hands, she would likely go crazy. In this world, only the beast tombs of the ancient wild lands had such a huge amount of monster cores. Without asking any more questions, Qiyu excitedly put away the inner cores. Just as Yang Kai had said, the monster clan's cultivation was different from that of humans. Most of them directly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and even the inner cores of other demons. With the assistance of so many inner cores, Qiyu's future cultivation speed would definitely be very fast. Senior Gu, these are a few sets of Sword Dao secret techniques. They are not too profound. You can cultivate them for the time being. If there are better ones in the future, I will help you find them. Yang Kai took out a few more jade slips. He handed it over to Gu Yun. Gu Yun was the alliance master of the Sword Union in the territory of his homeland and cultivated the Sword Dao, so these Sword Dao secret techniques were undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Yang Kai had killed so many people from the Emperor realm and obtained so many spoils of war. It wasn't difficult for him to find a few decent Sword Dao secret arts. Gu Yun took a look at it and his eyes lit up. This is much better than what this Gu cultivated before. The Sword Dao that he had come into contact with before. At most, it was at the Dao source grade. But what Yang Kai took out were all relics from the Emperor realm, so they were naturally better than what he had cultivated before. Finally, it was Aio's turn. Yang Kai also gave him a few sets of matching secret arts and secret techniques. Everyone was overjoyed. They felt like they had suddenly changed from bird guns to cannons. But this was not the end. When Yang Kai took out a group of star sources, everyone was completely shocked. One had to know that star sources could only be born on a cultivation star. A complete group of star sources was equivalent to the foundation of a cultivation star. These people had been in the star boundary for many years and knew how rare star sources were in the star boundary. Chi Yu and the others had always secretly regretted not refining the star sources when they were in the territory of their homeland. As a result, they didn't have the chance when they came to the star boundary. It was just that refining the star sources was too dangerous at that time, so no one dared to be so ruthless. Only Aio succeeded. But now, Yang Kai actually had one in his hand and gave one to each of them while also teaching them the star refining art. Aio was a star master himself, so he didn't need this star sources. After busying himself, he helped Chi Yu and Gu Yun refine the star sources. 3 days later, the three opened their eyes with joy on their faces. With star sources, it would be easier for them to comprehend the heavenly way, martial Dao, and principal strength, which would be of great help to their future growth and advancement. Yang Kai's actions today were enough to increase the efficiency of their cultivation by 10 times or even 100 times, saving them a lot of time. Do any of you have any doubts or questions about your cultivation? If so, we can discuss them together. After giving out the big gift, Yang Kai looked around at everyone. Everyone understood that this so-called discussion was nothing more than Yang Kai's humble way of saying it. He just wanted to answer some of their cultivation questions. So, without hesitation, they all began to speak. Inside the hall, everyone answered questions and answers as time passed slowly. Are all the people inside dead? Get out here. After an unknown amount of time, a voice suddenly exploded outside the High Heaven Palace. The speaker seemed to have summoned his strength, so his voice traveled hundreds of kilometers, echoing between the mountains and peaks, lingering in the air. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the mountain gate. A strand of his divine sense quietly spread out and soon saw the situation outside. Outside the mountain gate, in front of the sect defending array, an exquisite ship was suspended mid-air. This ship was extremely beautiful, and although it was not an emperor artifact, it was still a Dao source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, on the mast of this ship, there was a large banner with the word, Yao, written on it. At this moment, a boy who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old was standing on the deck of this ship, staring angrily at the plaque of the High Heaven Palace. Although this boy was young, he had the cultivation of the first-order Dao source realm, which really surprised Yang Kai. The voice just now was obviously from him, but he used some kind of secret technique or artifact to make his voice travel so far. Where did this little brat come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in front of the High Heaven Palace with his first-order Dao source realm cultivation? Yang Kai had a strange look on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly noticed something and took out his communication artifact. After a quick check, he saw Hua Qingxi's message, Palace Master, it seems that someone is here to cause trouble. She had obviously heard the boy's voice too. Yang Kai's divine sense moved and he replied, "It's just a little brat. Deal with him as you see fit." Now that Hua Qingxi was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai naturally didn't intend to intervene. What's more, the other party was only from the First Order Dao Source realm, so he didn't know what he was relying on. It was best to let Hua Qingxi deal with him. When Qi Yu and the others saw him taking out his communication compass and sending messages for a while, they all asked, "What happened?" "Nothing, there's no need to pay attention to it. Let's continue," Yang Kai said and put away his communication artifact. Seeing him like this, the others didn't ask any more questions and immediately continued to discuss cultivation with Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and took out his communication artifact again. After checking it with his divine sense, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "If there's something, Palace Master should deal with it. The High Heaven Palace has just been established, so it's not good to make enemies easily," AIO said. "And then I'll go over," Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and left the hall in a flash. After a few leaps, he arrived at the mountain gate. Hua Qingxi was here, and she was looking at the young man outside the spirit array from afar. What surprised Yang Kai was that the young man, a First-Order Dao Source Realm cultivator, didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing Hua Qingxi, an Emperor Realm Master. Instead, he had an arrogant look on his face. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the young man looked him up and down and said casually, "This is your High Heaven Palace's Palace Master?" "That's right." Hua Qingxi nodded, "This is our High Heaven Palace's Palace Master Yang Kai. If you have anything to say, you can speak with him. You're nothing special. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms." The young man curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. This strange attitude inexplicably angered Yang Kai, but he couldn't be bothered to lower himself to the young man's level and simply chuckled, "You said you're from Medicine Core Valley? What proof do you have?" It was precisely because Hua Qingxi had sent a message saying that the young man claimed to be a disciple of Medicine Core Valley that Yang Kai had rushed over. The young man didn't answer and instead pointed at the large flag behind him and coldly snorted, "Are you blind? Can't you see the words?" The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed and he had the urge to beat the young man up, but thinking about Medicine Core Valley, he restrained himself and solemnly said, "What can a single word prove? You're not joking, right?" The young man's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. "Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? You don't even recognize the symbol of my Medicine Core Valley, and you still have the face to establish your own sect. You actually called me a country bumpkin." Yang Kai only felt his anger rising like a volcano about to erupt. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. The young man, however, didn't notice and jumped onto the mast, pulling the large flag open and fluttering it in the wind, loudly saying, "Open your eyes and look carefully, there's no one in the entire Northern Territory who doesn't recognize this flag." "Huh." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly, "This Palace Master recognizes it now." He transmitted his voice to Hua Qingxi, "I really want to beat this kid up." Hua Qingxi was shocked and hurriedly replied, "Palace Master, don't be impulsive. If he really is from Medicine Core Valley, we can't offend him. We still have to make a living in the Northern Territory in the future. If not, why do you think I'd tolerate him so much?" Yang Kai was furious. A young man, a large flag, and the word medicine were not enough to make Yang Kai feel apprehensive. But the words Medicine Core Valley carried a lot of weight. This was the place where the wondrous pill great emperors cultivated in seclusion. It was the holy land in the hearts of millions of cultivators in the entire Northern Territory. Although the wondrous pill great emperors didn't care about worldly affairs and didn't establish a sect like the other great emperors, only living in seclusion in Medicine Core Valley, this didn't stop the cultivators in the Northern Territory from revering and worshipping him. In the Northern Territory, if one offended the wondrous pill great emperors or Medicine Core Valley, it would definitely be difficult to move forward. Not to mention the supreme cultivation of the wondrous pill great emperors, even the entire Northern Territory cultivator wouldn't tolerate it. The young man jumped down from the mast and stood at the front of the deck, hands on his waist, and said in a domineering manner, "It's good that you recognize it. Remember it well, maybe we'll meet often in the future." Moreover, with the reputation of the wondrous pill great emperors, the other great sects of the Northern Territory would certainly be happy to do so. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to form a good relationship with Medicine Pill Valley, and in the future, when they needed alchemy services, they would naturally be able to get closer to them. The youth said, "That's right. Now that the Seeking Passion sect has been destroyed by you, then all the spirit herbs collected by the Seeking Passion sect over the past 10 years must be in your hands. Find them for me, I want to bring them back to report to my master." He said it so seriously that it didn't seem like he was lying. Yang Kai was already 70 to 80% convinced. However, just to be on the safe side, he still said, "Just wait." Now that he was the palace master, and the other party was just a young man with no proof of identity, he couldn't just believe what others said. If he was deceived by this young man, it would be too shameful. Therefore, Yang Kai felt that it was better to verify it. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. "Where are you going? Bastard!" The young man was furious. He thought that once he reported his identity as a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, the other party would immediately respectfully invite him in to rest and serve him with good food and drinks. However, he didn't expect that the other party would just stand outside and not even let him in. The sect protecting Grand Array was also activated, guarding against him as if he was a thief. He couldn't help but angrily say, "Good, good, good, High Heaven Palace treats its guests like this and looks down on my Medicine Core Valley. When I return, I will definitely report this matter to my master. In the future, don't even think about asking for a single pill from my Medicine Core Valley." Hua Qingxi hurriedly comforted him, "Young master, please calm down. My palace master has always been in such a hurry. He didn't mean to slight you." Coming from a large sect, she knew that the King of Hell was easy to deal with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Although this young man only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm and was young, if he really returned to Medicine Core Valley and said a few bad words about High Heaven Palace, it might cause some trouble. As the chief steward of High Heaven Palace, she naturally wanted to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. "He didn't slight me." The young man pointed in the direction that Yang Kai left and roared, "Look at his attitude. How can this kind of person become a palace master? I think the High Heaven Palace can't have a foothold in the Northern Territory." He was young, but his tone was not small. It was as if one or two words could make the High Heaven Palace completely scram from the Northern Territory. Hua Qingxi was helpless and couldn't refute. She didn't want to add fuel to the fire, so she could only silently watch the young man flip out. After speaking for a while, the young man's gaze turned and he looked Hua Qingxi up and down. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Elder sister, what's your name?" Hua Qingxi squeezed out a smile and said her name. The young man clapped and said, "Qingxi, good name, really good name. In my opinion, this High Heaven Palace won't last long. Elder sister, you don't have to suffer here. Why don't you come back to Medicine Core Valley with me?" Hua Qingxi laughed and said, "I don't know alchemy. Why would I go to Medicine Core Valley?" The young man smiled meaningfully and said, "Elder sister doesn't need to know alchemy. Knowing it is enough. As a woman, elder sister should know how to make a bed and fold a quilt, right? When the time comes, stay by my side. I guarantee that no one will drive you out of Medicine Core Valley. I am a Dao Source grade low-rank alchemist. In time, I will definitely become an Emperor Realm alchemist." TSK, elder sister is really beautiful. Make a bed and fold a quilt. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and the smile on her face suddenly turned cold. She was from the Emperor realm. Now, a little brat from the First Order Dao Source realm actually asked her to make a bed and fold a quilt by his side? Moreover, he was looking at her unscrupulously with a lecherous expression. If it were anyone else, Hua Qingxi would have already rushed up and gouged out his eyeballs. But this person might be from Medicine Core Valley. Even though Hua Qingxi was angry, she could only endure it. However, the fact that the other party was a Dao Source grade low-rank alchemist really shocked Hua Qingxi. She secretly sighed that he was indeed from Medicine Core Valley. He had such achievements at such a young age. Elder sister, you have to think about it carefully. Such opportunities are rare. This young master's standards are very high. Not just any woman can enter his eyes. The young man didn't notice and still felt good about himself. Hua Qingxi said lightly, little brother is too kind. Elder sister's luck is not good. I'm afraid I won't be able to accept your kindness. This little brat actually dared to have ideas about her. Even if she really wanted to find a man, she would have to find someone like Yang Kai. How could she possibly be interested in him? The young man couldn't help but coldly snort, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. He was so sincere in his invitation, but this woman actually refused. She was really unreasonable and willing to degrade herself. Where did that Yang Kai go? Why isn't he back yet? The young man was rebuffed by Hua Qingxi and impatiently urged her. Hua Qingxi turned her head and said, who knows? Hey, why are you here? Beside the space array, Yang Kai had just appeared when he saw a familiar figure. Zhu Qing glared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes. Her towering chest heaved up and down violently as she gritted her teeth and said, you're hiding from me. Of course not. Yang Kai guiltily denied, why would I hide from you? You're hiding from me. It had been a few months, but Zhu Qing had not been able to find Yang Kai. If she had not been standing beside the space array, she would have thought that Yang Kai had teleported away. Today, she had finally managed to catch Kai Yang after suffering for so long. I already said no, why are you so long-winded? Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, get out of the way, I need to go out. Zhu Qing did not say a word and simply stood in front of him and said vigilantly, where are you going? I'll follow you. I'm going to Ice Heart Valley, I'll be back soon. Yang Kai glared at her, why are you following me? Didn't you go to Ice Heart Valley last time? Why are you going again this time? Someone came and said he wanted to buy some medicine. I'm going to Ice Heart Valley to ask if this is the case. Damn, why am I telling you this? I can't explain it clearly. Just as he was speaking, the space array in front of him suddenly emitted a layer of light, and a blurry figure appeared on the array. Someone was teleporting over. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked over at the same time. The figure soon appeared, revealing Ji Yao's face. Yao, you came just in time. I was just about to go to Ice Heart Valley to ask something. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Don't worry, I also have something to tell you. Ji Yao walked down from the space array and looked at Yang Kai. What? Yang Kai was stunned. Medicine Pill Valley's 10-year deadline for collecting medicine is up, and there may be some disciples from Medicine Pill Valley coming here soon. Honored Master ordered me to tell you that if they come, you must treat them with courtesy and not offend them. If you want to collect any medicine, hand it over to them. Medicine Pill Valley will not let you suffer a loss. So there really is such a thing. Yang Kai scratched his face. He had heard from that young man that Medicine Pill Valley was cooperating with all the great sects in the Northern Territory, so he immediately wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley to ask about the situation. If there really was such a thing, Ice Heart Valley would definitely know about it, so he could determine the identity of that young man. But how could he have known that Ji Yao would teleport over before he could even go there? Naturally, there is. Now, a disciple from Medicine Pill Valley has gone to Ice Heart Valley. Why do you have such an expression? It's nothing, someone from my side has also come, Yang Kai laughed dryly. Where is he? Ji Yao asked curiously. He's still outside the sect. Ji Yao glared at him and said, why haven't you invited him in yet? I'm going. Yang Kai turned around and returned to his original spot. Wait. Zhu Qing was anxious and hurried to catch up. Ji Yao frowned and also turned into a stream of light and quickly followed. Chapter 27-21. In the next few days, the temperature will drop sharply, so friends, pay attention to keeping warm. You're finally back. Where are the spirit medicines I want? Outside the sect, seeing Yang Kai return, the young man gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai laughed and said, there are many kinds of medicines on the jade slip, so I won't be able to sort them all out in a short time. Little brother, please come in and rest for a while. I will find the spirit medicines you need. Saying so, he opened the sect defending array and signaled to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi understood and gestured, little brother, this way please. Humph. The young man coldly snorted and swaggered into High Heaven Palace on his ship, looking down at Yang Kai and saying, I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. The spirit medicines listed on the list, whether it's the year, type, or quantity, can't be wrong, or else you'll have to face the consequences. I know. Yang Kai nodded impatiently. Although this matter had nothing to do with High Heaven Palace, the Seeking Passion sect's things were indeed in his hands. Since he wanted to buy them, Yang Kai would sell them to him. It could also be considered a good karma with Medicine Pill Valley. It's good that you know. The young man was about to say a few more words when his eyes suddenly widened and he stared straight at the two beautiful figures that suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. His eyes instantly lit up and he quickly put away his ship, stepping on the void a few times before arriving behind Yang Kai. He looked at Ji Yao and Zhu Qing with a smile before finally fixing his eyes on Zhu Qing and politely asking, this one is Li Xian, may I ask for this elder sister's name? He was overjoyed in his heart. His master didn't let him go to Ice Heart Valley and instead sent him to High Heaven Palace. He didn't expect that there would be so many beauties in this damned place. One after another, it was a dazzling sight. Especially this elder sister, her breasts, that waist, tsk, the elder sister next to her was also not bad, although she was a bit cold. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied with his master's decision. She had actually allowed her brother to go to Ice Heart Valley and experience the elegance of many beautiful women, but now she no longer had any complaints. Although there were many women in Ice Heart Valley, none of them were so outstanding. Yang Kai shuddered. Goosebumps rose all over his body. He sized up the youth from head to toe and thought to himself, I really can't tell that this kid is actually a pervert. She was already like this at such a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Zhu Qing didn't say anything. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. Not only was the young man not annoyed, he even said with a bashful face, Sister, I'm talking to you. Only then did Zhu Qing look at him leisurely and say, Get lost. As soon as he said this, the young man's face instantly flushed red. Yang Kai had a bad feeling in his heart. This youth called Li Xian didn't look like a decent person at a glance, but he had the status of a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley. Zhu Qing's words might anger him. Just as he was thinking about how to remedy the situation, Li Xian took a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. He said with a bewitched expression, Good. Sister, please say a few more words. Yang Kai's head was dripping with cold sweat. Ji Yao and Hua Qingxi also had strange expressions on their faces. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Do you believe I won't beat you? Zhu Qing's eyes turned cold. The young man suddenly clutched his chest, as if he had received great satisfaction. He couldn't even breathe properly and involuntarily staggered back a few steps. His already red face became even redder. Does this kid like this kind of thing? Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi in amazement. He transmitted his voice. You're asking me how I know? Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes at him. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Really, when the forest is big, all kinds of birds can fly. Returning to his senses, he said to Hua Qingxi, Sister Hua, take this little brother to rest for a while. I'll go sort out those medicinal ingredients. Yes. Hua Qingxi nodded and gestured to Li Xian again. Little brother, this way please. No, no, no. Li Xian raised his hand at Hua Qingxi. His eyes were like leeches biting onto Zhu Qing as he said, I don't want you. I want this sister to take care of me. Hua Qingxi's expression turned cold as she cursed in her heart. Just a moment ago, this kid had asked her to follow him to make his bed. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was looking down on her. What did she have? Wasn't it just her breasts? Damn, they were really big. You're courting death. Zhu Qing glared at him coldly. Li Xian's face was as bright as the sun as he smiled brightly, since sister is willing to let me die, then I'll die for you to see. The youth was young, but he had a glib tongue. What he didn't know was that Zhu Qing really wanted to kill him. He was just a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. Even if he was a direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Zhu Qing still had the guts to kill him. As you wish. Zhu Qing snorted coldly and was about to attack. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly shouted, What are you doing? He turned around and stood in front of Zhu Qing. Move aside. Zhu Qing glared at him angrily. Hey, you still dare to throw a tantrum at me? Yang Kai glared. Zhu Qing's aura immediately weakened. She frowned and said, Move aside. Yang Kai said in a low voice, This person can't be killed. Zhu Qing said disdainfully, Who can't be killed? In any case, this person can't be killed. He's from Medicine Pill Valley. If he kills me, I'll be in trouble. How about this, you can just patronize him. If it doesn't work, just ignore him. He's harboring ill intentions towards me, yet you're actually telling me to patronize him. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a pained expression. He's just being mean. You didn't lose a single piece of meat. Last time, with you, cough cough. He thought to himself, I already did that to you, but you didn't try to kill me. Is my charm that great? Zhu Qing blushed and turned away. In any case, I'm not going to talk to him. Alright, alright, alright. Just do me a favor and stand here. I'll sort out the herbs and chase him away in a while. Hurry up, Zhu Qing said unhappily. Qing, is the best, Yang Kai flattered before immediately running away. Zhu Qing blushed again, causing Li Xian's heart to surge. He wished he could hold her hand and grow old together with her. After arriving at a secluded place, Yang Kai took out the jade slips Li Xian had given him before and began rummaging through his space ring one by one. After destroying the Seeking Passion sect, he had packed up all of its materials. If the Seeking Passion sect really collected herbs for Medicine Pill Valley, then Yang Kai would definitely be able to find them. In fact, Yang Kai had indeed found them. Regardless of the year or type, there was no difference. In fact, there was even a slight surplus in terms of quantity. Among the thousands of herbs, there was no lack of emperor-grade spirit medicines, so Yang Kai was a little reluctant to hand them over. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so these spirit medicines were useful to him. However, with his current wealth, these spirit medicines were not of much use to him. Handing them over to Medicine Pill Valley would at least save him some trouble. Jiao also said that Medicine Pill Valley would not treat him unfairly and would purchase them at market price. Speaking of which, Medicine Pill Valley's reputation was related to the reputation of the great emperors of the wondrous Pill Valley, so it was naturally impossible for them to bully the weak and embezzle source crystals. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai had finished sorting out all the herbs. Just as he was about to hand them over and drive Li Xian away, his communication artifact suddenly vibrated again. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself before taking out his communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Space principles fluctuated and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the mountain gate. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw the young man named Li Xian sitting on the ground with a horrified expression on his face, his hand covering his cheek. There was a clear handprint on his clean cheek and his mouth was full of blood. Zhu Qing was standing not far in front of him, a cold murderous intent enveloping him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. At this critical moment of life and death, he discovered that his Medicine Pill Valley disciples' protective robes had no effect at all. The aura of death surged towards him, causing him to shiver from head to toe. Ji Yao stood there with an indifferent expression, looking at Li Xian without the slightest bit of sympathy. Hua Qingxi held the communication artifact in her hand, at a loss for what to do. Yang Kai's sudden appearance immediately extinguished Zhu Qing's anger. Only then did the dragon lady recall Yang Kai's previous warning and an uneasy expression appeared on her face. What's wrong? Yang Kai glanced at Li Xian coldly before turning to Zhu Qing and asking, what's wrong? Zhu Qing's red lips squirmed a few times, but she did not say a word. Sister Hua, please speak, Yang Kai turned to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi sighed and said, this little brat tried to take advantage of Sister Qing, but after Sister Qing avoided him, he continued to push his luck. Sister Qing was so angry that, she taught him a lesson. From the perspective of a woman, Hua Qingxi wanted to praise Zhu Qing and felt that she had not beaten her enough. Even if she did not kill her, she should have crippled her cultivation. But from the perspective of High Heaven Sect's chief steward, Hua Qingxi knew how much trouble Zhu Qing's slap had brought to the sect, so she could not help feeling a little worried. Took advantage of her? Yang Kai raised his brow. Nonsense, that's not true. Li Xian shouted, and for some reason, he suddenly became more confident as he stood up and said, this is slander. She's from the Emperor realm, and I'm only from the First Order Dao Source realm, how could I have the strength to take advantage of her? You still know that you're from the First Order Dao Source realm? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. This brat had been arrogant and domineering the moment he arrived, as if he was from the Emperor realm and they were Dao Source realm cultivators. Li Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Yang Kai angrily, shouting, this woman hit me for no reason. I'm a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, so hitting me is equivalent to hitting Medicine Pill Valley. You're the palace master of High Heaven Palace, so I want you to give me an explanation, or I won't let this matter rest. You want an explanation? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and glanced at him, calmly asking, what kind of explanation do you want? Li Xian's expression turned ruthless as he turned to Zhu Qing and said, I want you to cripple this slut's cultivation and let me deal with her. The difference in strength was too great, but if her cultivation was crippled, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Li Xian swore to himself that he would let this woman know the consequences of disobeying him. Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and asked, did you really hit him? Zhu Qing's expression dimmed as she whispered, I couldn't hold back. I'm sorry. Chapter 27-22. Yang Kai had told Zhu Qing before that this boy was a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley, a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Now that she had slapped him, it would definitely bring trouble to the High Heaven Palace, and Yang Kai might even become angry with her. If that happened, she would not be able to complete her task. Zhu Qing felt uneasy in her heart, but she really couldn't bear the situation just now. "I was almost slapped to death by this bitch, can't you see it?" The boy shouted hysterically, his face full of grief and indignation, as if he had suffered a great grievance. "I really can't see it." Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and said, "Come here and let me see where she hit you." The boy jumped 3 feet high and rushed in front of Yang Kai, putting his face close and saying, my face, she actually slapped my face. Look at what she has done. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will never let this matter go." Yang Kai looked at the injuries on his face seriously, nodded slightly, and suddenly raised his hand and slapped the other side of the boy's face that was unscathed. **Pa**, with a crisp sound, the boy tumbled in the air, flipping more than a dozen times before falling heavily to the ground. In mid-air, a mouthful of teeth flew out, and almost half of them fell out. After landing heavily, stars appeared in front of his eyes, and he lay there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. The girls were all shocked, and their eyes widened. "Palace Master, you..." Hua Qingxi was horrified. If Zhu Qing slapped this boy, it could be said that this boy brought shame to himself, but as the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, also slapped him, then the situation was already serious to the point of no return. Yang Kai now represented the High Heaven Palace. Every move he made was of great importance. With this slap, wouldn't it mean that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the Medicine Pill Valley? Just thinking about it made her feel scared. As the chief manager of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi suddenly felt very tired. However, she quickly felt relieved. When she saw that youth called Li Xian being sent flying, her heart was simply filled with boundless joy. This kid was too annoying. Next time you encounter something like this, don't hold back. Yang Kai glanced over at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded dumbly. She was a dragon lady. Her tyrannical strength was almost unstoppable. Previously, Yang Kai had almost suffered a great loss because of her. If he hadn't restrained himself, that slap would have been enough to kill Li Xian more than 10 times. It was precisely because of Yang Kai's previous warning that she had held back and only punished him slightly. Otherwise, Li Xian wouldn't have been alive. "You! How dare you!" Li Xian finally regained his senses and pointed a trembling finger at Yang Kai. As soon as he spoke, his words were unclear. "You dare to hit me? So what if I hit you?" Yang Kai waved his hand, and Li Xian immediately crawled on the ground, holding his head with both hands as he cried out in alarm. After waiting for a long time and seeing that nothing was happening, Li Xian secretly glanced at Yang Kai. He realized that he had been played. His face immediately flushed red, and he shouted angrily, "I am a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley. You dare to hit me? You're all dead. Don't you remember the pain?" Yang Kai's expression turned fierce as he walked forward, lifted Li Xian up, and raised him in front of him. Li Xian struggled with all his strength, but with his strength, how could he escape from Yang Kai's grip? He shouted in horror, "You! What are you doing? I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai coldly snorted and reached out to slap him. **Pa. Although Yang Kai didn't use his emperor's qi, Li Xian's strength was simply too great. However, just the strength alone was enough to make Li Xian feel like he was on the verge of death. After a few slaps, he was already crying bitterly and wailing endlessly. "You're so young, yet you don't learn good things." Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him and raised his hand in front of Li Xian's face, glaring at him fiercely. "Do you know how to speak properly now?" "Yes. Yes, yes." Li Xian nodded repeatedly. He felt that he could no longer feel his cheeks, and from the corner of his eyes, he could clearly see that his face was swollen. "Go apologize." Yang Kai threw Li Xian to the side, right next to Zhu Qing's feet. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in surprise, and her heartstrings were inexplicably moved. Was he venting for her? After all, with Yang Kai's current status, it was best to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Only then would he be able to pass his days peacefully. But he actually beat this brat up for no reason, and even made him apologize to her. Wasn't he annoyed with her and kept avoiding her? What was he doing? For a moment, Zhu Qing's heart was in a mess. Li Xian staggered to his feet and obediently stood in front of Zhu Qing. He bowed deeply and said in a sincere voice, "Elder sister, I'm sorry. This little brother was rude just now. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. I'm just a child who doesn't know anything. Elder sister, please don't be angry." After being violently beaten up, Li Xian seemed to have changed into a completely different person. There was no need to mention how obedient and sensible he was. Zhu Qing frowned and said, "It's nothing." It was indeed nothing. This brat had wanted to touch her before, but she had dodged all of them. She hadn't suffered any losses at all. On the contrary, he had been beaten to a pulp by Yang Kai. "Thank you for your magnanimity, elder sister." Li Xian's face was filled with gratitude. He then turned and walked in front of Yang Kai, and said with a smile, "Elder brother, this little brother has already apologized. That elder sister has also forgiven me." You see, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Not bad. This child is worth teaching." Li Xian smiled and said, "Elder brother is too kind. If there's nothing else, this little brother will take his leave. You don't want the spirit herbs?" Yang Kai looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Li Xian slapped his head and laughed dryly, I almost forgot. This is a task given to me by honored master." Yang Kai smiled lightly and threw the space ring he had prepared earlier to him. "The spirit herbs on the list are all in there. You can check them yourself." No need, no need. I trust elder brother's character." Li Xian said as he put away the space ring, took out another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai. "These are the source crystals for the spirit herbs. Elder brother, check them." Yang Kai nodded and took the space ring. After scanning it with his divine sense, he looked up at Li Xian and said, "This number is a bit low. Are you sure your honored master only gave you these source crystals?" The number of spirit herbs on the list was not low, and according to Yang Kai's estimation, they were worth at least 20 million high-rank source crystals. However, there were only 10 million source crystals in this space ring, and all of them were low-rank source crystals. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Xian was taken aback but immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "I took the wrong one. This is what honored master told me to do." Saying so, he quickly gave Yang Kai a new space ring. The number of source crystals this time was correct, and there were even more, almost 25 million high-rank source crystals. It seemed that it was just as Ji Yao had said before. Although Medicine Pill Valley had asked the great sects of the Northern Territory to collect spirit herbs on their behalf, they would never let these sects suffer a loss. All the herbs would be purchased according to the price, and there would even be some left over. After all, this matter was related to the reputation of Medicine Pill Valley and the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so the disciples of Medicine Pill Valley did not dare act recklessly. However, Yang Kai knew that if Seeking Passion sect still existed, this boy named Li Xian would only need to pay the source crystals in the first space ring to buy the spirit herbs from them. Li Xian obviously wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai, and 25 million high-rank source crystals was not a small number. Therefore, he had prepared 2 sets of source crystals and 2 space rings. However, after being taught a lesson by Yang Kai, how could he dare to ask for food here? After completing the transaction, Li Xian immediately said goodbye, and Yang Kai naturally did not ask him to stay. The boy summoned his ship and flew up, looking very confident. If his cheeks were not swollen like a pig's head, he could be considered a handsome young man. Goodbye, big brothers and big sisters. Li Xian stood on the deck and waved enthusiastically. Have a good trip. Yang Kai responded with a smile. Li Xian quickly flew away on his ship, but the moment he turned around, the smile on his face quickly disappeared and turned into an icy cold expression. What do you want to do? Ji Yao suddenly stood in front of Yang Kai, blocking his way. Her cold eyes were like sharp blades, piercing Yang Kai's heart and looking into the depths of his heart. This sudden action shocked Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing, not knowing what Ji Yao meant. I have nothing to do, so I'm going out for a stroll. Yang Kai looked up at the sky, not daring to look directly into Ji Yao's eyes. I'll go with you, Ji Yao said. I'm just going for a stroll, why are you coming with me? Yang Kai glared at her. I also want to go for a stroll. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, I miss women, so I'm going to find a brothel to have some fun. Do you want to come with me? Miss women? Ji Yao sneered, good, come back to Ice Heart Valley with me. As long as you raise your arm and call for help, I guarantee that hundreds of Ice Heart Valley disciples will rush up and drown you. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That won't be necessary, aren't Ice Heart Valley's disciples all focused on purity? What is there to avoid? I don't dare say anything else, but I have a few martial nieces who admire you. If you want, I can arrange it for you. I guarantee they will be willing. His martial aunt is really considerate. Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp and almost agreed, but then he noticed two pairs of fiery eyes staring at him from the side. He swallowed the words he was about to say and angrily said, what's the point of being a virtuous girl? This young master likes those withered flowers in brothels. Playing with them is more enjoyable. Enough. Ji Yao trembled with anger. Although Yang Kai was just talking and hadn't really taken action, she still found it somewhat unacceptable. Moreover, listening to Yang Kai's words, it was as if he was a regular visitor to a brothel. You're the one who's done enough. What are you trying to do? I already have a follower, if you also want to follow me, how am I supposed to live? Yang Kai glared at her. Zhu Qing frowned and said discontentedly, who are you talking about? Speak clearly. I'm talking about you. Do you have a problem with that? Yang Kai looked at her. Zhu Qing turned her head and whispered softly, do you think I want to? Don't try to confuse me. Ji Yao sneered softly, you want to go to a brothel? You want to kill people to silence them, right? Silence them. Hua Qingxi was shocked, what do you mean by silence? Chapter 27-23. As soon as Hua Qingxi said this, she suddenly came to a realization and looked at Yang Kai in horror. Palace Master, you can't be thinking of, suddenly wanting to silence someone for no reason. Thinking back to what had happened before, it was obvious who the target was. She couldn't help but be shocked by Yang Kai's audacity. That person was a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. How could he think of killing someone to silence them? If he really did such a thing, Medicine Pill Valley wouldn't let it go. What nonsense! Yang Kai flatly denied, there's no such thing, Yao, your imagination is quite rich. Then why don't you dare look at me? Ji Yao coldly snorted. Fine, I'll look at you, I'm not scared of you. Yang Kai turned his head, his eyes as wide as eggs as he viciously glared at Ji Yao. The beautiful eyes in front of him were clear and flawless, as white as a clear spring, his own shadow clearly reflected in them. Her long eyelashes were like dancing fairies, appearing even more pure and refined. Humph! Ji Yao coldly sneered, you think staring at me doesn't make you feel guilty? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm thinking about how you looked when you stripped naked in the Phoenix Luo Palace. That little brat isn't someone easy to deal with. On the surface, he was beaten up by you and became respectful, but in reality, he already hates you to death. He's young and too inexperienced, thinking he can get away with it by putting on an act. In fact, you and I both know he's holding back a belly full of evil ideas and is preparing to go back to Medicine Pill Valley to complain about you. You want to kill him because there's no evidence, right? Yang Kai calmly said, "It's already like this, what better solution do you have?" This time he didn't deny it, but he found it strange. Had he made it so obvious? How could Ji Yao see through his thoughts at a glance? You still can't kill him. Ji Yao frowned. If you really kill him, it'll be troublesome. Or rather, you shouldn't have beaten him up like that before, and now the problem has been exposed. It's fine if you don't want to solve it, but as a palace master, you actually act so recklessly. I shouldn't have hit him. Yang Kai jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I don't know where this little bastard came from. He was so presumptuous in my high heaven palace, touching my people and even daring to speak rudely. You said that I shouldn't have hit him. I really wanted to kill him then and there. Letting him leave the high heaven palace alive is already a blessing. Who is your subordinate? Zhu Qing blushed. Anyway, that's what it means. Why are you being so calculative? Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. It's fine if he knows he's wrong, but I can't let him get away with it. Getting angry for a beauty. Although Ji Yao's mouth was full of praise, her eyes were full of ridicule. Do you men like this? This has nothing to do with some bullshit beauty. Yang Kai said seriously in a low voice, this is the attitude of a person. I don't blame you for hitting him just now. In that situation, even I wanted to hit him. Ji Yao pursed her lips, her attitude softening a little. But you shouldn't have killed him to silence him. I haven't done it yet. Didn't you stop me? Yang Kai curled his lips. If you had done it, then it would have been over. At that time, even if you were in the right, you would become unreasonable. Ji Yao sighed. I think you've been blinded by anger to do such a stupid thing. If you say so, then so be it. Kai Yang put on a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water posture, straightening his neck and allowing Ji Yao to lecture him. Ji Yao was both angry and amused. She said, you've been wandering the star boundary for so many years. Don't you know the mentality of these young people? He can't represent Medicine Pill Valley. He's just a second-generation disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. Second-generation disciple? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Ji Yao nodded and explained, Medicine Pill Valley is the cultivation place of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. His several direct disciples are the first generation. All of them were Pill Emperors with extremely profound attainments in the art of alchemy. The wondrous Pill Great Emperor had stopped accepting disciples a long time ago. His personal disciples had accepted them as disciples. His direct disciples are the second generation. That Li Xian is naturally one of them. So, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was only afraid of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. If it was really as Ji Yao said, then it really wasn't a big deal. This Li Xian was a generation away from the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. He could only rely on a direct disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. An Pill Emperor, he was also an Pill Emperor. Who was afraid of who? What's more, today's matter was Li Xian asking for humiliation. Relying on his identity as a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, he was too arrogant and despotic. If his master was reasonable, he would not blame Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace. Of course, he couldn't expect Li Xian to thank him. His disciple had been taught a lesson, so he would definitely feel a little uncomfortable. If he was a narrow-minded person, he might even come looking for trouble. If that's the case, do you still want to silence him? Ji Yao asked. Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand. What are you talking about? What do you mean by silencing people? How could you say something so terrifying? This palace master sweeps the floor for fear of harming the lives of ants, so how could I do such a thing? The three women rolled their eyes in unison. Although there's no need to worry too much, we still need to be on guard. I'll return to Iceheart Valley first and help you inquire about this matter. Li Xian's brother is currently in Iceheart Valley. Ji Yao thought about it and said. All right, Yang Kai nodded. Ji Yao turned around and left. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and said, You've been hiding for so long, what are you doing? Why haven't you come out yet? A ripple suddenly appeared in the air, like a stone being thrown into a calm lake. The ripple spread out and revealed the figure of the Southern Gate Army. Palace Master's divine might is unparalleled, Southern Gate is in awe. The Southern Gate Army walked over with a flattering smile. Stop flattering me, what's the matter? Yang Kai glanced at him. This guy had been hiding here all this time. Yang Kai didn't know what he was trying to do, but Yang Kai didn't care. Now that the Southern Gate Army was the chief array master of High Heaven Palace, it was naturally impossible for them to harm him. The Southern Gate Army immediately said, Subordinate has prepared some good things for Palace Master. What good things? The Southern Gate Army grinned meaningfully and said mysteriously, Please take a look, Palace Master. Kill, 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 kill. On the deck of the ship, Li Xian wore a bitter expression as he constantly cursed in a low voice. Today's encounter was simply a great humiliation. As a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, his status was noble and he was destined to become an Emperor Realm alchemist in the future. How could he endure such humiliation? Just as Ji Yao said, on the surface, he had been acting arrogant and respectful, but in reality, he had been plotting how to take revenge. It wasn't until he flew out of an uninhabited mountain valley that he controlled the ship to descend. Putting away his flight-type artifact, Li Xian's bitter expression became extremely twisted as he felt a burning pain on his cheeks. He viciously slammed his palm towards a rock in front of him, causing it to fly into the air. Flying through the cloud of dust, Li Xian wantonly unleashed his strength, seemingly venting all his anger and grievances. After a long time, Li Xian collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Taking out some healing pills from his space ring and swallowing them, his eyes darted around a few times before he gloomily declared, All of you must die. Saying so, Li Xian took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away from this mountain valley, at the headquarters of the Northern Territory's top sect, Fire Dragon Palace, was a place filled with rich world energy aura. This place covered an area of no more than a dozen acres, but even in Fire Dragon Palace, it was a restricted area. Besides Palace Master Li Jiao, only a few elders were qualified to set foot here. Because this was a precious spirit medicine garden. There were not many spirit medicines cultivated in this medicine garden, only about 100 or so, but each of them was an emperor-grade spirit medicine, an extremely rare existence. The entire medicine garden was filled with world energy aura and a rich medicinal fragrance. If an ordinary cultivator came here, they would only need to take a whiff to greatly improve their cultivation. At this moment, in a pavilion next to this medicine garden, 3 people were sitting around a table. The person on the left was dressed in a purple robe and had a graceful and luxurious appearance. He had a wide mouth, a split nose, and wild hair. He was the Fire Dragon Palace's palace master, Li Jiao. The person on the right also had an extraordinary bearing. He looked to be around 40 years old, but his true age was unknown. His expression was dignified without being angry. He was Mi Qi, the sect master of another top sect in the Northern Territory, the Mi Tian sect. It was not surprising that the two of them were together. Ever since Yang Kai destroyed Seeking Passion sect, these two sects had become very close. Just as Bing Yun said, they were quite afraid of Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace, so naturally, they wanted to stay together for warmth. Sitting in the middle was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the second-order Emperor realm, one realm lower than Li Jiao and Mi Qi, but from his demeanor and words, it could be seen that Li Jiao and Mi Qi were extremely respectful to this person, even trying to curry favor with him. In this world, there were not many people who could make two great emperors act so respectfully and carefully, but the direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors was qualified. This person was the last disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, the fifth-ranked disciple, alchemist Ji Ying. Naturally, it was impossible for Medicine Pill Valley to let a disciple like Li Xian take charge of collecting herbs every 10 years. This time, Ji Ying was supposed to lead the team and visit the other sects one by one, but just as Ji Ying arrived at the Fire Dragon Palace and collected the herbs collected by the Fire Dragon Palace over the past 10 years, he encountered some delays and could only send 2 of his disciples to Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace. He also knew that his disciple Li Xian was a bit lecherous, so he sent his other disciple to Ice Heart Valley to prevent this boy from falling into a field of flowers and affecting his cultivation. However, being lecherous was not a big problem. Young people were hot-blooded and learned alchemy in Medicine Pill Valley all year round, so it was normal for them to be curious about women. In his opinion, the 2 disciples he accepted were excellent seedlings. As long as he gave them some guidance, even if their future achievements were not as good as his, they would not be too far behind. Moreover, their usual performance was good, so he was quite assured about their safety. Chapter 27-24. The pavilion was filled with the fragrance of tea as the 3 of them sat around a table, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. Li Jiao and Mi Qi's flattery made Ji Ying feel both physically and mentally happy. He waved his hands and laughed loudly. After an unknown amount of time, a strange sound suddenly came from somewhere in the medicine garden. Although this sound was soft, how could the 3 of them not notice it as they were all masters of the Emperor realm? Ji Ying suddenly stood up and looked towards a certain direction in the medicine garden with an excited expression. The spirit flower is about to bloom. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Li Jiao said, "Grandmaster Ji's eyes are really sharp. If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji this time, I'm afraid this Li wouldn't have known that this spirit flower would bloom so soon." Mi Qi smiled and said, "Grandmaster Ji is an alchemist emperor and a disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills. He knows the world's spirit flowers and herbs like the back of his hand. How can you compare to him? If I really asked you to take care of this spirit flower, I'm afraid you would miss the best time for it to bloom and waste it for nothing." "Yes, yes, yes." Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. "Brother Mi Qi is right. If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji's reminder, I'm afraid such a precious spirit flower would have been wasted. Since the spirit flower is about to bloom, why don't we go and take a look?" "Good, good, good." Ji Ying nodded excitedly and took the lead to walk in that direction. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other and secretly exchanged glances. Everything was understood without words. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at a certain part of the medicine garden. There was only one spirit flower here, and it was about a foot tall. What was surprising was that this spirit flower actually exuded a strange aura. If Xu Qing or Yang Kai were here, they would definitely be able to tell that this aura was dragon qi at a glance. However, this dragon qi was relatively thin and not as pure as the dragon qi they emitted when they stimulated the dragon race's origin source. Even so, it was still an extremely amazing thing. After all, this was just a spirit flower. Strangely enough, not only did this spirit flower exude a faint dragon qi, but from its appearance, it seemed to be a giant dragon that had shrunk countless times. On the rhizome, tiny dragon scales were vivid and lifelike. There were also dragon claws and dragon tails on the dragon head. A blood-red flower bud was gently unfolding and waiting to bloom. It was like a nimble butterfly that was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Ji Ying stood 10 meters away from this stalk of spirit herb, holding his breath and concentrating. They watched nervously. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be waiting for a spirit flower to bloom. Instead, he was waiting for a child to be born, Li Jiao looked at the spirit flower that was about to bloom with a proud expression and secretly gave Mi Qi a look. Mi Qi immediately asked, Master Mi, is the dragon blood flower really that precious? What do you know? Ji Ying was concentrating on looking ahead. When he heard Mi Qi's words, he subconsciously reprimanded him. However, he quickly realized that the person who spoke was not a disciple who had always been by his side. Instead, it was the sect master of a large sect. His tone softened a little. He explained, you are not alchemists, so you naturally don't know how rare this dragon blood flower is. However, Palace Master Li has always been using blood essence to nurture this dragon blood flower, so you must have some understanding of it. Li Jiao hurriedly said, I am also confused and don't know much about it. I still need Master Mi to explain. After taking care of it for several hundred years, how could he not know? However, at this moment, he naturally had to pretend that he didn't know and satisfy the other's vanity. Ji Ying nodded and said, the dragon blood flower is a specialty of Dragon Island. In this world, only Dragon Island has it. Don't you think it's precious? Mi Qi said in shock, there is such a thing. He turned to Li Jiao and asked, then where did brother Li Jiao get this dragon blood flower? Li Jiao smiled and said, many years ago, I went out. I felt that this thing was somewhat unusual and brought it back. Who would have thought that after transplanting it, I would find that it gradually withered, so I tried to feed it with blood essence. Unexpectedly, it came back to life, so I have been using blood essence to nurture it all these years. That was a coincidence. Mi Qi nodded slightly. Ji Ying nodded and said, Palace Master Li is right. The reason why this dragon blood flower is a specialty of Dragon Island is because it needs dragon blood as food to grow. In this world, other than Dragon Island, where else can there be a dragon race? Therefore, even if the dragon blood flower appears in other places, it won't be able to grow. Palace Master Li has the bloodline of the dragon race. Feeding it with blood essence is the right medicine. Li Jiao was not a pure human, but a half-human half-monster. It was said that he was a combination of human and dragon. Although not many people in the Northern Territory knew about this secret, Ji Ying and Mi Qi knew about it. The dragon blood flower needs dragon blood as food. Although the dragon race bloodline in Li Jiao's body was a little thin, it still existed. After many years of careful care, this dragon blood flower had really grown to the extent of blooming. My guess is that the place where Palace Master Li found this dragon blood flower should have had a dragon race fall. If not, it would be impossible for the dragon blood flower to be born. Ji Ying said solemnly. Li Jiao said in admiration, Master Ji's eyes are like torches. When I found this dragon blood flower, I indeed found the skeleton of a dragon race. However, I don't know how many years it has been dead, so it has already decayed. The skeleton of a dragon race is indestructible, so how could it be so easily decayed? It should be because the dragon blood flower absorbed the nutrients from the skeleton. So that's how it is. Li Jiao was like an ignorant child as he kept nodding. Ji Ying said excitedly, with the dragon blood flower, we can refine the dragon blood pill. This thing is very useful to Palace Master Li, what do you mean? Li Jiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and humbly asked for guidance. Ji Ying smiled faintly and said, on the Dragon Island, the main purpose of the Dragon Clan's disciples to consume the dragon blood flower is to refine their bloodline and purify their bloodline power. You should have heard that the bloodline of the Dragon Clan is divided into various grades and ranks. A high-grade bloodline has an extremely strong suppressive power over a low-grade bloodline. Therefore, even if two dragon clans' strength is almost the same, if the difference in bloodline is too big, the one with the lower bloodline will have no way to fight back against the one with the higher bloodline. Mi Qi and Li Jiao nodded lightly. They naturally knew about this. Dragon race disciples are born powerful and can easily cultivate to the level of the Emperor realm. They don't even need to put in much effort to obtain strength comparable to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Their daily cultivation is focused on refining their bloodline. The purer their bloodline, the higher their rank, and the stronger their strength. The current dragon race's Great Elder is said to be an 8th-order Azure Dragon whose strength is comparable to the Great Emperor's. Above that, there are even the legendary 9th-order and 10th-order bloodlines. The Dragon Blood Flower can be said to be the most important thing to them. Li Jiao said excitedly, Grandmaster Ji means that I can also, that's right. Ji Ying nodded, although the dragon race bloodline in Palace Master Li's body is a little weak, it can indeed be improved by consuming the Dragon Blood Flower. Of course, if it can be refined into a Dragon Blood Pill, the effect will be even better. Li Jiao's breathing suddenly became rapid. Although he had secretly inquired about this information, after hearing it from Ji Ying, he felt that his several hundred years of cultivation had not been in vain. He had obtained this Dragon Blood Flower several hundred years ago and had been cultivating it with his own blood essence for so many years, causing his strength to stagnate. Although he and Mi Qi were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, if they really fought, he would definitely not be Mi Qi's opponent. However, it was different now. If he could consume this Dragon Blood Flower and refine it, his strength would definitely surpass Mi Qi's in one fell swoop. It's just a pity. Ji Ying changed the topic and frowned slightly. What's a pity? Li Jiao's heart was in turmoil, afraid that he would hear something bad from Ji Ying. Ji Ying smiled and said, Palace Master Li, you don't need to be nervous. I just want to say that the dragon race bloodlines are divided into different grades, and this Dragon Blood Flower is also divided into different grades. Even if this Dragon Blood Flower really blooms, I'm afraid it will be the lowest grade Dragon Blood Flower. This kind of Dragon Blood Flower, if placed on Dragon Island, probably no one in the dragon race would even glance at it, but in this medicine garden, it was already the most precious thing. Because it was rare. It was because of this Dragon Blood Flower that Ji Ying stayed in the Fire Dragon Palace. Otherwise, he would have gone to Iceheart Valley and High Heaven Palace personally to collect the many spirit medicines. He wanted to stay and witness the moment the Dragon Blood Flower bloomed, which was also a rare opportunity for an alchemist. Although Ji Ying had studied alchemy under the great emperors for so many years, this was the first time he had seen a Dragon Blood Flower. As an Emperor Realm alchemist, it was natural for him to be excited to see a spirit flower for the first time. Mi Qi said from the side, Grandmaster Ji, this Dragon Blood Pill has a magical effect on Brotherly, but is it useless to a human cultivator? Ji Ying smiled slightly and said, how could it be useless? It can increase one's strength, purify one's cultivation, and strengthen one's physique. The Dragon Blood Pill has endless magical effects. After a pause, he said, Palace Master Li, if you don't mind, after this Dragon Blood Flower blooms, can you let me refine it? Li Jiao was overjoyed when he heard this and cupped his fists. That's exactly what I was thinking. It would be best if Grandmaster Ji could help. He was overjoyed. Although he was the Palace Master of the Fire Dragon Palace, even with his status, it was not easy to find Ji Ying to refine pills. In the past, he had gone to the Medicine Pill Valley several times to ask for pills, but which time did he not pay a huge price and wait for a long time? But this time, Ji Ying actually took the initiative to ask for it, and did not ask for any reward. It seemed that this Dragon Blood Flower was also very attractive to Ji Ying. I wonder how many pills Grandmaster Ji can refine? Li Jiao asked carefully. Ji Ying's expression was solemn, and he said, I don't dare to say, but 3 pills is definitely not a problem. In the past, when they asked him to refine pills, not only did he ask for a reward, he would also keep 1/3 of the pills refined. This was his rule. Therefore, Li Jiao asked Ji Ying how many pills he could refine. Now that he heard that it was 3 pills, he was overjoyed. If that was the case, then he could at least get 2 Dragon Blood Pills, which would be of great help to increase his strength. Congratulations, Brother Li. Congratulations, Brother Li. Mi Chi cupped his fists and congratulated from the side, but he was a little upset. Chapter 27-25. Due to the sudden rise of the High Heaven Palace and the destruction of the Seeking Passion sect, the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace had temporarily formed an alliance, but who didn't have selfish motives. Mi Chi naturally didn't want Li Jiao to be too strong. In his heart, he prayed that Ji Ying would fail in refining the dragon blood pill. However, he also knew that the possibility of this happening wasn't high. Ji Ying was an Emperor Realm alchemist, and his alchemy skills were incomparably refined. Since he said that he could refine 3 pills, he naturally wasn't boasting. Li Jiao laughed heartily with a complacent look on his face. At this moment, another strange sound rang out, startling the 3 great emperors, and they all turned to look at the dragon blood flower. The budding dragon blood flower actually bloomed slightly at this moment, and a crimson light was reflected from it, dazzling everyone's eyes. The 3 Emperor Realm Masters all held their breaths and paid close attention to this scene. The crimson light grew brighter and brighter, and the flower bloomed bigger and bigger, as if a new life was being born, trying to break free from the flower, and a faint dragon chi began to fill the air. Asterisk thump thump, thump thump, asterisk Li Jiao's heartbeat was clearly audible. This matter was related to the improvement of his cultivation, so he was naturally more nervous than the other 2. Suddenly, the life born in the flower seemed to be hindered by something, and the light dimmed a little. Even the flower bud that was about to bloom shrank a lot. A feeling of withering enveloped the entire dragon blood flower. Li Jiao's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "What?" Ji Ying anxiously shouted, "Palace Master Li, quickly urge your blood essence to feed it, otherwise, it will be in danger." The growth of the dragon blood flower only fed on the blood essence of the dragon race, so only Li Jiao could save this strange flower at this moment. Hearing Ji Ying's words, Li Jiao didn't hesitate, and with a flick of his finger, he cut a wound on his fingertip and urged a secret technique, causing a drop of rich blood essence to appear on his fingertip. "Go!" he yelled in a low voice. The drop of blood essence flew in an arc towards the dragon blood flower's flower and steadily fell into its center. Nourished by the blood essence, the dragon blood flower exuded vitality again. The flower bud bloomed even faster than before, and a strange fragrance spread in all directions. On the contrary, Li Jiao, who had forced out a drop of blood essence, looked slightly pale, as if Yuan Qi was greatly injured. This drop of blood essence took at least 10 years of bitter cultivation. However, when he recalled the dragon blood pill, he immediately felt that it was all worth it. A high-pitched dragon roar suddenly sounded, and the dragon blood flower bloomed. Then, a red light burst out from it, as if it was alive, and rushed into the sky. The dragon blood flowers as his eyes, dragon blood dragon's flower, it was to blood to heaven. Mi Chi and Li Jiao fixed their eyes on him and revealed surprised expressions. "This is the dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao and Mi Chi looked at each other. This dragon blood flower didn't look like a flower at all. Instead, it looked like the spirit of the dragon race. Was this really a dragon blood flower? Ji Ying excitedly took out a wooden box that emitted a sandalwood fragrance and placed the dragon blood flower inside. After placing a seal on it, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, its grade isn't high. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to suppress it." The dragon blood flower could only be produced on Dragon Island, and only the dragon race could subdue it. The spirit flower has bloomed. "I'll have to trouble Master Ji to refine the pill." Li Jiao suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said respectfully, "Leave everything to me. I'll have to ask Palace Master Li to prepare a quiet place for me." Ji Ying nodded and said, "Sure, sure." Li Jiao was overjoyed. He originally thought that Ji Ying was going to bring the dragon blood flower back to Medicine Pill Valley to refine. But hearing the meaning in his words, he was going to refine the pill immediately. How could he not be overjoyed? Mi Chi forced a smile and said, "Brotherly, go arrange it. I'll accompany Master Ji." Li Jiao nodded and said, "All right, please wait a moment." After saying that, he turned and left. At that moment, Ji Ying suddenly took out a communication artifact from his sleeve. After sensing it for a moment, his originally happy expression turned into one of anger as he shouted, "Impudent!" Li Jiao was startled and hurriedly turned around. "What's wrong?" He thought that he had accidentally offended Ji Ying. Mi Chi also asked curiously, "Master Ji, what happened?" Ji Ying said with a sullen face, "Li Xian was beaten." Li Xian. Mi Chi and Li Jiao muttered, but quickly reacted. Wasn't this Master Ji's disciple? That boy wasn't very old, but whether it was in terms of cultivation or alchemy, he was extremely talented and was highly valued by Ji Ying. A few days ago, he followed Ji Ying to Fire Dragon Palace, but was sent out to collect spirit herbs. Iceheart Valley? Or High Heaven Palace? Mi Chi's heart beat wildly as he couldn't help but ask excitedly. If the people from High Heaven Palace beat Li Xian, there would be a good show to watch. He and Li Jiao were worried about a way to curb the arrogance of High Heaven Palace, but before they could think of a way, would the other party take the initiative to deliver themselves to them? It's High Heaven Palace. Ji Ying's face was full of anger. They beat my disciple and even stole the source crystals I used to buy spirit herbs for him. This High Heaven Palace is simply lawless. What? Mi Chi was shocked. Not only did they beat him up, they even stole source crystals. This. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, thinking to himself, "High Heaven Palace, oh High Heaven Palace, you're courting your own destruction. How can you casually touch the people of Medicine Pill Valley? This is simply too presumptuous. High Heaven Palace actually dares to not put Medicine Pill Valley in their eyes. I, Li Jiao, will not live under the same sky as them." Li Jiao also realized that an opportunity had come and declared, "Palace Master Li, I'm afraid that the matter of alchemy will have to be delayed. This matter concerns the face of my Medicine Pill Valley. I must personally go and see what High Heaven Palace wants." Ji Ying said angrily. Although he had promised Li Jiao first, this matter was of great importance and naturally couldn't be delayed. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, it would damage the face of Medicine Pill Valley and the great emperors of Wondrous Pill Valley. Yang Kai chuckled, looked at her with interest, and said, "Don't you have other friends?" Zhu Qing shook her head. Why would the dragon race need friends? What a joke. Yang Kai said seriously, "Let me tell you, there are several kinds of friends. Although we are friends now, we are only the most ordinary kind. There are others?" Zhu Qing frowned, and asked curiously. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Above ordinary friends are close friends, and above that are boyfriend and girlfriend. If we are boyfriend and girlfriend, then our relationship is not necessarily the same. If you want me to go to Dragon Island, I can consider it. Zhu Qing's eyes lit up, and said, "Then let's be boyfriend and girlfriend?" "You really want to?" Yang Kai looked at her with a serious expression. "Of course. Let's be boyfriend and girlfriend." Zhu Qing nodded affirmatively. Chapter 27-26. I don't care if we are boyfriend and girlfriend, but I'm afraid that you. Yang Kai grabbed Zhu Qing's small hand and gently rubbed it. I feel that it's too much. TSK, her small hand was smooth and white. It felt like he was touching the best silk, making him reluctant to put it down. Zhu Qing frowned and stared at Yang Kai's impudent actions. She shyly withdrew her small hand and turned her head away. Don't be like this. It's weird. Yang Kai said with a straight face, didn't you say that we are boyfriend and girlfriend? Zhu Qing asked curiously, do we have to do this if we are boyfriend and girlfriend? Of course. Yang Kai's nostrils flared hot air. This is the most basic. Zhu Qing couldn't help but look a little hesitant. Then what else do we have to do? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled slyly. Many things, tell me, I'll see, if I can do it. Zhu Qing's pink neck was a little red. She seemed to have realized something. Her appearance made him restless. Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath and calmed the rolling blood in his heart. He took the opportunity to lie down on Zhu Qing's firm and round thighs. His head touched her lower abdomen, and he said comfortably, let's try rubbing a few times first. Zhu Qing's face was red. Although it wasn't the first time she had such intimate contact with Yang Kai, and she had done it even worse before, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered and her heart was beating faster. She stretched out her hands and gently pressed her thumbs on Yang Kai's temples. Then, she gently rotated them a few times. Yang Kai's bones loosened. He felt as if he was flying up and down in the clouds. It was so comfortable that he almost wanted to cry. He thought that this girl was actually so cooperative. He wondered if he should let go of everything. He wanted to get to know her better. Suddenly, a violent force came from his temples, as if he had been hit by two sledgehammers at the same time. Yang Kai's face instantly twisted, and his eyes widened. Do you really think that I don't know anything and that you can do whatever you want? Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and erupted with a brute force that could move mountains and seas. His two thumbs were like drills, rotating back and forth on Yang Kai's temples. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Yang Kai's head was clamped, and he couldn't move at all. Even though it's my first time leaving the Dragon Island, I'm not an idiot. Don't bully me again. Zhu Qing clenched her teeth, and her hands didn't stop moving. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like he was going to die. His whole body became unwell. He arched his body and suddenly shot up from the ground. She kicked at Zhu Qing's head. Zhu Qing waved her hand and easily blocked the attack. She took advantage of the situation to stand up, put some distance between Yang Kai and herself, and stared at him angrily. Yang Kai swayed a few times, but he still felt a little dizzy. He almost lost his balance. He said angrily, "You actually pretended to be innocent in front of me. That's no fun." As if he had been deceived, a huge wound appeared in the depths of his heart. "I've had enough of you." Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and shouted. "I didn't ask you to stay here. You're the one who didn't want to leave, and you're blaming me?" Zhu Qing's chest heaved up and down, as if there was a volcano in her chest that could erupt at any time. She stamped her foot and said, "Fine, I won't bother you anymore, and you also don't come looking for me." What a joke. Yang Kai put his hands on his waist. "Spittle flew everywhere, even if all the women in the world died, I won't look for you." Zhu Qing's face suddenly turned cold, as if a bowl of frost could be scraped off. A layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she said calmly, "Remember what you said." She turned around and left. Yang Kai sneered, raised his hand and waved, "Goodbye. I won't see you out." But there was no trace of Zhu Qing. A figure flashed, and Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. She glanced at Yang Kai, and then looked in the direction that Zhu Qing left, and said, "Did you have a fight?" Yang Kai snorted coldly, "It's too late to say anything. It's not too late to chase after her now. She hasn't gone far." Hua Qingxi looked into the distance. "She's a woman. You can just coax her. She's angry with you, which means she cares about you. She has other intentions." Yang Kai curled his lips and turned to look at Hua Qingxi. "Why are you looking for me?" Hua Qingxi said in a deep voice, they're here. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he sneered, they're here. Come, let's go and experience the glory of the great emperor's disciples. Outside the High Heaven Palace's mountain gate, outside the sect-protecting Grand Formation, a huge ship floated in the air, like a dark cloud that covered most of the sky. 5 figures stood on the deck. Ji Ying stood at the forefront, waiting with a gloomy expression. Li Jiao, the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, and Mi Qi, the sect master of the High Sky Sect, stood on his left and right like bodyguards. The 2 people behind them were Ji Ying's disciples, and Li Xian was among them. Li Xian had lost more than half of his teeth, and his cheeks were still swollen. It wasn't that his injuries were too serious. He was an alchemist himself, and he was from the Medicine Pill Valley, so he naturally had some good healing pills on him. This kind of external injury could be easily healed, but he deliberately left it there in the hopes that Ji Ying would see it and let him understand how he was bullied and humiliated in the High Heaven Palace. And it turned out to be very effective. When Ji Ying saw his beloved disciple being beaten until he looked like a pig, and more than half of his teeth had fallen out, his anger exploded like a bomb. Although Li Xian was only a second-generation disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley and not a direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he was still a member of the Medicine Pill Valley. Being humiliated like this in the Northern Territory was simply unforgivable. And today, when he personally came to the High Heaven Palace, he was actually blocked outside the mountain gate, not receiving the slightest bit of respect and treatment he deserved. This made him have a bad impression of the High Heaven Palace. This is simply outrageous. Li Jiao said angrily. This High Heaven Palace is too arrogant. It is their honor to have Grandmaster Ji here, but no one came to receive him. This kind of sect has no manners at all. Mi Qi chimed in, that's right, this High Heaven Palace doesn't seem to put Grandmaster Ji and the Medicine Pill Valley in their eyes. They didn't mind watching a good show. The 2 of them couldn't wait for the High Heaven Palace to offend Ji Ying as much as possible, so they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to fan the flames. Ji Ying's already ugly expression became even uglier. He was a disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and he himself was a respected alchemist emperor. Which sect didn't treat him like an honored guest when he traveled in the Northern Territory? No matter where he went, he would be warmly received, but when he came to the High Heaven Palace, he was actually refused entry. Just now, there was a chief steward who ran out, but after asking a few questions, he shrank back and was nowhere to be seen. This High Heaven Palace was actually so rampant. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Previously, when he heard Mi Qi and Li Jiao talk about the High Heaven Palace, he knew that the 2 of them were afraid of the High Heaven Palace and were deliberately trying to smear their reputation. But now, his own personal experience told Ji Ying that this High Heaven Palace really wasn't that great. Master, you have to uphold justice for this disciple. Li Xian jumped out at the right time, snot and tears running down his face as he mumbled, that High Heaven Palace's palace master not only hit this disciple, but also stole the source crystals this disciple used to buy spirit herbs. This disciple mentioned Master and the ancestral founders' names, but he didn't take it seriously. Master, you can't let him off so easily. What? Ji Ying's expression changed, and he said fiercely, he actually dares to not put the ancestral founder in his eyes? Although his own experience and his disciples' experience had angered him, it hadn't reached the point of losing his mind. But now, when he heard Li Xian say that this High Heaven Palace's palace master didn't put the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors in his eyes, Ji Ying completely exploded. Li Xian observed Ji Ying's expression, his eyes turning as he said, he also said, what did he say? Ji Ying asked with a dark expression. Li Xian said timidly, this disciple doesn't dare to say. Say it. Ji Ying glared at him. His brother next to him also said, Junior brother, whatever that person said, just tell Master, don't be afraid. Li Xian seemed to be encouraged, he said that we alchemists are all bullshit, that we think we're superior just because we know how to refine pills, but we're actually worthless in his eyes, impudent. Ji Ying shouted. Li Xian fell to his knees and said, Master, I didn't say that, it was that person who said it. Master naturally knows that it wasn't you who said it. Ji Ying took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He raised his hand and said, Stand up. Li Xian stood up shakily and raised his sleeve to wipe the corners of his eyes. No one noticed that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a sinister smile. As Ji Ying's disciple, he naturally knew Ji Ying's reverse scale. The wondrous pill great emperors were Ji Ying's teachers, and the art of alchemy was the great Tao that Ji Ying pursued. These two things occupied an unimaginable position in his heart, and Ji Ying wouldn't easily forgive anyone who dared to offend these two reverse scales. Now, according to his description, Yang Kai had both, so it would be strange if he had a good ending. Let's see how you die now. Grandmaster Ji, it seems that there is no need for this high heaven palace to exist. If it continues to remain in the Northern Territory, it will be a disgrace to our Northern Territory. Li Jiao coldly said, I ask Grandmaster Ji to gather the fellow Daoists in the Northern Territory and eliminate the High Heaven Palace together. Mi Qi added, My High Sky sect is willing to use the strength of the entire sect to eradicate this malignant tumor in the Northern Territory. Ji Ying frowned, and only after a while did he say, Let me see the High Heaven Palace's palace master first. He wasn't an emotional person, and although he couldn't suppress his anger, what he heard just now was only his disciple's side of the story. Although he felt that Li Xian wouldn't lie to him, to be safe, it was better to first see the High Heaven Palace's palace master and see what he wanted to do. If it was really as Li Xian said, then it wouldn't be too late to make a move against the High Heaven Palace. Mi Qi and Li Jiao glanced at each other, both knowing that this matter shouldn't be rushed, so they remained silent. On the other hand, a trace of panic flashed across Li Xian's face. He had exaggerated what Ji Ying had said, and even made up some false accusations, so he was really afraid of confronting the High Heaven Palace's palace master face to face. However, after thinking about it, he had always been obedient and sensible in front of his honored master, so even if he confronted the palace master, there would be no evidence. As long as he stuck to his previous words, would his honored master believe an outsider instead of him? Thinking this, he relaxed a lot. Chapter 27:27. A red light suddenly appeared and flew out of the High Heaven Palace, directly breaking through the sect defending array. When the red light reached the front of the ship, it paused for a moment, revealing a petite figure. It was none other than Zhu Qing, who had left in a fit of anger. In fact, at this moment, she was filled with regret. Just now, she had fallen out with Yang Kai and left in a fit of anger, completely forgetting the task assigned to her by the elders. In her heart, she was cursing Yang Kai for not stopping or persuading her to stay, causing her to be in an awkward situation. Suddenly seeing a ship stop outside the sect, she naturally glanced over curiously. Sweeping her eyes over Mi Qi and Ji Ying, her gaze paused on Li Jiao for a moment, the corners of her mouth curling slightly, as if she was very disdainful. Inexplicably, Li Jiao's heartstrings tightened, as if he was facing a great enemy, as if this petite woman in front of him could casually kill him. His heart was filled with shock as he wondered why he was feeling this way. He was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so in this world, only the great emperors could casually kill him. Could this woman in front of him be one of the great emperors? But that was impossible. He had never heard of any great emperors looking like this. Although the flowery shadow great emperors were women, they definitely didn't look like this woman. What's going on? Li Jiao couldn't help feeling suspicious for a moment, wondering if he was imagining things because he was too nervous. It's you. Li Xian cried out involuntarily as he pointed at Zhu Qing, his eyes blazing with hatred. Who is she? Ji Ying frowned and asked. This woman flew out from the High Heaven Palace, so she should be a member of the High Heaven Palace. Could she be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? But that couldn't be right. Wasn't the High Heaven Palace's palace master a man named Yang Kai? Honored master, it's her. She and the High Heaven Palace's palace master attacked this disciple together. This disciple is suffering. Li Xian cried bitterly. She also made a move. Ji Ying's expression darkened. That's right. She was the one who hit me first. She's from the Emperor realm, and I'm only from the First Order Dao Source realm. I didn't even have the strength to fight back. Li Xian wept as he complained. He looked extremely sad. Shameless. Ji Ying cursed angrily. Originally, he had a good impression of this beautiful woman. However, after hearing Li Xian's words, that good impression of her instantly vanished. She suddenly felt that this woman was detestable no matter how she looked at it. As a member of the Emperor realm, how dare you bully the weak? You're a disgrace to us emperors. Mi Qi roared angrily as he circulated his Emperor Qi. Let me teach you a lesson and seek justice for martial nephew Li. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already flying towards Zhu Qing like a great rock spreading its wings. Ji Ying's expression changed, as if he wanted to stop Mi Qi's recklessness, but after thinking about it, he gave up and stood there with a gloomy expression. It would be good to teach her a lesson, lest this High Heaven Palace become too arrogant. He was not worried that Mi Qi would not be a match for her. After all, Mi Qi was a third-order Emperor realm master. No matter how strong this woman was, she would not be a match for Mi Qi. Zhu Qing's brows furrowed tightly, and her anger exploded in an instant. She had already been wronged by Yang Kai, and now that Mi Qi had taken the initiative to attack her, it gave her a chance to vent. She raised her hand, raised her fist, and punched towards Mi Qi's chest. Mi Qi's hands moved quickly as he formed a large seal and sneered, "How dare a mere speck of light compete with me?" He pushed his hands forward as his Emperor Qi filled the air. His moves were fierce, as if he wanted to suppress Zhu Qing in one fell swoop. Her fist rushed forward and destroyed Mi Qi's Emperor Qi as easily as crushing dry weeds. A vortex of force suddenly appeared, like a black hole that could swallow everything, and the large seal in front of Mi Qi's chest shattered. What? Mi Qi's expression changed drastically as a sense of horror surged from the depths of his heart. Only at this moment did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. Although this woman had not used her Emperor Qi, her strength was simply unfathomable. It was too late for him to change his move and reverse the situation, so he could only fiercely circulate his Emperor Qi to protect himself. Hong long long, the petite fist smashed into Mi Qi's chest, and it was visible to the naked eye that a large part of his chest had caved in. Ji Ying and the others who were standing behind Mi Qi could clearly see that Mi Qi's back had suddenly protruded, as if he had grown a large pot, and from his back, a blast of air exploded, blowing a large hole in his clothes. The sect master of the High Sky sect in the Northern Territory, a third-order Emperor realm master, Mi Qi, was directly sent flying and slammed into the protective shield of the ship, his limbs spread out in midair. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling sharply rang out. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Although Mi Qi was suspected of underestimating his opponent, there was no doubt about the strength of this woman to be able to beat him to such a state with a single punch. Li Xian, who had been watching excitedly, wanting to see Mi Qi take revenge for him, felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his neck, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as his body trembled and his heart filled with fear. Although he had been slapped by Zhu Qing a few days ago, it was not a big deal. If she had used such strength to hit him that day, he would have been dead already. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. After staring blankly for a long time, Ji Ying remembered to remove the ship's protective shield and let Mi Qi in. This king underestimated you, Hua. Mi Qi landed on the deck and wanted to say something to save face, but halfway through his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as white as paper. Ji Ying was shocked and quickly fed him a spirit pill. "Who are you?" After punching me, Zhu Qing calmed down a lot and coldly looked ahead and asked, "Who are you?" Ji Ying was furious, thinking that the other party had deliberately come to humiliate him. After all, he had already introduced himself to the head chief. Since the other party had come out of the High Heaven Palace, how could they not know who he was? This was clearly asking the obvious. Had the High Heaven Palace become so arrogant? "Qing don't be rude." A loud shout came from afar. When the voice fell, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi had already rushed over. Zhu Qing glared at him and looked away. "Don't think that I will forgive you just because you call me Qing. Master Mi has come from afar, this palace lord has not greeted you properly, please forgive me." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. His expression was neither servile nor overbearing, placing himself on equal footing with Ji Ying. On the way here, he had also learned of the other party's identity from Hua Qingxi. The fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Pill Emperor Ji Ying. Ji Ying said indifferently, "Palace Lord Yang is too courteous. I came uninvited and disturbed your palace." Although he was annoyed that the other party had taken so long to come over, one would not slap a smiling face. He could not fall out with the other party right away. Yang Kai laughed. "I have long heard of Master Mi's great name. It is the honor of my High Heaven Palace to have you come. There is no need to disturb us." Li Jiao said sinisterly, "Palace Lord Yang, Master Mi came here personally, but you blocked him from speaking outside the sect protecting array. Is this how the High Heaven Palace treats its guests?" "Your Excellency is." Yang Kai glanced at Li Jiao. Ji Ying said, "This is Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Lord Li Jiao." "So it is Palace Lord Li. Then who is the one vomiting blood next to you?" Yang Kai looked at Mi Qi. Mi Qi had taken a spirit pill to suppress the surging blood in his heart, but when he heard this, he almost vomited another mouthful of blood. Ji Ying said, "This is the High Sky Sect Master, Mi Qi." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Sect Master Mi is also here." Li Jiao snorted coldly and said, "Why, Palace Lord Yang doesn't seem to welcome me and brother Mi?" Yang Kai touched his chin and thought seriously. He said, "Indeed, I don't welcome you." It was simply inexplicable. These two fellows had teamed up, and it was obvious that they were here to find trouble. They actually asked if he was welcome or not. There was simply something wrong with their brains. Li Jiao almost couldn't catch his breath, and his expression was ugly. With his strength and status, even if he and Mi Qi did not like someone, they still had to put on an act. If Yang Kai went to his Fire Dragon Palace, even if they did not welcome him, they had to show that they did. This was shrewdness. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so straightforward? Yang Kai chuckled and said, "But since you are already here, please come in." As he spoke, he opened the sect protecting array. She made it look like she was very reluctant. Ji Ying put away the ship and flew into the High Heaven Palace with everyone. "Everyone, please follow me," Yang Kai said and turned to lead the way. After flying for a while, he turned back and shouted, "Qing, why aren't you coming in?" Zhu Qing's face was filled with resentment as she stood there, waiting for Kai Yang to apologize to her. In her heart, she had decided that as long as Kai Yang said a few words of apology, she would forgive him for his previous rudeness. But after waiting and waiting, he didn't even spare her a glance. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. Was he really going to leave like this? What about the mission the elders gave him? What about the ancestral dragon source? At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's shout, she quickly turned and ran into the High Heaven Palace, following behind Yang Kai. She pouted and looked at Yang Kai's back. Her lips opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Looking at her mouth, she seemed to be cursing. Palace Master Yang, this woman is. Li Jiao asked in a low voice. He didn't know why, but Zhu Qing following behind him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the one following behind him was not a feast for the eyes, but a beast that wanted to swallow him whole. This feeling made his tailbone shiver. Huh, it's just a mere female servant. Palace Master Li is too concerned, Yang Kai said casually. Female servant. Li Jiao was speechless. Palace Master Yang, are you trying to humiliate me? Mi Qi almost choked to death, extremely angry. How could such a powerful cultivation be a female servant? She was strong enough to start a sect outside. If she was a female servant, then he was even worse than a female servant. Why would I humiliate you? We have no enmity. Yang Kai grinned and said, if there really was enmity, I wouldn't humiliate you. Wouldn't it be better to just kill you? Mi Qi didn't know what he meant and quickly closed his mouth. This Yang Kai was clearly not a person to be trifled with. He instinctively felt that accompanying Ji Ying here was a mistake. If things went wrong, his reputation would be ruined here. Qing, go and serve the guests some tea, Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and said. Zhu Qing's face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glared back. Yes. Zhu Qing helplessly yielded and turned to fly in another direction. I'll help you. Hua Qingxi hurriedly chased after her. Chapter 27-28. Inside the High Heaven Palace's guest hall, the host and guests were seated. Ji Ying's expression was somewhat ugly because Yang Kai was sitting at the head of the table, placing him in the second position. This was something that had never happened before. When he walked through the Northern Territory, no matter which sect he went to, he would always be treated as an honored guest. This head of the table was prepared for him, and it was the same in the Fire Dragon Palace a few days ago. Normally, Ji Ying wouldn't care about this. After all, a guest should follow the host's wishes. No matter how noble his status was, he was still just an outsider. The head of the table was nothing more than a seat, nothing worth fussing over. However, he already had a preconceived impression of the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai, so at this moment, he increasingly felt that Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't consider this. He was the host, so it was natural for him to sit at the head of the table and receive guests. He looked down and chuckled. It's such a coincidence that Master Shao is here with the two sect masters. Ji Ying quickly said, this is not a coincidence. This Ji is here thanks to Palace Master Li and Sect Master Mi for escorting me. Yang Kai asked curiously, Grandmaster Ji is a person of virtue and prestige, and Medicine Pill Valley's reputation is in the Northern Territory. Is there anyone who dares to cause trouble for Grandmaster Ji? I heard that the Northern Territory is very peaceful. Li Jiao coldly snorted and said, it was indeed very peaceful in the past, but recently, it hasn't been that good. How could Yang Kai not understand the hidden meaning in his words? He was simply saying that the birth and rise of the High Heaven Palace had caused the Northern Territory to become restless. Ignoring him, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Xian behind Ji Ying and said with a smile, little brother, we meet again so soon. Li Xian's face paled as he cried out in alarm, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't act recklessly. Half of it was an act, and the other half was because he was truly frightened. Last time, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai and still had some lingering fear. Yang Kai sneered, little brother really knows how to joke. It seems that this palace master was not a good host last time, causing little brother to feel resentful. If you have time, little brother can stay as a guest for a while. This palace master will make you feel at home. Li Xian said angrily, only a ghost would want to be your guest. With his master here, his courage had grown by quite a bit. There was no need for him to bow and scrape like last time. Zhu Qing and Hua Qingxi walked up with tea and served it to everyone. Hua Qingxi was fine. Zhu Qing threw the teacup on the table, splashing tea all over the table. Yang Kai was furious. He slapped the table and said, "What are you doing? Don't you have any manners? I'm talking to you. Get back here." Zhu Qing was nowhere to be seen. After serving the tea, Zhu Qing immediately left the room. Yang Kai hooted for a while before helplessly saying, "Grandmaster Yi, please don't blame her. This girl's temper is a bit wild. This palace master will definitely teach her a good lesson." Ji Ying said indifferently, "It's just a small matter, don't worry about it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Grandmaster Yi is magnanimous, but I wonder why Grandmaster Yi has come to my high heaven palace this time?" Mi Qi slapped the table and stood up, sneering, "Palace Master Yang, why ask when you already know the answer? Don't you know what you did a few days ago?" Yang Kai looked at him sideways and said, "I wonder what this palace master has done to make Sect Master Mi so agitated. This should be the first time I've met Sect Master Mi, and I have nothing to do with your high heaven sect." Mi Qi snorted, "This king and palace master Li have come here today to seek justice for this martial nephew Li, Palace Master Yang. One must know that one who is unjust is doomed to destruction. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Otherwise, you will bring a calamity to your high heaven palace." Li Jiao also nodded and said, "Brother Mi is right." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "So the two of you are here to make things difficult for my high heaven palace? But I wonder how my high heaven palace has offended the two of you." Mi Qi said, "You didn't offend me or Brother Li, but Medicine Pill Valley. Medicine Pill Valley is the holy land of the Northern Territory. Offending Medicine Pill Valley is equivalent to offending the entire Northern Territory. As a citizen of the Northern Territory, we naturally can't stand by and do nothing." Yang Kai said in surprise, "When did I offend Medicine Pill Valley?" Ji Ying said with a sullen face, "My good-for-nothing disciple is still injured. Does Palace Master Yang still want to lie through his teeth?" Yang Kai turned to look at him, then glanced at Li Xian's swollen cheek. Only then did he come back to his senses and said, "Oh, so that's how it is." Ji Ying looked at him expressionlessly. "Palace Master Yang, don't tell me that you didn't injure my disciple." "That's right, I did it." Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Ji Ying flew into a rage and gritted his teeth. "Palace Master Yang is from the Emperor realm. Why are you bullying the weak? Humiliating my disciple? Do you really not put my Medicine Pill Valley in your eyes? Yang Kai, how dare you? Grandmaster Ji, we can't let this matter rest. Otherwise, if word gets out, Medicine Pill Valley will lose face." Li Jiao and Mi Qi both said angrily, as if the one being beaten was not Li Xian but them. They couldn't wait to encourage Ji Ying to teach Yang Kai a lesson. "What else do you have to say?" Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "A child has done something wrong. Can't you teach him a lesson? Did something wrong?" A trace of anger flashed across Ji Ying's face. "My disciple has always been obedient and sensible. I don't know what he did wrong to make Palace Master Yang teach him a lesson." Yang Kai looked at Li Xian with a smile and thought for a moment. "I want to know what he said to Grandmaster Ji." Ji Ying snorted and ordered, "Xian, tell me in detail what happened that day. Don't be afraid, Master will uphold justice for you." "This." Li Xian suddenly hesitated. In the end, what he said in front of Ji Ying was something he had casually made up. Now that Yang Kai was here, Li Xian really didn't have the courage to confront him. However, if he didn't confront him, it would make him seem too guilty and his lies would be exposed. With his honored master's temper, he definitely wouldn't tolerate him then. But if his honored master was willing to believe him, it didn't matter what he said. Thinking so, a vicious light flashed across Li Xian's eyes as he secretly made a decision in his heart. The situation is like this: although Li Xian was still young, he was quite eloquent. He recounted the day he came to High Heaven Palace to buy medicine under Ji Ying's orders but was blocked outside the gate by the High Heaven Palace. After waiting for several days, someone finally came to question him, but after learning his purpose, the person actually beat him up. Not only did the person beat him up, but he also stole the source crystals he used to buy the medicine. As he spoke, Li Xian's face paled and his body trembled as if he was recalling what had happened that day. He wiped away his tears from time to time, making those who heard him cry. As he spoke, his words became clearer and clearer, his voice became louder and louder, and his back straightened as if he had really experienced what had happened. Ji Ying's expression became uglier and uglier while Mi Qi and Li Jiao secretly rejoiced. They knew that the worse Li Xian's situation was, the greater the trouble the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai would face. "Look at what you've done." After Li Xian finished speaking, Mi Qi immediately jumped up and pointed at Yang Kai angrily, bullying the weak. Bullying a Dao Source Realm cultivator with the status of the Emperor Realm is one thing, but you actually robbed him. You've lost all face as a cultivator in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai ignored him and looked at Li Xian with a smile. "Are you sure you have nothing to add?" Li Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly hid behind Ji Ying. "Palace Master Yang, are you threatening my disciple?" Ji Ying looked coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. "It's not a threat, I'm just asking." "So, you admit it?" Yang Kai frowned and stared at Ji Ying. "Grandmaster Ji, do you believe what your disciple says?" Ji Ying snorted. "This disciple of mine has been in my sect for 10 years and I watched him grow up. I know his nature very well. He is not someone who makes things up." Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "If you say so, it seems that it's useless for me to say anything." Ji Ying snorted. "Do you have a different opinion?" No. I just feel that Grandmaster Ji's eye for choosing disciples is not very good." Ji Ying narrowed his eyes and said, "If you have something to say, I can listen, but if not, there is no need for this High Heaven Palace to exist. You will also have to return to Medicine Pill Valley with me and ask for punishment." Only the direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors had the qualifications to decide the fate of a top sect. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "What crime have I committed?" Ji Ying said, "Not putting my honored master, the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and looking down on all the alchemists in the world, is the greatest crime." Yang Kai said sternly, "If the disciples of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors were as rotten as you and as cunning as Li Xian, then this palace master would indeed not put him in his eyes. What is Medicine Pill Valley? Bullshit Northern Territory's holy land." Ji Ying's face changed drastically. "Impudent." Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully and said, "What, I'm impudent? Bite me if you have the ability." "You." Ji Ying pointed his finger at Yang Kai, wishing he could bite him. But even though he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was still just an alchemist. He had very little experience in fighting with others, so how could he really take the risk? Glancing to the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao understood and pushed their Emperor Qi together, preparing to pounce. 3 sensational demonic Qi suddenly burst out as 3 figures shot in from outside the hall and stood in front of Mi Tian and Li Jiao. "You want to fight? I dare you to." Shi Lei clenched his fists tightly as he stared ahead gloomily. Mi Tian and Li Jiao were shocked and instantly froze in place, their spirits high. Although they knew that there were monster race masters in the High Heaven Palace and that the destruction of Seeking Passion sect was due to the monster race's intervention, they never expected that it would be 3 monster kings. 2 against 3, they had no chance of winning, not to mention that there was still a woman named Qing in the High Heaven Palace. That woman had sent Mi Qi flying with a single punch, so she was probably stronger than these 3 monster kings. Dragon's Pool, Tiger's Den. Where did so many masters come from in the High Heaven Palace? With such a background, it wasn't much worse than the sects of the great emperors, except that they were missing one great emperor. Ji Ying also felt cold all over. How many years had it been since he had encountered such danger? The rolling demonic qi almost made it difficult for him to breathe, but as a disciple of the great emperors, he had a good temperament and cultivation, so although his expression was solemn, he didn't panic. Chapter 27-29. What do you want to do? Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face. Yang Kai said, "Nothing, it's just that Master Ji is willing to believe what his disciple said. This palace master feels that it's useless no matter how he tries to explain himself. I'm too lazy to argue with him and just want to show you something." "What is it?" Ji Ying frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. Yang Kai clapped his hands and looked outside the hall, saying, "Come in." They all looked outside the hall and saw a person walking in from outside. Standing in the middle of the hall, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You, Grandmaster Nan Men. Why are you here?" Mi Qi and Li Jiao both widened their eyes and looked at the South Gate army who walked in. They couldn't believe their eyes. As the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory, the two of them naturally had dealings with the South Gate army. They knew that this person had extremely high attainments in the Tao of arrays and was somewhat arrogant. In the past, the two of them had tried many times to win over the South Gate army, wanting him to join their sects. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Seeing the South Gate army appear here and being so respectful to Yang Kai, Mi Qi and Li Jiao both had a surreal feeling. Was this still the South Gate army? There was actually a time when they lowered their heads to others. "I'm now the chief array master of the High Heaven Palace, why can't I be here?" The South Gate army glanced at the two of them. "Chief array master. Grandmaster Nan Men, you, sigh." Hearing this, Li Jiao and Mi Qi were shocked and disappointed. They had tried to win over the South Gate army countless times, but they were rejected by him. The High Heaven Palace had only been established for a short period of time, but he was already subdued. What method did this guy called Yang Kai use? Yang Kai pursed his lips and said, "Grandmaster Nan Men, take that thing out." "Yes." The South Gate army responded and suddenly took out a few array flags from his space ring and arranged them around him. Not long after, an array formation had been set up, but it left everyone confused. They didn't understand what he was trying to show them by setting up the array formation at this time. The Southern Gate army took out something from their space ring, something that looked like a mirror. The strange thing was that there was no reflection in the mirror, which made one's scalp tingle. Holding the mirror-like object high up, South Gate Dajuan said, "I obtained this in my early years. It's called the image mirror, and it can record some images. I don't know how it was formed. I've asked several master refiners to take a look, but no one knows what material it is. Usually, it's not very useful, so I'll have to show it to you today." Image mirror. Record the video. When everyone heard this, they vaguely understood the intentions of the South Gate army. Li Xian's countenance even turned pale as he stared blankly at the photographic mirror, and he seemed to have never imagined that such a miraculous thing actually existed in the world. Ji Ying frowned and looked back at Li Xian thoughtfully. Li Xian couldn't help but avert his gaze. This made Ji Ying's expression turn even uglier. The Southern Gate army stretched out his hand and tossed the photographic mirror into the air. He then waved the array flag in his hand and pushed his Emperor Qi. In an instant, the center of the hall was filled with a dense fog, and a ray of light suddenly shot out from the photographic mirror. A relatively clear image suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Everyone looked over and instantly recognized that the scene in the image was the entrance to High Heaven Palace, because the plaque engraved with the 3 words High Heaven Sect was right in the center of the image, allowing everyone to see it clearly. At this moment, there were 4 figures in the image. One of them was Li Xian, and besides him, there were 3 women. 2 of them were the 2 women who had left earlier, and the one called Qing was among them. No sound came out. This photographic mirror seemed to only be able to record images. As the Southern Gate army pushed his Emperor Qi, the image continued to change, as if it was reliving the past, vivid and lifelike. Under everyone's gaze, Li Xian leaned over to Zhu Qing and said something with a cheeky smile. Zhu Qing ignored him with a cold face. Several times, Li Xian actually tried to make a move on Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing looked angry, but all she could do was dodge. After a while, seeing Li Xian's actions becoming more and more presumptuous, Zhu Qing slapped Li Xian and sent him flying. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly appeared, and after asking a few questions, he slapped Li Xian hard, sending his teeth flying. The image changed again, replaying what happened that day in front of the mountain gate one by one. It was not until Li Xian left that the image suddenly froze. The Southern Gate army put away the array flag and the photographic mirror, cupped their fists to Yang Kai, turned around, and walked out of the hall. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both looked at Li Xian strangely, their expressions both angry and amused. They had already experienced Zhu Qing's strength. She was a powerful existence that even they were no match for, yet this Li Xian actually dared to make a move on her. Being slapped was already a stroke of luck. If not for the protective cloak of a Medicine Core Valley disciple, he would have died on the spot. What was even more hateful was that this guy actually slandered Yang Kai, saying that not only had he slapped him, but he had also stolen his source crystals, causing the 2 of them to follow in confusion. Now, it would be difficult for them to escape. Ji Ying's eyes spat fire as he turned around and glared at Li Xian, his face filled with disappointment and pain. "Master, I was wrong, this disciple was truly wrong, please punish me." Li Xian knelt down with a thud. With the image recorded by the photographic mirror, he knew that no matter how he defended himself, it would be useless. He could only quickly admit his mistake and hope that his master would not expel him out of the sect on account of their relationship as master and disciple. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Ji Ying's heart ached and he angrily raised his hand to slap Li Xian. In the past, Li Xian had always been extremely obedient and sensible in front of him, so he really did not expect his disciple to act like this. He was thoroughly disappointed. "Master." Li Xian was horrified and immediately knelt on the ground, covering his head with both hands. However, that slap didn't land even after a long time. After a long time, Ji Ying let out a long sigh, put down his hand, and calmly said, "Leave." Li Xian raised his head and stared at Ji Ying in shock. "From today onwards, you are no longer my disciple, nor are you a disciple of Medicine Core Valley. If you dare act in the name of Medicine Core Valley again, I will not let you off." Ji Ying said with a flick of his sleeve. "Master." Li Xian panicked, knowing that Ji Ying was really going to expel him. As a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, he had many advantages and a bright future ahead of him, so how could he bear to leave? If he really became a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, there would be no place for him in the vast northern territory. "Say one more word and I will take your life." Ji Ying did not look at him, his expression resolute. He was determined to expel him from Medicine Core Valley. He hated himself for not being able to see through such a petty person who could distort black and white. If he continued to stay in Medicine Pill Valley, who knew when he would ruin the Medicine Pill Valley's reputation and implicate his honored master's reputation? Even if he died 10,000 times, he would not be able to redeem himself. Li Xian wanted to plead for leniency, but after hearing this, how could he dare to say anything? The big brother next to him gave him a meaningful glance, and Li Xian stood up with tears in his eyes and rushed out of the hall. The hall fell silent for a time, only the sound of Yang Kai sipping his tea could be heard. After a while, Ji Ying recovered and smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems that Palace Master Yang is right, my eye for choosing a disciple is not very good. Yang Kai said lightly, if not for Grandmaster Nan Men's photographic mirror, this Palace Master would not have been able to defend himself. If he really had to confront Li Xian face to face, he would only be able to make up his own story without any evidence. At that time, Ji Ying would definitely believe Li Xian rather than him. If his reputation of despising Medicine Core Valley and robbing Medicine Core Valley's disciples was confirmed, how could High Heaven Palace maintain a foothold in the Northern Territory? Knowing that Yang Kai was angry, Ji Ying cupped his fists and said, today's matter was this Ji's fault for believing the words of a petty person. This Ji hopes Palace Master Yang will not blame this Ji. This Ji apologizes to Palace Master Yang. Saying so, he stood up and bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained seated and said lightly, Grandmaster Ji is too polite. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, it is no big deal. Ji Ying said, Palace Master Yang is magnanimous, this Ji is ashamed. After a pause, he continued, however, there is one thing this Ji must say. Yang Kai looked at him and said, please speak. This Ji is the one who came here today, so I will take Palace Master Yang's previous words as mere words of anger, but if Palace Master Yang encounters my senior brothers in the future, please don't say such things again, Ji Hao said calmly. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Words that despise my Medicine Core Valley. Ji Ying said seriously. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that he had said Medicine Core Valley was nothing but a fart. Smiling, he said, I'll remember that. At that time, he had indeed said those words in a fit of anger. Ji Ying said seriously, although we alchemists do not deliberately pursue the martial Tao, what we cultivate is still one of the world's great Daos. Since ancient times, only my master has ever stepped into the Tao of alchemy and ascended to the position of great emperors. My master created Medicine Core Valley not only as a holy land in the hearts of all cultivators in the Northern Territory, but also as a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. If Palace Master Yang's words were spread by someone with ill intentions, it may offend all alchemists. In the future, how will High Heaven Palace ask someone to refine pills for them? Mi Qi and Li Jiao's eyes lit up when they heard this, secretly considering whether or not they should spread Yang Kai's previous words and make him an enemy of all alchemists in the world. Yang Kai laughed and said, there is no need to ask anyone for help, this Palace Master can do it himself. Ji Ying was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Palace Master Yang is also an alchemist? Even Mi Qi and Li Jiao's eyes widened as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if they had heard some sensational words. Yang Kai nodded and said, I know a little. Ji Ying couldn't help but become interested. May I ask what rank Palace Master Yang is and what kind of pills he can refine? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, what rank is an Emperor-grade spirit pill that can be refined? What? Ji Ying was shocked. Being able to refine Emperor-grade spirit pills, wasn't that an Emperor-grade alchemist? Looking at the entire star boundary, how many Emperor-grade alchemists were there? Although their brother and junior brothers had already reached this level, that was because the wondrous pill great emperors had extremely high requirements for accepting disciples. Moreover, after so many years of personal guidance, if they still didn't have any achievements, wouldn't that mean the wondrous pill great emperors had poor eyesight? They were them, others were others. In the entire star boundary, apart from them, there were no more than 10 Emperor-grade alchemists. Chapter 27:30. Suddenly hearing Yang Kai say he could refine Emperor-grade spirit pills, Ji Ying was taken aback. Soon, his expression sank again and he said with some displeasure, "Palace Master Yang must be joking. How could Emperor-grade spirit pills be so easy to refine? Only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine them. If anyone could become an Emperor-grade alchemist, then Emperor-grade alchemists wouldn't have such a high status in the star boundary." Looking at Yang Kai's young age, being able to raise his cultivation to the Emperor realm was already a sign of his talent, so where would he find the time to learn alchemy? Therefore, Ji Ying concluded that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense. This was simply a humiliation to all alchemists in the world, an insult to the Tao of alchemy. Sure enough, this person didn't put alchemists in his eyes. Although that traitorous disciple Li Xian had turned black and white upside down, this point was not wrong. Ji Ying was annoyed and wished he could just flick his sleeves and leave. But because he had misunderstood Yang Kai just now, he couldn't bring himself to do so. However, his expression had clearly darkened. "Grandmaster Ji, you don't believe me?" Yang Kai looked at Ji Ying. Ji Ying snorted. "Forget it if you don't believe me." Yang Kai chuckled lightly. He was an Emperor-grade alchemist, there was no need to prove anything to others, but after thinking about it, he suddenly raised his brow and said, "Since Grandmaster Ji doesn't believe me, do you dare to make a bet?" "Bet?" Ji Ying frowned. "Bet on what?" "Bet on whether this palace master is an Emperor-grade alchemist or not." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Ying's frown deepened. Yang Kai's confident appearance made him doubt whether this guy was really an Emperor-grade alchemist. If so, then it would be incredible. Anyone who could become an Emperor-grade alchemist was enough for him to take seriously. This piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to verify the facts. "What are the stakes?" "Let me think." Yang Kai pretended to scratch his head, looked around, then suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Got it. When my High Heaven Palace was first established, there were many things waiting to be done. Now that I have a chief array master, I just happen to lack a chief alchemist. If Grandmaster Feng loses, how about you become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace?" When Mi Qi and Li Jiao heard this, both of them were greatly alarmed and tried to dissuade him. "Master Ji, don't believe him. You can't gamble with him. The High Heaven Palace was already hard enough to deal with. If Ji Ying became the chief alchemist and became related to the Medicine Pill Valley, then in the future, no one in the Northern Territory would be able to do anything to the High Heaven Palace. The High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace could only rely on the High Heaven Palace to survive." Mi Qi and Li Jiao were not willing to see such a situation. Shi Lei glared at them. "Shut up." Although Mi Qi and Li Jiao were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything else. Ji Ying was stunned. He laughed and said, "So this is what Palace Master Yang wants." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Does Grandmaster Feng dare to gamble?" Ji Ying said, "This Ji's wager is to become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace." "May I ask what Palace Master Yang's wager is?" Yang Kai said straightforwardly, "If I'm not an alchemist emperor, Grandmaster Feng can do whatever you want. This palace master has no complaints." Ji Ying's expression froze. When Yang Kai said this, he realized that the other party wasn't spouting nonsense and really had something to rely on. This reliance was undoubtedly his identity as an alchemist emperor. He really was an alchemist emperor? Ji Ying was somewhat convinced in his heart, but he couldn't help but be shocked. At such an age, not to mention that his cultivation had reached the Emperor realm, how could he still have time to cultivate alchemy? He was an alchemist emperor himself. Knowing the thorns and hardships of this path, he naturally understood how rare an alchemist emperor was. After thinking seriously for a moment, Ji Ying said, No, Palace Master Yang's wager is not appropriate. You are taking advantage of this Ji. Only Yang Kai himself knew whether he was an alchemist emperor or not. If he really made such a wager with him, he would be too stupid. There was no benefit if he won, but if he lost, he would be enmeshed in a cocoon of his own making. Ji Ying wasn't stupid to such an extent. Does Grandmaster Feng not dare? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Ying shook his head and said, "Don't try to provoke me, this Ji won't fall for it." The more Yang Kai said this, the more Ji Ying felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yang Kai was setting a trap for him. Once he lost the bet, he would become the chief alchemist of Towering Heaven Palace. Alchemy was as simple as eating and drinking to him. However, he was the direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. How could he become an alchemist of another sect? What's more, refining pills in such a large sect would exhaust him to death. Yang Kai scratched his chin and said, "Is that so? Then let's change the wager." Ji Ying frowned and said, "What does Palace Master Yang want to do now?" He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Yang Kai said, "The wager remains the same. I will compete with Grandmaster Feng in alchemy, refining the same kind of pill. Let's see who can refine more spirit pills of higher quality." Ji Ying was taken aback and said with wide eyes, You want to compete with me in alchemy? Did he hear wrongly? As the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, someone actually wanted to compete with him in alchemy? Mi Qi and Li Jiao also had strange expressions on their faces as they seriously sized up Yang Kai, wanting to see if this guy was crazy. Of all the things to compete with, he actually wanted to compete with Ji Ying in this. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? That's right, let's compete in alchemy. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said provocatively, "Could it be that Grandmaster Feng doesn't dare?" Ji Ying's face sank as he said, "Palace Master Yang, this Ji's traitorous disciple inverted right and wrong, so this Ji has no qualms about disciplining him. This Ji also apologizes to you. Since Palace Master Yang was able to establish a sect, could it be that you are also a narrow-minded person? Do you want to humiliate this Ji again and again?" If Yang Kai's previous proposal to compete with him as an alchemist emperor was reasonable, then this proposal to compete with him in alchemy was simply too stupid. Ji Ying felt that Yang Kai was deliberately looking for trouble. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, "That's not the case. I really want to compete with Grandmaster Feng in alchemy and sincerely hope that Grandmaster Feng can become the chief alchemist of my High Heaven Palace." Hearing this, Ji Ying was furious. "You think you can win against me?" His original displeasure turned into anger. To him, Yang Kai's words were no longer deliberately looking for trouble, but a complete humiliation. Why? Why did he think he could become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace? All of this had to be built on the basis that he won. He had been learning alchemy from his honored master for so many years and everything he had learned was taught by his honored master. Humiliating him was equivalent to humiliating his honored master. How could Ji Ying tolerate this? Originally, he felt a little guilty towards Yang Kai because of Li Xian's matter, but at this moment, that guilt had disappeared and was replaced by anger. Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a step forward, smiling faintly as he asked, "Do you dare, Grandmaster Feng?" Ji Ying's eyes spat fire and he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and said, "If Grandmaster Feng doesn't dare, then forget it. Just pretend this palace master never said anything. Why wouldn't I dare?" Ji Ying slammed the table and stood up. How could he endure being provoked like this? If Yang Kai had said that he was inferior to him in a life-and-death battle, Ji Ying would have endured it. After all, he didn't like to fight others, but now that this involved alchemy, whether Ji Ying was willing or not, he had to accept this bet. He had to prove himself, Medicine Core Valley, and the wondrous pill great emperor's reputation. He had to make anyone who looked down on him pay the price. Good. Yang Kai clapped. But the bet must be changed. Ji Ying coldly snorted. How so? Yang Kai raised his brow. Ji Ying pointed a finger at Yang Kai. If this Ji wins, I will take Palace Master Yang's head. Since you dared to bet with me on alchemy, I'll play a big game with you. Let's see if you're afraid. This was a matter of life and death, no one could remain indifferent. Ji Ying thought that after he changed the bet, Yang Kai would definitely panic. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would only ponder for a moment before nodding, "All right, we'll do as Grandmaster Ji says." You. Ji Ying was stunned, the anger in his heart growing stronger. How many years had it been since he was this angry? In fact, he didn't really want to kill Yang Kai, he just wanted to scare Yang Kai away. Who would have thought this person would accept his bet without batting an eyelid? Did he really have the confidence to win? How was that possible? Even if they were both alchemy emperors, there was still a gap between their alchemy skills. In this world, the only alchemy emperors who could surpass him in alchemy were his several brothers. Despicable. Ji Ying had never felt that there was anyone more despicable than Yang Kai. Even if he dared to look down on him, he should have a bottom line. With a furious expression, Ji Ying said, "Palace Master Yang, do you want to change the bet? You can take this Ji's life if you want." Yang Kai laughed loudly, "I only want Grandmaster Ji to become my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist, why would I want your life? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Ji Ying flicked his sleeves angrily. "Since the bet has been set, let's discuss what kind of pill to refine." Yang Kai looked at Ji Ying and said, "Palace Master Yang can decide, this Ji doesn't care." Ji Ying's words were filled with strong confidence, as if he wouldn't care no matter what kind of pill Yang Kai wanted to refine. However, he did have the qualifications to do so. After so many years of alchemy, what kind of pill had he not refined? The only thing he had yet to refine was the dragon blood pill because he had never obtained the dragon blood flower. Then, Emperor Essence pill it is. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and quickly gave an answer. Ji Ying looked up at Yang Kai and said solemnly, "Palace Master Yang, are you sure you want to refine the Emperor Essence pill?" Although the Emperor Essence pill is one of the easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, it is also one of the most demanding alchemy techniques. Why not change it to a Dao Source-grade spirit pill? This guy is really an Emperor-grade alchemist. As soon as Yang Kai proposed to refine the Emperor Essence pill, Ji Ying confirmed this point. Although the Emperor Essence pill was one of the most common and easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine it. Moreover, it required a lot of alchemy techniques. Just like how the simpler a dish was, the more it tested one's culinary skills, the same principle applied in alchemy. An ordinary Emperor-grade alchemist might only be able to refine 3 or 4 Emperor Essence pills from the same set of ingredients, but in Ji Ying's hands, he could definitely refine 9 pills. Chapter 27:31. 9 was an extreme number, so a furnace of spirit pills could only produce 9 pills at most. Proposing a Dao Source-grade spirit pill was not because Ji Ying had no chance of winning, but because he did not want to win in an unfair manner. He had been an alchemist emperor for many years and had refined countless Yuan emperor pills. Even if Yang Kai was also an alchemist emperor, it was impossible for him to have such rich experience. If he chose to refine an Yuan Emperor pill, he would be taking a huge advantage. But if it was a Dao Source-grade spirit pill, although he would still be at an advantage, at least their starting points would not be too different. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No need, many thanks for Grandmaster Ying's kindness. I will refine the Yuan Emperor pill." He naturally understood why Ji Ying made such a proposal, and his impression of him improved slightly. Not everyone could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace. Even if Ji Ying was a legacy disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, if his character was not up to par, Yang Kai would not have any ideas about him. Previously, when Li Xian was involved, Ji Ying had readily bowed his head and apologized, even expelling Li Xian from Medicine Pill Valley in front of Yang Kai. This made Yang Kai feel that Ji Ying had a good heart and a kind heart, and now, it seemed he was right. Looking at it from another perspective, Ji Ying was a disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors and a member of Medicine Pill Valley. Even if he did not apologize to Yang Kai could not do anything to him, unless he really risked defending Medicine Pill Valley. Although Ji Ying had a noble background, he did not have the hypocritical arrogance of most alchemists. Coupled with his status as an alchemist emperor, if he could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai would not have to worry about the sect spirit pills in the future. It could even be said that Ji Ying could train a group of alchemists for High Heaven sect. The development of a sect could not be done by one person alone. Only by taking care of all aspects could one move forward. Since Palace Master Yang insists, then this will naturally not be a problem. Then I naturally have no problem with that, Ji Ying said in a deep voice. He felt as if his good intentions had been taken for granted. As he spoke, he took out a pile of medicinal herbs and divided them into 2 portions. Turning to Yang Kai, he said, "These 2 sets of herbs are all used to refine the Supreme Emperor Pill. Regardless of quality or age, there is no difference. Please inspect them, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I trust Master Feng's character." "Then choose one," Ji Ying said. Yang Kai casually chose one. Ji Ying's reputation and status were there. Even if he wanted to defeat Yang Kai, he would have to defeat him fair and square with his alchemy skills. It was impossible for him to use any underhanded tricks. Seeing Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, this Ji couldn't help but feel a little angry. He coldly snorted and said, "If that's the case, then let's begin." Since Palace Master Yang was a pill emperor, he should have his own pill furnace, right? "Do you need me to lend you one?" "No need." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Since they wanted to compete as alchemists, they naturally had to do it in public. It was impossible for them to hide it. He didn't even move. Instead, he took a stance in the middle of the hall. Ji Ying casually tossed out a pill furnace. A 3-legged pill furnace flew out and landed firmly on the ground. As soon as this pill furnace appeared, a peculiar fragrance filled the hall. It smelled like orchids and musk, causing one's spirit to soar. The pill furnace was simple and unadorned, obviously quite old. The 2 dragon heads on both ends were raised high, giving off a lifelike feeling. They seemed to be the key to adjusting the size of the furnace's flames. The interior of the furnace was filled with dense runes and patterns, causing one to feel a little dizzy just by looking at them. An emperor's intent filled the air. A good furnace. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he praised. As fellow alchemists, it was natural to have a special fondness for good pill furnaces. As soon as Ji Ying took out this pill furnace, Yang Kai knew it was not an ordinary object. Moreover, from the fragrance that filled the air, Yang Kai deduced that Ji Ying had definitely refined countless pills with this pill furnace. He should have reached a kind of unity with this pill furnace. Ji Ying proudly declared, "This is the worst pill furnace this Ji has." Taking out the worst pill furnace. He didn't want to take advantage of Yang Kai and was confident in his own strength. Yang Kai nodded lightly, raised his hand, and tossed out his own pill furnace. This pill furnace glowed with a purple light and was filled with Emperor's intent the moment it appeared. It was clearly an Emperor-grade pill furnace on the same level as Ji Ying's pill furnace. Ji Ying couldn't help but be startled, not having expected Yang Kai to have such a strong foundation. However, on second thought, if Yang Kai was really an Emperor-grade alchemist, it was normal for him to have an Emperor-grade pill furnace. The only thing that puzzled Ji Ying was that this pill furnace looked a little familiar. Ji Ying was sure he had never seen this pill furnace before. If he had, he would have definitely recognized it. With the duel imminent, Ji Ying didn't have the time to think too much and quickly immersed himself in refining. Even if his opponent was a young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he didn't take him lightly. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Showing his true ability and defeating him in all aspects was a sign of respect for alchemy and a response to his honored master's many years of teaching. Shall we begin? Ji Ying's expression was solemn as he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to nod when he suddenly looked to the side and smiled. Sect Master Me and Palace Master Li, would you like to place a bet as well? We can place a bet too. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other in surprise. Since you're already here, are you two willing to return empty-handed? Yang Kai looked at them with a smile. Good. Mi Qi shouted in a low voice, we'll place a bet, but I wonder how big Palace Master Yang will be willing to bet. I'll accept as much as I can, even gambling with the Sects Foundation is fine, Yang Kai said casually. What? Mi Qi and Li Jiao's expressions changed when they heard this. They were frightened by Yang Kai's words. Gambling with their Sects Foundation was simply too much. Although Mi Qi and Li Jiao wanted to add insult to injury by cutting off a few pieces of Yang Kai's flesh, they didn't even dare to think about gambling with their Sects Foundation. Even if they had full confidence in Ji Ying, they didn't dare to make such a big bet. You two don't dare? Yang Kai looked at them contemptuously. It's not that we don't dare, it's just that there's no need. We have no enmity with each other, so why make such a big bet? Mi Qi said stubbornly. Yes, just play casually. Since that's the case, what do you two think you should place to accept? Yang Kai asked. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other and their divine senses surged as if they were communicating. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and just stood to the side, smiling at Ji Ying and saying, today's weather is good. Ji Ying frowned, thinking, isn't this nonsense? The sky outside is clear, even a fool can see it. But why is he telling me this? Is he trying to interfere with my state of mind? How insidious. He couldn't help but glare at Yang Kai and look down. Palace Master Yang, I've discussed it with Brother Li, Mi Qi suddenly said. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Mi Qi said, Brother Li and I will bet 10 years of income from our respective sects. I wonder if Sect Master Yang dares to accept. Even Ji Ying's expression changed slightly when he heard this bet. Although 10 years of income from their respective sects sounded simple, if converted into source crystals, it would be an extremely terrifying number. Top sects like the High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace had countless properties and their own source crystal loads, so their annual income was at least 50 million high-rank source crystals. 10 years, that was 500 million high-rank source crystals. The two great sects would be worth 1 billion. This number was simply terrifying. It seemed that Mi Qi and Li Jiao were determined to get some benefits from the High Heaven Palace. Ji Ying turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what expression he had now. His expression should not be good, right? At first glance, Ji Ying was startled. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain and sneered, both of you are famous figures in the Northern Territory, how can you be so stingy? Stingy? Mi Qi's face sank, you dare say we are stingy? Li Jiao narrowed his eyes, Palace Master Yang, are you deliberately mystifying us? Are you afraid to accept this bet? He thought he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and spoke in a strange tone. 50 years. Yang Kai declared and raised his hand, I will bet 50 years of income from each sect. Hiss. Mi Qi and Li Jiao both gasped. Ji Ying's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai like he was crazy. You. Mi Qi's mouth was a little stuttered, showing how much his mood was fluctuating. Do you know how much the High Sky Sect's income is in 50 years? You dare to boast like this? Yang Kai calmly said, I'll give you 50 million high-rank source crystals a year, 500 million in 10 years, and 2.5 billion in 50 years. Two sects will only earn you 5 billion. But, 5 billion. Li Jiao almost choked to death by Yang Kai's big words. He really wanted to ask Yang Kai if he knew what 5 billion high-rank source crystals was. Yang Kai sneered and looked at them disdainfully. What's wrong, you two don't dare to bet? Or do you have no confidence in Grandmaster Ji? The first sentence was nothing, but the second sentence was serious. If they really retreated, wouldn't it be like Yang Kai said, they had no confidence in Ji Ying? This matter could be big or small and could even offend Ji Ying. How insidious and cunning. Li Jiao and Mi Qi gnashed their teeth in hatred. Now that things had come to this, they naturally could not back down, so Li Jiao coldly snorted, "Brother Mi Qi and I naturally have no problem. 50 years it is, I just don't know if Palace Master Yang can take out that much money." Indeed. Mi Qi nodded in agreement. 5 billion high-rank source crystals is not a small number. If Palace Master Yang reneges on his debt at that time, what can Brother Li and I do to you? What a joke. Yang Kai pointed to his nose and said, "Do I look like the kind of person who goes back on his word?" Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at him seriously, the latter saying, "We're not familiar with each other. Who knows what kind of person you are?" Good, good, good. Yang Kai's exasperated look made Mi Qi and Li Jiao feel that he was deliberately mystifying things. Mi Qi laughed, "If Palace Master Yang can take out the corresponding bet, Brother Li and I will bet, what harm is there in that? You said it yourself, don't regret it." Yang Kai stomped his foot. "Take it." Li Jiao seemed to see through Yang Kai's expression and urged. "I'll take it." Yang Kai shouted. "Take it. Take it." Yang Kai flipped his hand and a space ring appeared on his palm, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2732. Did he really take it out? Mi Qi and Li Jiao glanced at each other, slightly shocked, but more than that, they didn't trust Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai had destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, occupied its foundation, and obtained the wealth accumulated by the Seeking Passion sect over the years, they didn't believe that Yang Kai really had 5 billion high-rank source crystals in his ring. The Seeking Passion sect was almost the same as the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect. Although its annual income was astonishing, its consumption was also extremely terrifying. Most of its income was consumed every year, leaving only a small part to be accumulated. Even the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace only had 1 billion high-rank source crystals in their reserves, so the Seeking Passion sect should have the same amount. In other words, even if Yang Kai obtained the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect, he would only have 1 billion high-rank source crystals. Adding the source crystals he obtained from the Seeking Passion sect, the total would be 2 billion to 3 billion, so how could he possibly have 5 billion? It's not that we don't trust Palace Master Yang, but Brother Li and I must inspect Palace Master Yang's ring, Mi Qi quickly said. Naturally, we must inspect it. Yang Kai nodded, but I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Ji to inspect it. You two trust Grandmaster Ji, right? Naturally, Mi Qi nodded quickly. Li Jiao naturally had no objection. Then I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Ji. Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed the ring to Ji Ying. Ji Ying caught the ring and casually swept it with his divine sense. The next moment, his eyes widened as a look of horror appeared on his face as he exclaimed, this, he was an alchemy master and did not lack wealth. In the entire Northern Territory, there were countless people who wanted him to perform alchemy for them, and every time he performed alchemy, he would receive a large amount of income. Not to mention 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Even 10 billion was not enough to shock Ji Ying so much. But at this moment, he was so excited that he couldn't even speak a word. His expression clearly showed that he had seen something extremely incredible. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both shocked, wondering what good things were inside this ring that make Grandmaster Ji lose his composure like this. Although they were curious, they were too embarrassed to take a look. They didn't think that Yang Kai let them take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Ji Ying to check the ring. Where did you get so many? Ji Ying turned her head and looked at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai chuckled, took the space ring from Ji Ying's hand, shook his head, and said, I can't say. Ji Ying gulped and reluctantly watched as Yang Kai put away the ring. However, she knew that this should be Yang Kai's secret and was too embarrassed to ask further. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Palace Master Yang, if you lose this competition of alchemy, then you'll have to face the consequences. I don't want your head anymore. How about you give me half of those things? He didn't intend to take Yang Kai's life, he just wanted to scare him. Now that he saw something better, he naturally changed the bet. Inside the ring was none other than the 1,000,000 inner cores that Yang Kai had brought out from the savage ancient land. 10 billion source crystals was indeed not enough to move Ji Ying. But these 1,000,000 inner cores were different. There were so many inner cores piled up together. What's more, there was no lack of 12th order inner cores. Forget Ji Ying, even the 10 great emperors had never seen one before. What's more, a monster core had endless uses. When alchemists were refining pills, they often needed to use a monster beast's monster core. A good quality monster core was equivalent to a perfect catalyst for refining pills. It could be used to refine a furnace of excellent pills. To Ji Ying, inner cores were much more attractive than source crystals. It was no wonder he was so surprised. Does Grandmaster Ji want them? Yang Kai looked at him with a grin. Ji Ying blushed and coughed dryly. Which alchemist wouldn't want such a good thing? If you want them, I can give them all to you. Yang Kai's smile did not diminish. Really? Ji Ying was surprised, but he quickly reacted and calmly asked, You wouldn't want this Ji to perform alchemy for your high heaven palace, right? Yang Kai laughed and said, Grandmaster Ji's eyes are sharp. Ji Ying snorted and said, Palace Master Yang's idea is good, but unfortunately, this Ji will not agree. Yang Kai had already expected this and was naturally not disappointed, nodding and saying, In that case, if Grandmaster Ji agrees, I will give you half of these things. Good, you said it yourself. I hope Palace Master Yang will keep his word. Ji Ying was overjoyed. In his opinion, this was simply Yang Kai giving him an inner core. He never thought that he would lose to Yang Kai in alchemy. Grandmaster Ji, can the things in that ring be worth 5 billion? Li Jiao and Mi Qi listened for a long time but still did not know the value of the things in the ring and could not help asking. 5 billion? Ji Ying glanced at them disdainfully and said indifferently, The things in that ring are enough to buy your 2 sects. What? Mi Qi and Li Jiao both turned pale with fright. Enough to buy 2 sects? What kind of treasures were in that ring to make Grandmaster Ji so certain? They became more and more curious and wished they could knock Yang Kai unconscious right now and snatch the ring to see what was inside. This palace master's bet has been determined. Do the 2 of you still want to bet? Yang Kai turned to look at Mi Qi and Li Jiao. Mi Qi frowned and said with a firm expression, Of course, why not? How can we not want free benefits? That's right, Li Jiao also said seriously, This king believes in Grandmaster Ji. Ji Ying frowned and said, If you want to bet, it's your own business. The outcome has nothing to do with me. Alchemy was not used for gambling. The reason he agreed to bet with Yang Kai was mainly because he was angered by Yang Kai, so he naturally did not want Li Jiao and Mi Qi to be tied to his victory or defeat, making it seem like the outcome was his responsibility. Yes, Grandmaster Ji is right, Li Jiao quickly corrected himself, this is just a bet between brother Mi Qi and I and Palace Master Yang. In that case, let's begin. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Ying turned to look at him and said, You go first. Yang Kai quickly said, is it really okay for Grandmaster Ji to look down on your opponent like this? Although he said that, his hands were not idle. He stretched out his hands and stroked his hair, assuming a posture of working hard. With a flick of his fingers, the lid of the purple origin cauldron immediately flew out, and a long-prepared spirit herb flew into the cauldron. With a whoosh, a flame seemed to burn and the temperature in the air suddenly rose, but strangely, there was no trace of Yang Kai circulating his emperor qi. Conflagrated knowledge C. Ji Ying's expression changed as he exclaimed in a low voice. He did not expect Yang Kai to possess a conflagrated knowledge C. This alone was enough for him to take this seriously. Conflagrated knowledge C was a type of variant knowledge C. Those who possessed conflagrated knowledge C had a unique advantage in alchemy and artifact refining because in the process of alchemy, one's divine sense played a very important role. Whether it was controlling the flame or grasping the timing of the spirit flower insertion, one's divine sense was required. And those who possessed conflagrated knowledge C could directly adjust the intensity of the flame and grasp the timing of the spirit flower insertion to the peak. Even when inscribing spirit arrays, one did not need a carrier and could simply carve them in the air. This was something no other alchemist could compare with. So that's how it is. No wonder you were so confident, you actually have a conflagrated knowledge C. Ji Ying suddenly understood what Yang Kai was relying on. His expression suddenly became solemn and he no longer hesitated. Flipping his hands, he circulated his emperor qi and a small flame immediately rose from the three-legged twin dragon furnace. Ji Ying threw the same spirit flower into the pill furnace. With a sizzling sound, Ji Ying's hands formed a series of seals as he began carving a spirit array inside the pill furnace to assist in condensing the medicinal liquid. For a time, the hall was silent. Only Yang Kai and Ji Ying's strength surged as the two alchemy furnaces exuded scorching heat. Mi Qi and Li Jiao wanted to come up and see what was going on, but they were stopped by the three monster king, who glared at them covetously. When an alchemist was performing alchemy, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed, so the three monster king were naturally extremely vigilant against these two, lest they use any means to disturb Yang Kai. This made Mi Qi and Li Jiao furious, but there was nothing they could do. Can Palace Master win? Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing stood side by side not far away, watching silently. Yang Kai was actually competing with Ji Ying in alchemy, which made Hua Qingxi feel very unconfident, so she quietly asked Zhu Qing. I don't understand alchemy, Zhu Qing responded lightly. Hua Qingxi also agreed. Although she had seen alchemists perform alchemy before, she knew nothing about alchemy, so she could not see who had the upper hand in the situation. But look at his demeanor, he seems to be very confident, Zhu Qing added. Hearing this, Hua Qingxi quickly observed Yang Kai carefully and found that, as Zhu Qing said, Yang Kai's expression was full of confidence and high fighting spirit. If he had no hope of winning, he would never have such an expression. This discovery made Hua Qingxi feel relieved and secretly cheer for Yang Kai, *chi chi chi chi, *. The sound of fire crackling could be heard as the hands of the two competing in alchemy constantly moved, changing hand seals one after another. Exquisite and small spirit arrays appeared and disappeared inside the alchemy furnace one after another. Spirit herbs were tossed into the furnace, condensing into a medicinal liquid and filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Ji Ying had been quietly paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. Although Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge C and could not be underestimated, Ji Ying still felt that it was impossible for him to defeat her. However, after some observation, Ji Ying was able to confirm one thing. This Yang Kai really was an Emperor Realm alchemist, and his foundation was extremely solid. This was because his movements when condensing the medicinal liquid were meticulous, without the slightest mistake, and the medicinal liquid he condensed was extremely pure. If he was not an alchemy emperor, it would be impossible to achieve this. Jiang secretly rejoiced that another alchemy emperor had appeared in this world. If she told this news to her honored master would be very happy. The alchemy Dao had a long history and was much more difficult to advance than the martial Dao, which also led to the scarcity of alchemists in the world. Others only saw the limitless glory of alchemists, but how could they discover the bitterness behind it? Medicine Pill Valley was dedicated to promoting the alchemy Dao, and several disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors also took this as their responsibility. Naturally, they hoped that there would be more alchemists in the world. Only with more alchemists could the Star Boundary Cultivator keep up with the demand of pills and increase their cultivation rapidly. Chapter 2733. As he watched, Jiang was slightly startled because he was shocked to find that the purity of the medicinal liquid condensed by Yang Kai was not inferior to his own. What shocked him even more was that the timing and order of Yang Kai's addition of the spirit herbs was exactly the same as his. There was not only one pill formula for a spirit pill. Every alchemist had a different understanding of the Tao of alchemy, and their personal preferences and abilities were different. This also led to some subtle differences in the process of refining a spirit pill, such as the order and timing of the addition of the spirit herbs. Some alchemists felt that it was better to add one type of spirit herb first, while others felt that it was better to add another type of spirit herb first. This also led to a situation where there were many different pill formulas for a spirit pill. Perhaps even the medicinal herbs needed were not the same. A pill formula did not only include the ingredients needed for refining a spirit pill. A complete pill formula not only included the medicinal herbs, but also the refining process. It could be said that a pill formula was equivalent to a complete alchemy manual. This was why pill formulas were precious and were the crystallization of the alchemist's hard work. Now, Jiang was surprised to find that Yang Kai's method and process of refining this Spirit Emperor pill were shockingly similar to his. It could be said that they were carved from the same template. In other words, the Spirit Emperor pill formula that Yang Kai had mastered was the same as the one he knew. How was this possible? The Spirit Emperor pill was a spirit pill used in the Emperor realm to restore one's Emperor Qi. It was also the most common Spirit Emperor pill. According to Jiang's knowledge, there were 8 or 10 pill formulas for this Spirit Emperor pill. Although they were similar, there were still some differences. The best Spirit Emperor pill formula was naturally the one he had mastered. This was because this pill formula was personally improved by the great emperors of wondrous pills many years ago. It could be said that there was no other pill formula in this world that was better than this. The great emperors of wondrous pills had only taught this pill formula to a few of his disciples. No outsiders had learned it before. Now that he saw traces of this pill formula in Yang Kai's hands, Jiang was naturally surprised. Not only was Jiang surprised, but the other onlookers also had strange expressions. This was because they noticed that Yang Kai and Jiang were in the process of refining a spirit pill. It was almost exactly the same. The only difference was that Yang Kai's movements were slightly faster while Jiang was slightly slower. This was not because Jiang's alchemy skills were inferior to Yang Kai's, but because he had a slow start. Although Jiang understood this, he still felt that something was wrong. It was as if Jiang was imitating Yang Kai's alchemy, taking whatever herbs Yang Kai took. When Yang Kai's spirit pill formula, Jiang was Yang Kai's formula had Yang Kai's. The doubts in Jiang's heart grew stronger and stronger. He originally thought that this situation was just a coincidence, but halfway through the refinement, he was sure that the pill recipes the two of them had were the same. Where did you get this pill recipe from? Jiang couldn't help but ask. This was a pill recipe passed down by his master. How could it fall into the hands of an outsider? Grandmaster Gui, you're getting distracted. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. If you continue like this, you'll lose this competition. Jiang's body shook. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Just a moment ago, he had been so focused on Kai Yang's pill recipe that he had been somewhat distracted. This had led to him not being able to use his full strength in the process of condensing the medicinal liquid. Looking at it now, his own medicinal liquid seemed to be slightly worse than Kai Yang's. Condensing the spirit pill was the first step in alchemy. It was also the most important and fundamental step. If this step was not done well, it would affect the quality of the spirit pill. Alchemy was like playing chess. One wrong move would lead to another. Not doing a single detail well would result in failure. He could not lose. This was a match that concerned Medicine Pill Valley. His master's reputation was on the line. He could not lose. Ji Ying's expression changed. He seemed to become a different person. His entire being exuded an indescribable aura. His mind was immersed in alchemy, and there was nothing else in his eyes. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely serious. Although he was an alchemy emperor, this was his first time competing with another alchemy emperor in alchemy. Moreover, this person was the legacy disciple of the wondrous pill great emperor. If he did not give it his all, he would not win. He had something to rely on. It was not the conflagrated knowledge that Ji Ying saw. This was just a small advantage he had. His real trump card was the grand alchemic Dao Tone. Back on Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's home star, Water Moon Star, Yang Kai had soared in the Tao of alchemy after triggering the grand alchemic Dao Tone. If it were not for that opportunity, how could Yang Kai have advanced so quickly in the Tao of alchemy? He had not spent much time on alchemy over the years. Under normal circumstances, he would be lucky to become a Tao source-grade alchemist. It was impossible for him to become an emperor alchemist. However, the grand alchemic Dao Tone had given him allowed him to easily climb to the level of an emperor alchemist. Even so, he could not compare with a veteran alchemist like Ji Ying in terms of experience, so he could only give it his all. His mind suddenly became empty, as if his whole person had merged with the world. A wonderful feeling rose in his heart. Yang Kai's hand movements suddenly changed. Suddenly, as if he had epilepsy, he began to dance with joy. Qi. This appearance made Li Jiao and Mi Qi almost burst out laughing, but under the covetous gazes of the three monster kings, they could only endure it. Ji Ying's movements were smooth and meticulous. Just looking at him was a kind of enjoyment. Compared to Yang Kai's performance, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was obvious who was better. You want to win against Grandmaster Ji? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hua Qingxi also noticed this and could not help but show an anxious look on her face. She had no idea what Yang Kai was doing. His performance before was good, so why did he suddenly seem like a different person? Of all the people present, there was only one person who suddenly stared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme shock appearing on his face as he stared fixedly at him. This person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple. This eldest disciple did not have a good impression of Yang Kai. It was not because of Li Xian's slander of Yang Kai, but because of Yang Kai. Li Xian was expelled from the sect by his master. Although he despised Li Xian's previous actions, he was still brother for many years and still had some feelings for him. He originally wanted to wait for his master's anger to pass before persuading him to take Li Xian back. After all, his junior brother was still young. How could he not make mistakes? It would be good if he knew how to repent. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not even give him a chance. Regarding Yang Kai and Ji Ying's match, he was filled with disdain. He didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to win, so he had been staring at him with a look of hatred, wanting to see what kind of expression he would have when he was defeated by his honored master. Who would have thought that with a single glance, he would see something incredible? In the eyes of others, Yang Kai was twitching crazily and waving his hands randomly, without any sense of beauty, but in his eyes, there was a completely different feeling. Somehow, he vaguely grasped something, but when he tried to grasp it, he couldn't. This made him so anxious that sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at Yang Kai carefully, unwilling to let go of even the slightest detail. Inside the hall, the medicinal fragrance became even stronger. All of the spirit herbs had been thrown into the pill furnace by the two of them, condensing them into pure medicinal liquids. The lid of the pill furnace was sealed and the pill nourishing stage was reached. Inside the pill furnace, where no one could see, spirit arrays began to appear and disappear one after another. A variety of medicinal liquids began to mix inside the pill furnace, producing a mysterious change. Ji Ying's eldest disciple suddenly knelt on the ground. This strange movement surprised everyone except for Yang Kai and Ji Ying. Hua Qingxi looked over and saw that this eldest disciple was sweating profusely, as if he had just experienced a life-or-death struggle. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot, but he still stared fixedly at Yang Kai. "What's wrong?" Hua Qingxi quickly walked over to him and tried to help him up. This person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple, so if something happened to him here, it would be difficult to explain to Ji Ying. "Don't touch me!" The eldest disciple shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging, making him look extremely frightening. Hua Qingxi's outstretched hand stiffened in place as she felt annoyed, not knowing what was wrong with this guy. "Oh." Yang Kai took a moment to glance at this eldest disciple and grinned, "You actually saw something? Take a good look, what you can comprehend will depend on your own luck." To the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao both glared at him and curled their lips in disdain, thinking to themselves, this guy really dares to talk big. He is Ji Ying's eldest disciple, so even if he wants to learn something, he won't look for you, so what are you worrying about? What's more, with your skills, I'm afraid you can't even compare to his eldest disciple, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue? Just as this thought flashed through their minds, they saw the eldest disciple grit his teeth and widen his eyes even more, saying in a sonorous voice, "Many thanks, Grandmaster Yang." "What?" Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both shocked and glanced at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. What's going on with this eldest disciple? He actually thanked Yang Kai and even called him Grandmaster Yang. This is impossible, right? His honored master is right in front of him, isn't he afraid of his honored master getting angry? What the hell is going on? Although Ji Ying was completely focused, he was still startled by his disciple's actions. Hearing him respect Yang Kai so much, he couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, this little brat is actually helping an outsider at this time. I've raised you for so many years in vain. Out of curiosity, he glanced over at Yang Kai again. Sweeping his gaze over, Ji Ying's hand movements paused and his eyes slowly widened, even forgetting about the spirit pills he was nourishing in his alchemy furnace. His attainments in alchemy were countless times better than his disciples', and even his disciple could see through this, so as his honored master, it was naturally impossible for him not to. In his eyes, what he saw was not Yang Kai's strange movements or his twitching hands, but a grand Tao that led to the peak of alchemy. Yang Kai's movements were completely natural and in harmony with the alchemy Tao. It seemed to contain a kind of truth that he could not grasp. He had only ever seen this kind of situation on his honored master, the great emperors, but he had never expected that he would be lucky enough to find similar traces on another person today. Chapter 2734. Shock. Ji Ying's heart was instantly filled with shock like a storm. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? He could actually figure out the essence of the alchemic Tao like his honored master. No, even his honored master could not have such an achievement at his age. Ji Ying was completely stunned and had an indescribable feeling. The one competing with him in alchemy was not the young man named Yang Kai, but the grand Tao he had been searching for but could not capture. How could he win? His heart suddenly became a little chaotic and a sizzling sound suddenly came from the three-legged twin dragon furnace. Grandmaster Ji, you! Li Jiao and Mi Qi exclaimed in unison. Although they did not understand alchemy and could not see anything special, Ji Ying's state at this moment was obviously not right. From the change in his expression, how could they not see that there was something wrong with his state of mind? How could this be? If Ji Ying lost in this competition, he wouldn't lose much, but the two of them had bet 50 years of their respective sects' profits on the line. If they lost, for the next 50 years, the disciples of the two sects would have to tighten their belts. Ji Ying was shocked and suddenly realized that he was still in the middle of a competition, causing him to feel annoyed and ashamed. This was the second time he had been distracted, which would inevitably have some impact on the entire alchemy process, but after all, he had a profound cultivation base and quickly suppressed the flames in the furnace to save himself. Forcing himself to calm down and throw away all distracting thoughts, under great pressure, Ji Ying's movement suddenly became much smoother. He faintly felt a sense of enlightenment. The eldest disciple still stared at Yang Kai's movements with wide eyes, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming denser and denser as his whole body trembled, as if he had suffered a great deal of torture, but his expression was extremely excited. As time passed, a pill fragrance overflowed. This was not the fragrance of simple spirit herbs, but the fragrance of a spirit pill. When this fragrance came out, it meant that the refinement had reached the final stage, as long as no mistakes were made. The spirit pill could be refined. The closer it was to the end, the more nervous Mi Qi and Li Jiao became. They did not know whether Ji Ying could beat Yang Kai. Originally, they had full confidence in Ji Ying. However, Ji Ying's unstable state of mind just now made them a little nervous. They didn't know if that change would affect the quality of the spirit pills in the end. After another 2 hours, the medicinal fragrance in the hall was so dense that it was almost tangible. Yang Kai's hands suddenly stopped moving, his expression solemn. Yao Yao lifted the purple origin furnace and shouted, "Rise! It's time to collect the pills." Everyone's complexion stiffened as they realized that Yang Kai's furnace of spirit dawn had reached the final stage. This process was also an extremely important step in alchemy. A good pill condensing technique would allow an alchemist to refine more spirit pills of higher quality. On the other side, Ji Ying also pretended to slap his own alchemy furnace, causing the lid to fly out. He had also entered the pill refining stage. Mi Qi and Li Jiao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They knew that they had reached this point. Yang Kai definitely couldn't beat Ji Ying because Ji Ying's pill condensing technique was personally passed down by the great emperors. Even if Yang Kai had some opportunities and became an emperor realm alchemist, it was impossible for him to have a better pill condensing technique than Ji Ying. The two of them didn't dare to pretend to understand and quickly turned to look at the eldest disciple, wanting to see some clues from his expression. With a single glance, both of their hearts sank. Because at this moment, the eldest disciple was actually still watching Yang Kai's movements, his two bloodshot eyes bursting with an extremely pleasantly surprised light. On the contrary, he turned a blind eye to his honored master. No way, right? Could it be that Yang Kai's pill condensing technique is also better? Otherwise, why didn't the eldest disciple take this opportunity to learn his honored master's technique? Instead, he paid attention to Yang Kai. It must be because the eldest disciple's skills aren't good enough and his vision isn't good enough. Mi Qi and Li Jiao comforted themselves in their hearts. Even if Ji Ying was distracted twice during the alchemy competition, they still had great expectations for Ji Ying. Using the ninth heaven profound pill method, a series of hand seals flew into the purple origin furnace, making the last step of alchemy perfect. This was the pill condensing technique that Yang Kai comprehended from the grand alchemic Dao Tone. Even compared to the techniques created by the great emperors, it was slightly better. Asterisk ding ling ling, asterisk suddenly, a very pleasant sound rang out from the pill furnace. The pills were complete. Yang Kai flashed and slapped the purple origin furnace, causing a string of rolling spirit pills to fly out. Mi Qi and Li Jiao stared at it with wide eyes. They wanted to see how many pills Yang Kai had refined and what their quality was, but before they could see them clearly, they were put into a jade bottle prepared in advance by Yang Kai. This made the two of them gnash their teeth in hatred. On the other side, Jiying also began to condense the pills. After forming the last hand seal, several Emperor Yuan pills flew out of the pill furnace and were thrown into the jade bottle in his left hand. The refinement is complete. Yang Kai pressed his hands together and let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Dantian. Jiying stood there motionless, his brow furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. His eldest disciple, on the other hand, closed his eyes the moment Yang Kai finished refining and knelt down like a statue, seemingly lost in thought. This made Mi Qi and Li Jiao anxious. They couldn't wait to know the result of this competition. Although they felt that the possibility of Jiying losing was not high, they were still a little nervous. After all, this was related to the income of their respective sects for 50 years, a total of 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Jiying did not move, so Yang Kai did not want to disturb him. He knew that Jiying was considering the gains and losses of this alchemy, which was an extremely important moment for an alchemist. Looking around, he winked at Zhu Qing, who was looking at him. Zhu Qing's face was as cold as ice. She didn't care about him at all. He had brought a snub upon himself. After a long time, Jiying breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Yang Kai, and cupped his fists. Brother Yang's skill, this Ji is deeply impressed. After competing with Yang Kai for a while, Jiying immediately understood that he had really underestimated him before. Not only was he an alchemist emperor, but he was also an alchemist whose skill was not inferior to his own. He had only caught a glimpse of the wondrous alchemy process, but it was enough to shock him. If it weren't for the importance of this competition, he would not have been able to stop himself from interrupting the refinement and observing it carefully. This time, no matter who wins or loses, this Ji must thank Brother Yang, Jiying said sincerely, glancing at his first disciple. After learning that Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor who was not inferior to him, Jiying's address for him had changed. Moreover, his first disciple's harvest was not small, so he naturally had to thank him. Previously, he had always called him Palace Master Yang, but now, it was even more intimate. Well said, Brother Ji is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were dumbfounded, thinking that something was wrong. Wasn't Jiying here to find trouble with Yang Kai? Why was he suddenly calling him brother? Even the two of them, who had known Jiying for many years, did not have the qualifications to call him that. They couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come along. Master Ji, let's see the results of the competition first. Mi Qi changed the topic, lest Yang Kai and Jiying continue to curry favor with each other. As long as Jiying won this competition, their trip here would definitely be worth it. 50 years of the sect's profit, just thinking about it made them excited. The two of them were still very curious about the things in Yang Kai's ring. They wanted to know what it was that actually received such a high evaluation from Jiying. Jiying looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Those who come are guests, Brother Ji, please. Jiying nodded, then I won't be polite. As he spoke, he opened the jade bottle in his hand and poured out the Emperor Essence pills. Everyone in the hall craned their necks and looked at his palm. 9 pills. Mi Qi glanced over and immediately exclaimed in excitement. This time, Jiying had refined 9 pills, which was the maximum number of pills a furnace could produce. This basically meant that he had won half the competition. The rest would depend on the quality of these pills, but since Jiying had personally refined them, the quality of the pills would definitely not be bad. This could be seen from the fact that these spirit pills were all round and full, and their color was translucent. Look, look, look! Li Jiao seemed to have discovered a new world and pointed at one of the Emperor Essence pills, breathing heavily. Pill veins, these are pill veins. One of the 9 spirit pills was covered with veins, and at first glance, it looked like the veins of a human body. These were the legendary pill veins. If a spirit pill formed pill veins during the refining process, its medicinal efficacy would directly double, and its value would naturally rise. However, pill veins weren't something that everyone could refine. Even for the most skilled alchemists, it was something that could only be found by chance. But now, one of Ji Ying's spirit pills had formed in elixir veins. Moreover, it was an emperor-grade spirit pill. This made it all the more precious and shocking. Ha ha ha. Mi Qi also laughed loudly, and his anxious heart finally settled back into his stomach. If Ji Ying had only won half the competition by refining 9 pills, then this spirit pill with pill veins had sealed his victory. Yang Kai had no chance of making a comeback. He didn't even need to look at the quality of the spirit pills he refined. Mi Qi didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine spirit pills with pill veins. If pill veins were so easy to refine, they wouldn't be called pill veins. Exchanging a glance with Li Jiao, both of them were overjoyed. 5 billion high-rank source crystals, 50 years of sect income, were about to be obtained, so how could the two not be happy? They secretly decided that after Yang Kai fulfilled the bet, they would buy the Emperor Essence pill with pill veins from Ji Ying. This was the key to victory and was worth preserving. As long as they had this spirit pill, the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of them. Of course, they could also curry favor with Ji Ying. Should they humiliate Yang Kai while they were at it? Looking at the 3 monster kings standing nearby and glaring at them, the two thought for a moment and decided to forget about it, lest they become angry out of humiliation. The two of them really weren't their opponents. Chapter 2735. Master Ji is indeed amazing. Yang Kai praised as he looked at the spirit pill with pill veins. An emperor-grade spirit pill with pill veins was indeed amazing. Even when he was refining emperor-grade spirit pills, he rarely saw pill veins. Just this point alone made Ji Ying worthy of his status as an alchemy emperor. I'm ashamed. It's all thanks to Brother Yang that I was able to form pill veins this time. Ji Ying waved his hand. What does this have to do with him? Mi Qi retorted. Being able to form pill veins is the embodiment of Master Ji's exquisite alchemy skills. What does it have to do with him? That's right. If he didn't deliberately interfere, I'm afraid more than one spirit pill would have formed pill veins, Li Jiao also said. Ji Ying shook his head and didn't explain. He believed that Yang Kai didn't need him to explain. This time, being able to refine an Emperor Yuan pill with pill veins was all thanks to the great pressure Yang Kai had given him. Although he had been distracted twice midway, under that tremendous pressure, especially when he had caught a glimpse of Yang Kai's beauty, he had been able to faintly comprehend something, allowing him to refine such a perfect result. Otherwise, according to his usual ability, refining 100 cauldrons of Emperor Yuan pills might not necessarily form pill veins. Now, one appeared in one cauldron. It was simply a miracle. However, if he refined another cauldron of Emperor Yuan pills, he might not be so lucky. When Mi Qi and Li Jiao saw that Ji Ying didn't speak, they thought that he was just being polite to Yang Kai. Who would have thought that there were twists and turns in his words? Mi Qi immediately said, "Palace Master Yang, we have finished inspecting the spirit pills refined by Master Ji. May I know the condition of the spirit pills refined by Palace Master Yang?" Palace Master Yang's alchemy skills are also very good. You must have also refined pill veins, Li Jiao ridiculed from the side, deliberately praising Yang Kai with sinister intentions. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since everyone has made a bet, take it out for us to see. Mi Chi's face was tense as if he had already won. Palace Master Yang, don't tell me you don't want to take out your spirit pills because you can't win against Master Ji? Ji Ying hurriedly said, why are you two like this? Brother Yang is also an alchemy Emperor Yuan pill master. Moreover, he is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. In the future, we will all live together in the Northern Territory. Why don't we just forget about today's matter? Let's drink to our heart's content here. Let's forget about love and hatred with a smile. It'll be a good story to spread. He had previously agreed to compete with Yang Kai in alchemy out of anger. But now, he was a little bit worried at the moment. He was lucky enough to refine an Emperor Yuan pill with pill veins, but Yang Kai's luck couldn't be as good, right? If he lost, he would lose 5 billion high-grade Genesis crystals. Both he and his eldest disciple had benefited greatly from Kai Yang, especially his eldest disciple. Even now, he was still immersed in his enlightenment, so his harvest must have been enormous. If he had really implicated Yang Kai and caused him to lose this 5 billion, he would definitely feel guilty. That was why he wanted to be a peacemaker and resolve the conflict. Deliberately pointing out Yang Kai's identity as an alchemy Emperor Yuan pill master was to let Mi Chi and Li Jiao know when to stop. As long as they could give up the bet today, they would definitely be on good terms with Yang Kai. At the very least, if they wanted to refine any spirit pills in the future, Yang Kai would definitely not refuse and could even help. Li Jiao and Mi Chi glanced at each other and naturally understood Ji Ying's plan. They both showed awkward expressions. If it were a normal matter, they would be willing to give face to Ji Ying, but this matter was related to 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Even they were a little hesitant. After a while, Mi Chi frowned and said, Master Ji, a man can't live without integrity. Since Palace Master Yang made a bet with us before, he should fulfill his promise now. If Brother Li and I let it go, I'm afraid we will be underestimating Palace Master Yang. Palace Master Yang will not be happy. Li Jiao nodded and said, Brother Mi is right. Please forgive us, Master Ji. It is not that we are unwilling, but, a bet is a bet after all. Ji Ying heard this. His expression couldn't help becoming a little ugly. He didn't expect that these two would not give him face when he personally interceded. It seemed that they were determined to take advantage of Yang Kai. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and said, Brother Ji, there is no need to say anything more. This palace master is willing to accept his loss. Li Jiao and Mi Chi were overjoyed when they heard this and praised, Palace Master Yang is a man of his word. In the future, if High Heaven Palace needs any help in the Northern Territory, please do not hesitate to inform us. Our two sects will definitely not refuse. Who didn't know how to say something cheap? In any case, if there really was something they needed help with, they could make a decision based on their discretion. What's more, they didn't think that Yang Kai would ask them for help. After this incident, even if the High Heaven Palace and their two sects were not enemies, they would not get along peacefully. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, This palace master only said that he was willing to accept his loss, but he didn't lose. Are you two so confident that you can take away the 5 billion origin stones? Li Jiao and Mi Chi were stunned, the former saying, Then let's take a look and see how good the Spirit Pill Palace Master Yang refines is. Yes, we should take a look, Li Jiao nodded. Since they were going to lose, they might as well let them understand. Ha! Ji Ying sighed. Now that things had reached this point, there was nothing he could do. 5 billion high-rank source crystals was indeed enough for Li Jiao and Mi Chi to take the risk of offending him. Brother Ji, help me take a look, Yang Kai tossed the jade bottle in his hand to Ji Ying. Ji Ying took it and nodded, all right. Saying so, he opened the jade bottle and poured out the Emperor Yuan pills inside. Everyone's breathing seemed to quicken as they stared at the pills. The three monster kings' eyes met, flashing a fierce light. There was no need to communicate, the three of them had already secretly decided that if Yang Kai lost this round, they would immediately capture Mi Qi and Li Jiao. Wanting to take away 5 billion high-rank source crystals was simply a fool's dream. 9. He discovered that it was indeed as Ji Ying said. This spirit pill was still warm, and it was clearly just refined. His heart sank, and he threw it to Li Jiao to let him feel it too. Yang Kai sneered and said, "So, the two of you still want to say that this palace master cheated?" Mi Qi laughed dryly and said, joking. It was just a joke just now, Palace Master Yang doesn't have to take it to heart. This joke is not funny at all. Li Jiao coughed dryly and said, both of you refined a spirit pill that formed pill patterns, and both of you refined 9 pills. This counts as a tie. A tie, there is no winner or loser. Mi Qi hurriedly echoed, but the disappointment on his face was obvious. Yang Kai chuckled lowly. The quantity is the same, the pill patterns are the same, then it depends on the quality. There will always be a high and low quality. Ji Ying nodded and said, that's right, dividing the quality can indeed distinguish the difference. Chapter 2736. Li Jiao and Mi Qi's hearts skipped a beat. Originally, although they were somewhat unwilling to accept the result of a tie, they could barely accept it. After all, there was no loss. However, Yang Kai actually took the initiative to suggest a contest of quality, which gave them a bad feeling. Could it be, he really had the confidence to win? Otherwise, why would he make such a suggestion? With this thought, the two of them suddenly lost their composure. Mi Qi hurriedly said, let's just call it a tie, there's no need to distinguish quality. Yang Kai snorted, since it's a bet, we naturally need to see who's better. What is Sect Master Mi afraid of? Mi Qi nervously said, what is this king afraid of? Palace Master Yang is really joking. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Li Jiao's forehead as the bad feeling in his heart became more and more fierce. I will have to trouble Brother Ji to appraise one more time. Yang Kai turned to look at Ji Ying. A small matter. Ji Ying nodded. At this point, the victory or defeat between him and Yang Kai was no longer so important. What's more, Yang Kai seemed to understand the truth of alchemy at a glance. In time, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with his honored master. Even if he lost to him, it wouldn't be shameful. This alchemy trip had also been fruitful for him. After returning and cultivating in seclusion for a while, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough in alchemy. At that time, his alchemy skills wouldn't be inferior to his brother's. Immediately, he calmed his heart and began to distinguish the Emperor Yuan pills refined by him and Yang Kai in his left and right hands. He carefully examined them in terms of color, size, purity, and aura. He even scraped off a layer of powder from each other's spirit pills and put it in his mouth to taste. The hall was completely silent. Everyone's expression was tense. This was especially true for Mi Qi and Li Jiao. This was a bet that concerned the profits of their respective sects for the next 50 years. Their eyes were like leeches that were tightly clinging on to Ji Ying. They observed his body language, afraid that he would say something bad about them. Only Yang Kai had a calm expression and even ran back to his seat to pick up his teacup and drink some water. Phew. After a long time, Ji Ying exhaled. Looking at his expression, he already had a conclusion. Master Yen, what's the result? Mi Qi approached him nervously, his voice trembling. Li Jiao also looked at Ji Ying anxiously, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face without him noticing. This Ji is not skilled enough. Brother Yang is better, this Ji admires you. Ji Ying did not answer them. Instead, he turned to look at Yang Kai and cupped his fists. Brother Ji, you flatter me too much. This little brother only managed to win this time due to some fortuitous encounters. In the future, I will have to ask Brother Ji for advice. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists in return. Ji Ying smiled bitterly and waved his hand. While the two of them were talking, Li Jiao and Mi Qi were dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze, their faces ashen, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be about to freeze. Although Ji Ying did not say who won and who lost. However, the meaning behind his words was already very clear. Master. Master Lin. Did you see it clearly? Is it true that the quality of the spirit pills he refined is higher? Mi Qi asked with a trembling voice. Li Jiao also said anxiously, do you want to take another look? Ji Ying's expression became angry as he coldly said, do the two of you not trust this Ji's character? These two had questioned his character before, but for the sake of their many years of friendship, Ji Ying did not want to argue with them too much, but now they were doing it again, making Ji Ying furious. It was fine if it was the first time, but what was the meaning of this second time? Was his reputation so worthless? Seeing Ji Ying become angry, Mi Qi and Li Jiao's hearts skipped a beat as they realized their rudeness. Mi Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No, no, no. Master Lin has misunderstood. Brother Li and I have no such intentions. Please calm down, Master Lin. They could offend anyone but Ji Ying. Ji Ying snorted, let me tell you, a true alchemist would never joke about the pills they refined. This Ji lost, so there is no need for me to deliberately raise Brother Yang's reputation. Pausing for a moment, he stretched out his hands and said, since the two of you do not trust this Ji, then try the efficacy of these two spirit pills yourselves. Both of you are third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, so once you take these spirit pills and refine them, you should be able to easily distinguish who is stronger and who is weaker. Li Jiao and Mi Qi glanced at each other and saw that the other was tempted. This was indeed a good idea. This matter was of great importance, so they had to be cautious. However, if they did this, they might completely offend Ji Ying, because once they took the spirit pills and refined them, it would mean that they did not trust Ji Ying's words and were doubting him. Choosing between them put Li Jiao and Mi Qi in a difficult position. Yang Kai smiled and said, the two of you should try it yourselves and give Brother Ji justice. Ji Ying stood there with a cold expression and stretched out his hands. Gritting his teeth, Li Jiao stepped forward and said in shame, excuse me. Each of them took out an Emperor Yuan pill from Ji Ying's hands. Seeing this, Mi Qi could only take back the two Emperor Yuan pills. Ji Ying said indifferently, since the two of you do not trust this Ji, then this Ji's cooperation with the two of you will end here. In the future, the two of you will not need to come to Medicine Pill Valley to find this Ji to refine pills for you. Hearing this, Li Jiao and Mi Qi both trembled and their faces paled as they called out, Grandmaster Ji, there's no need to say anything. Ji Ying coldly snorted, too lazy to say a word to them. Li Jiao and Mi Qi sighed heavily as they looked at the two spirit pills in their hands, feeling as if these small pills weighed 10,000 kilograms. Since things had reached this point, the two of them could only grit their teeth and take one Emperor Yuan pill to refine. Since they had already offended Ji Ying, they couldn't just lose the 5 billion, right? As long as they could prove that Ji Ying's Emperor Yuan pills were better than Yang Kai's, they could still reap some benefits. Although there weren't many Emperor Realm alchemists, there were still one or two in the Northern Territory, so they could simply not go to Medicine Pill Valley in the future. Circulating their Emperor Qi to refine the Emperor Yuan pills, the two of them quickly refined the medicinal efficacies before taking out another Emperor Yuan pill and continuing to refine it. After a short while, Li Jiao and Mi Qi both opened their eyes, their expressions ugly as if they had lost their parents. After personally refining and verifying the medicinal efficacies of the Emperor Yuan pill they had taken first were indeed inferior to the one they had taken later. The one they had taken first was refined by Ji Ying. The difference between the two was not too great, but the one they had taken earlier was indeed slightly inferior. Ji Ying said, "This Ji lost to Brother Yang in the process of condensing medicinal liquid, so the medicinal liquid I refined was not as pure as Brother Yang's, so the quality of the pills I refined was also slightly inferior. Since the two of you have personally refined and verified it, you should know what the conclusion is, right? Is this Ji speaking without thinking and siding with Brother Yang?" Mi Qi said with a bitter expression, "We never had such an intention." Of course, they could go against their conscience and say that Ji Ying's spirit pill was better, but that would be completely shameless. Were the three monster king in the hall, who had been staring at them with ill intentions, weak? Not to mention, there was also a woman named Qing'er with terrifying combat strength. If they really acted shamelessly, they would definitely suffer. Since the result is out, then the two of you should accept your loss. Yang Kai walked down step by step with his hands behind his back. Mi Qi and Li Jiao's faces twitched, their hearts aching so much that they almost bled. "Grandmaster Ji." Mi Qi looked at Ji Ying for help, hoping that Ji Ying could speak up for them. Ji Ying, however, returned to his seat and ignored them, clearly annoyed. Seeing Ji Ying like this, Mi Qi and Li Jiao's hearts immediately turned to ashes. Now that the situation was worse, they definitely couldn't win, and they probably couldn't escape either. If they were to really shed all pretenses of cordiality, the two of them would definitely be left here. Why did they think to come to the High Heaven Palace with Ji Ying? It was really easy to enter this kind of dragon's lair, but it was difficult to leave. The two of them regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Yang Kai's expression turned sinister as he glared at the two of them and shouted, "I'm talking to you. The two of you are also well-known figures in the Northern Territory. Could it be that you want to go back on your words? The three monster king let out threatening voices in unison as their demonic chi rolled. It looked like Yang Kai would take the two of them down with a single order. How could it be? How could it be? Li Jiao quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and smiled apologetically. "If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Brother Me and I definitely won't go back on our words." "Yes, yes, yes. We definitely won't go back on our words," Mi Qi also nodded. How many years had it been since they had acted so subserviently? Even in front of Ji Ying, they had never acted so subserviently. But now, the two of them had finally experienced what it felt like to be subservient. The sullenness in their hearts could not be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. "Since you don't want to go back on your words, then hurry up." Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards them, looking like a creditor. Mi Qi said with a bitter expression, "Palace Master Yang, how could we take out 5 billion high-rank source crystals so easily?" "Yeah, that's too much," Li Jiao also said with a guilty conscience. "It's 5 billion. You can't take out 5 billion, but can't you take out 5 billion? Yang Kai glanced at the two of them. Mi Qi and Li Jiao shook their heads like rattles. Yang Kai glared at them and said, "Your sects have stood tall in the Northern Territory for so many years, so how could you be so poor? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world?" Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang may not know this, but although our sects earn a lot every year, our expenses are also terrifying. In fact, we don't have much surplus every year." "Yes, yes." Mi Qi nodded and said, "Palace Master Yang has also obtained the foundation and wealth of Seeking Passion sect over the years. You should know how many source crystals you have. Our sects are not much different from Seeking Passion sect. So, the two of you can't take out the bet? Yang Kai's face turned cold. For the time being, we can't take it out, Mi Qi and Li Jiao said with a guilty conscience. How dare you? Yang Kai shouted, you dare to make such a big bet with me when you don't have that much to bet? Are the two of you here to make fun of this palace master? Monster King, listen up, kill them for me. Yes. The three Monster King immediately rushed out after hearing this. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were shocked, thinking that Yang Kai had already planned to kill the two of them and then take over the foundations of the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace, right? If the two of them died here, their sects would be leaderless and unable to resist the terrifying power of the High Heaven Palace. They would most likely be razed to the ground immediately. Chapter 27:37. Wait, wait. Seeing the three Monster Kings rushing towards him, Mi Qi hurriedly raised his hand and shouted. Wait. Yang Kai also shouted. The three great demon monarchs stopped in their tracks and surrounded Li Jiao and Mi Qi. Their demon essence enveloped them, not giving them any space to escape. Cold sweat slid down their cheeks and dripped to the ground, making clear sounds. Yang Kai stared at the two and said, Sect Master Mi, do you have any last words? This palace master is merciful and will let you live for a few breaths. So I have to say my last words. Mi Qi's face darkened as he suppressed the nervousness in his heart and said in a panic, Palace Master Yang, Brotherly and I are not trying to renege on our debt, nor do we intend to not fulfill this bet. Yes, we don't have that much to bet, so we really shouldn't have made such a big bet with Palace Master Yang, but now that things have come to this, even if you kill us, it won't do you any good. Yes, if you kill us, the 5 billion source crystals will really be gone, and you will also have a death feud with my Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect. I can destroy the Seeking Passion sect, so do you think I'm afraid of your Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect? Yang Kai sneered disdainfully, but he still rubbed his chin and looked like he was thinking seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, But you're right. Continue, whether you can live or not will depend on your mouths. Mi Qi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was not in danger for the time being, but he also knew that if he could not persuade Yang Kai to let them go, their lives would be lost here today. After pondering for a while, he sorted out his words and said, Although Brotherly and I can't take out so many source crystals for the time being, we can. But we can still put together a part of it. How much? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. 500 million? Mi Qi asked tentatively. Li Jiao nodded, 500 million is fine. Do you think we're beggars? Yang Kai coldly snorted. This palace master found more than 500 million source crystals in the Seeking Passion sect storehouse. If you dare to mention 500 million again, I'll kill you right now. At most, I'll just give up the 5 billion source crystals. 1 billion. Mi Qi quickly changed his words and said, I can't give more. If I give more, I won't be able to take it out. This was already the bottom line of the High Sky sect. He would probably have to sell off some of his items in order to gather 1 billion. Palace Master Li also has the same intention? Yang Kai coldly looked at Li Jiao. Li Jiao said uneasily, Yes, we can only gather 1 billion at most. 1 billion. Yang Kai paced back and forth. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, 1 billion is fine. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were overjoyed. Without waiting for them to speak, Yang Kai continued, but there's still 1.5 billion left. How are you going to repay it? This. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai said, This palace master has an idea, but I don't know if you two are willing to listen. please enlighten us, Palace Master Yang. Li Jiao and Mi Qi looked at Yang Kai together. If you don't have enough source crystals, you can use treasures to make up the difference. I believe that there should be many rare treasures in your 2 sect storehouses. My high heaven palace has just been established and needs a lot of cultivation materials. I'll give you 10 million high-rank source crystals for 1 emperor artifact, so 1.5 billion is 150 artifacts. 150 emperor artifacts. 1 emperor artifact only costs 10 million high-rank source crystals. Mi Qi and Li Jiao exclaimed in unison as they cursed in their hearts. They knew that Yang Kai would definitely take this opportunity to rip them off. But they did not expect to lose so badly. This was simply robbery. What emperor artifact was only worth 10 million high-rank source crystals? Even the worst emperor artifact couldn't possibly have this many emperor artifacts. Moreover, the number of 150 emperor artifacts was too terrifying. Even if the 2 sects exhausted all their resources, it would be impossible for them to find so many emperor artifacts. If you don't have any emperor artifacts, Dao source grade or origin king grade artifacts will do. In addition, all kinds of spirit flowers, rare herbs, rare ores, as long as they are cultivation materials. This palace master will kindly accept them all. Yang Kai waved his hand, looking like he was very easy to negotiate with. Li Jiao and Mi Qi's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. If Yang Kai really said so, wouldn't the 2 sects be emptied out by him? What would happen to their disciples' cultivation then? How would they have the face to face the many elders and disciples in their sects? This won't do. Li Jiao was about to cry, Palace Master Yang, please be magnanimous. Mi Qi also said, Palace Master Yang, you're taking drastic measures to destroy our 2 sects. Yang Kai's face turned cold. This palace master has already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it and now you want to blame me? Mi Qi and Li Jiao were a little speechless. With a sigh, Yang Kai said, as Brother Ji said before, we are all cultivators in the Northern Territory. We will see each other often in the future, so if we go too far, this palace master will be embarrassed. You're embarrassed? Li Jiao and Mi Qi cursed in their hearts. So, this palace master has a proposal. If you still can't accept it, the 2 of you can stay here today and let your sects come and ransom you. Once enough source crystals are collected, I will let you go. Please speak, Palace Master Yang. Although they knew that Yang Kai's idea was definitely not a good one, it was better than him directly using force, so it didn't matter if they listened. You 2 first collect 1 billion source crystals, then the remaining 1.5 billion, will be paid in installments. Yang Kai waved his hand. Paid in installments? When Li Jiao and Mi Qi heard this, they glanced at each other and asked cautiously, how do we pay in installments? Yang Kai continued, both of your sects have a lot of businesses, so you have a lot of income every year. In the future, a portion of this income will be given to my high heaven palace. When the rest of the debt is paid off, it will be settled. What do you think of this proposal? Mi Qi was overjoyed. Palace Master Yang's proposal is good, we will pay in installments. Li Jiao also nodded, good, good, Palace Master Yang is really smart, you can even think of such an idea. You also think it's good. Yang Kai smiled slightly, since you think it's good, then so be it. Unlike the elated look he had when he first arrived, he now had a dejected look on his face. No one would be happy after encountering such a thing, and it would be troublesome to explain this to the sect's upper echelons when they returned. Their illustrious reputation had been destroyed here today. Both of them were filled with regret, wondering if they should walk out of this door and not admit it. Palace Master Li, please wait. Before the 2 of them walked out of the hall, Ji Ying suddenly spoke. Li Jiao paused when he heard this and turned to look at Ji Ying. What orders does Grandmaster Ji have? I dare not order you, Ji Ying replied indifferently. With a toss of his hand, a wooden box flew towards Li Jiao. This Ji's skills are lacking, and I'm afraid that Palace Headley has entrusted this dragon blood flower to him. I hope that Palace Headley can find someone else. Chapter 2738. Dragon Blood Flower. Zhu Qing, who had been standing quietly in the hall, seemed to have been touched by something at this moment. Her expression changed as she reached out to grab the wooden box. A powerful suction force came and sucked the wooden box into her hand. Li Jiao had yet to recover from the blow of Ji Ying's words when he suddenly found that his treasure had been snatched away. His expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Miss, what are you doing?" It was really a case of when it rains, the boat is late and the wind blows. Not only did he completely offend Ji Ying on this trip, but he also lost the opportunity to refine the dragon blood pill. Now, even the raw materials were taken away. That was a spirit flower that he had spent many years of hard work and used his own blood essence to cultivate. The increase of his strength depended on it, so how could Li Jiao watch it fall into the hands of others? However, he didn't dare to use force. He only looked at Zhu Qing with grief and indignation, hoping that this woman would return the dragon blood flower to him. Zhu Qing flicked her finger and opened the wooden box. A bright red flower lying quietly in the wooden box immediately entered his eyes. Yang Kai looked over curiously and his eyes couldn't help but light up. The dragon blood flower was crystal clear as if it was made of blood. The strangest thing was that this flower actually emitted traces of dragon's breath. Even if he had never heard of the dragon blood flower, this was the first time he had seen it. Yang Kai also understood that this thing was definitely something amazing. It really is the dragon blood flower. Zhu Qing frowned and closed the wooden box again, but she didn't return it to Li Jiao. Instead, she stared at Li Jiao and coldly said, "Where did you get this dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao said, "Miss, return this flower to me first." Zhu Qing ignored him. He didn't see her move at all. She suddenly appeared in front of Li Jiao with an unprecedentedly solemn expression and aggressively said, "I'll ask again, where did you get this dragon blood flower?" An extremely oppressive aura rushed over and Li Jiao actually felt a little suffocated. All the blood in his body seemed to have solidified and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His face paled as he said, "I got it by accident." "Why are you asking this?" He was also baffled. This dragon blood flower was indeed something he had obtained by chance. Although it was precious, why would this woman be so excited? What shocked him even more was that he, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't even muster the slightest resistance in front of this woman. The fear that came from deep within his bones made his hands and feet turn cold, and his whole body shivered. How was this possible? He was already a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so he could completely suppress him with just his aura. Only the great emperors. But this woman didn't look like one of the great emperors. Liar! Zhu Qing shouted, "The dragon blood flower can only be found on Dragon Island. It is impossible to find it anywhere else." She seemed to be angry. As she spoke, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. A huge phantom of a dragon's head suddenly appeared above her head. Those 2 majestic dragon eyes looked down at Li Jiao. In an instant, Li Jiao felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out and he fell to the ground. His eyes widened as cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. He cried out involuntarily, "Dragon race!" "What?" Mi Qi was also startled. He took a step back and pulled away from Zhu Qing, his face turning pale. Looking at the phantom of a dragon's head above Zhu Qing's head, Mi Qi couldn't help but gulp. No wonder this woman looked so petite. No wonder Li Jiao, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't resist her at all. This woman was actually from the dragon race? If that was the case, then everything made sense. The dragon race was the leader of all spirits, the leader of the divine spirits. An adult dragon race member could easily send him flying with a single punch. But Li Jiao was even more miserable. Because he had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline in his body, he was completely suppressed by the power of this dragon race's bloodline. He probably couldn't even use half of his strength. This was the terror of the suppression of a dragon's bloodline. How could there be a dragon race here? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's attitude towards this dragon girl, the relationship between the two seemed to be somewhat unusual. Could it be that this high heaven palace had the shadow of Dragon Island behind it? Mi Qi was still thinking about whether he should go back on his word after leaving this place, but how could he dare to have such thoughts now? Since it involved the dragon race, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to go back on his word. On the other side, Ji Ying, who was sitting upright on a chair, was also stunned. As the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, although he was knowledgeable, he had never seen a real dragon race. He didn't expect to be lucky enough to witness it in this high heaven palace. Recalling how Yang Kai had treated this dragon girl as if she was at his beck and call, even making her serve him tea, cold sweat dripped down Ji Ying's head. He was extremely impressed by Yang Kai, but at the same time, he was also terrified. The dragon race, that was an extremely proud race. When did they become a servant girl? If he were to throw a tantrum, who would be able to walk out of this hall alive? What ability did Yang Kai have to make this dragon girl listen to him like this? Could it be that he was also a dragon race member? Thinking of this, Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a different expression. Originally, Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor and even defeated him in alchemy, which made Ji Ying attach importance to him and want to befriend him. But now, Ji Ying could only look up to him. Making a dragon girl serve him tea, even if his master, the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, came in person, he was afraid that he wouldn't receive such treatment, right? Ji Ying couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Speak, where did you get the dragon blood flower, or die? Zhu Qing coldly looked down at Li Jiao, her killing intent clear. The dragon blood flower was a product unique to Dragon Island. Now, one actually appeared outside. Although its quality wasn't very good, it was undoubtedly a dragon blood flower. Could it be that someone inside Dragon Island was colluding with the outside world to sell the dragon blood flower? This was no small matter, which was why Zhu Qing was so serious. Frozen Earth. Frozen Earth. I got it from the frozen earth. How could Li Jiao dare to hide anything at this moment? The one standing in front of him was a living dragon girl. The suppression from her bloodline made him feel uneasy. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take a single move. He quickly spilled out his secret. It's actually the frozen earth. Mi Qi was shocked. He had inquired many times before, wanting to know where Li Jiao got the dragon blood flower, but Li Jiao always changed the topic, making him gnash his teeth in anger. Only now did he know that this dragon blood flower actually came from the frozen earth. That was a forbidden area. It was rumored that even the great emperors didn't dare to rashly enter that damned place. Even a third-layer emperor realm cultivator could die there. Frozen earth. Zhu Qing frowned. She already believed him a little. She didn't think that Li Jiao could lie under her suppression, but she was still curious and asked in a stern voice, how can the frozen earth have a dragon blood flower? That damned place was extremely cold and didn't even have a single living creature, so how could there be a dragon blood flower? Li Jiao anxiously said, there seems to be a dragon race cultivator who died there. The dragon blood flower can only survive in his burial ground. Zhu Qing's expression changed when she heard this and whispered, the burial ground of a dragon race, Could it be? She seemed to have thought of something, and after a few breaths of silence, she said, "You better be telling the truth, or else I will definitely kill you." "Every word is true," Li Jiao replied without hesitation. "Where is that place? What are its characteristics?" Zhu Qing suddenly used secret sound transmission. When Li Jiao heard this, he realized that she probably wanted to personally investigate the place. After all, a dragon race cultivator had died there. The dragon race's population was small to begin with, so any clansman was a precious existence. Now that a clansman had died in the frozen earth, Zhu Qing naturally wanted to investigate. She had to at least pick up the skeleton and bring it back to the dragon tomb. Li Jiao also sent a secret sound transmission, "Young lady, if you want to collect the corpse of a clansman, there's no need for that. I've already investigated before, and the skeleton of that dragon race cultivator has already turned to dust and no longer exists." Zhu Qing interrupted him, "You only need to tell me the location. You don't need to worry about anything else." Li Jiao saw that she was insistent and could only tell Zhu Qing the location. In the end, he said, "The frozen earth is extremely dangerous. If something happens to young lady inside, it's not my fault." Zhu Qing sneered, "If you can come back alive from there, why can't I?" "Yes, yes, yes." Li Jiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He anxiously glanced at the wooden box in Zhu Qing's hand and said, "Then this dragon blood flower, do you want to die? I'll give it to young lady. No matter what, this belongs to Dragon Island." Li Jiao hurriedly changed his words. His heart ached so much that it almost bled. This was really a double loss. Originally, Yang Kai had won so many source crystals, which made him feel suffocated. Now, even the dragon blood flower was lost. He shouldn't have come here. He really shouldn't have come to the High Heaven Palace. Scram! Zhu Qing waved her hand as if she was shooing away a fly. Li Jiao hurriedly got up and glanced at the wooden box with great reluctance. Only then did he turn around and fly out. Since he had already left, Mi Qi naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. He cupped his fists and hurriedly chased after him. "Qing, let me see what this is." In the main hall, Yang Kai suddenly smiled and crooked his finger at Yang Kai. Zhu Qing glanced at him with disdain and casually threw the wooden box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and opened it. He immediately clicked his tongue in wonder. The dragon blood flower is one of the most peculiar spiritual flowers in the world. It can only be cultivated with the blood of the dragon race. This thing can only be produced on Dragon Island. Ji Ying explained from the side. Cultivated with dragon blood? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Dragon blood itself was an extremely good thing. It was hard for ordinary people to even see it. How could something cultivated with dragon blood be inferior? No wonder this dragon blood flower was full of spiritual energy and even had a trace of dragon's breath. Although he didn't know what kind of pill this dragon blood flower could be refined into, he instinctively felt that this spiritual flower would be very useful to him. Can it be refined into pills? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Ji Ying. Ji Ying smiled and said, "Of course it can. The pill refined with the dragon blood flower as the main ingredient is called the dragon blood pill. Dragon race or those with the bloodline of the dragon race can use it to enhance the strength of their bloodline. If ordinary people take it, it will also have great benefits, especially for tempering the body." Chapter 2739. Dragon Blood Pill. Yang Kai murmured with an excited look on his face. According to Ji Ying, the dragon blood flower could be refined into dragon blood pills, and dragon blood pills could not only refine the bloodline of the dragon race, but also increase the strength of the physical body, not to mention its other uses. His physical body was already extremely powerful. If he could refine the dragon blood flower into dragon blood pills, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Yang Kai couldn't help but have an idea. He looked at Ji Ying and asked, "Brother Ji, do you have the recipe for dragon blood pills?" Ji Ying scratched his cheek and coughed dryly. "I do, but..." He glanced at Zhu Qing. There was a dragon girl here. He didn't dare to discuss the refinement of dragon blood pills with Yang Kai. After all, the dragon blood flower was too important to Dragon Island. If he provoked this dragon girl, his identity as the disciple of the great emperors wouldn't necessarily be of any use. "You want the dragon blood flower?" Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai. "You have it?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Zhu Qing was a dragon girl. She might have a lot of dragon blood flowers on her. If he could get her to hand over the dragon blood flowers, he could refine more dragon blood pills. Wouldn't that be wonderful? "I do." Zhu Qing nodded. Yang Kai was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Zhu Qing said, "But they are all left on Dragon Island. Dragon blood flowers are forbidden to be taken out of Dragon Island." His excited mood was instantly doused with cold water. Yang Kai said with dissatisfaction, "Then what the hell are you talking about?" Thinking about it, he had already checked Zhu Qing's space ring. If she really had dragon blood flowers, she would have found them long ago. Cold sweat appeared on Ji Ying's forehead again. Yang Kai's attitude towards this dragon girl was so casual. It could even be said that he wasn't polite at all. This made his heart beat faster. Zhu Qing smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of craftiness. "Follow me to the Dragon Island, I will give you the dragon blood flower, I still have about 10 of them." Ji Ying's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he could not be any more shocked. This dragoness actually invited Yang Kai to Dragon Island? Is that for real? Did I hear it wrong? Dragon Island. It was the most mysterious place in the star boundary. Let alone going there, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to figure out its exact location. And the dragon race boasted of being the leader of all living creatures. They had never invited outsiders to the Dragon Island. Only those few great emperors had the qualifications to set foot on the Dragon Island. However, they couldn't go there often, and it was even more impossible for them to obtain the dragon blood flower from the dragon race. But now, not only did this dragoness invite Yang Kai to Dragon Island, she also said that she would give him 10 dragon blood flowers. Ji Ying's head was a little muddled. Although this had nothing to do with him, he still hurriedly winked at Yang Kai. This was a rare opportunity. What was there to hesitate about? Naturally, it was more important to agree quickly. If it was him, he would definitely go there obediently. "I'm going to fall out with you for bringing this up." Yang Kai pulled a long face. He stared at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing curled her lips and stretched out her hand to Yang Kai. "Then return the box to me." Yang Kai flipped his hand, and the box disappeared. He turned his head and said, "What box? I didn't see it." Zhu Qing said, "The dragon blood flower is from Dragon Island. Don't you think it's too hot for you to take it?" Yang Kai said, "What dragon blood flower? I don't know." Zhu Qing was both angry and amused. Yang Kai clearly didn't want to spit it out after eating it. If someone else took the dragon blood flower, Zhu Qing would definitely take action. But speaking of which, although Yang Kai wasn't from the dragon race, he had the ancestral dragon's origin, so he was qualified to enjoy the dragon blood flower. Frowning, Zhu Qing didn't continue to pester him on this matter. Ji Ying was stunned. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to steal something from the dragon race? He only felt that he had never been shocked more in his life than today. His brain wasn't enough to process it. "Qing, the weather outside is pretty good. Go out and bask in the sun." It's not good for your skin to be cooped up in the house. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Zhu Qing with a smile. Zhu Qing snorted coldly. She knew that he was chasing her away. She stomped her foot and scurried out. Yang Kai gave a look to Hua Qing Si and the three Monster King. Everyone took their leave. In an instant, only Yang Kai, Ji Ying, and his eldest disciple who was still meditating were left in the hall. Yang Kai casually tossed the wooden box back to Ji Ying. He said, "I'll have to trouble Brother Ji to refine a cauldron of dragon blood pills for me." Huh? Ji Ying was stunned and stiffly received the box. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Ji hasn't forgotten, right? You are now my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist." Ji Ying was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. This Ji is willing to accept his loss and won't go back on his word. However, I will need to return to Medicine Core Valley to report this matter to Honored Master first. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's fine. Brother Ji can take care of his own matters. When you have time, you can come to my High Heaven Palace." "Many thanks, Brother Yang," Ji Ying thanked him. Ji Ying expressed his thanks, his heart filled with emotion. Before coming to Towering Palace, he was still free and unrestrained, but after coming here, he had actually become their chief alchemist. This was not the ending he had hoped to see. However, on second thought, Yang Kai's alchemy skills were also quite good and he had even faintly touched upon the principles of the Great Tao. If he could have the opportunity to exchange pointers with him from time to time, it would be of great benefit to him. With this thought in mind, Ji Ying was no longer so against becoming High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. On the contrary, he was even looking forward to it. "Brother Yang, there is something I want to confirm with you." Ji Ying's expression suddenly became solemn. Yang Kai smiled lightly and asked, "Is it about my alchemy furnace?" Ji Ying trembled as a look of shock appeared on his face. "Could it be?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Ji's guess is correct. My alchemy furnace is called the Purple Origin Furnace." Sure enough, it is the Purple Origin Furnace. Ji Ying's expression changed dramatically. When he saw Yang Kai's alchemy furnace before, he was a little confused. He had always felt that this alchemy furnace looked familiar, but he had never seen it before. If it weren't for eldest brother pleading for mercy, I'm afraid third brother would have been killed by Honored Master on the spot. After this Ji entered the sect, eldest brother once told me about third brother's matter, which served as a warning to me. Yang Kai said, although Senior Gong Suanmu took the wrong path, he repented in his later years. Unfortunately, he was too ashamed to face the great emperors and could only pass away in his cave mansion. Ji Ying smiled bitterly. Everyone makes mistakes. While speaking, Ji Ying's disciple suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled lightly, his face filled with excitement. "Did you learn anything?" Ji Ying looked at him with a smile. The eldest disciple quickly nodded, stood up and bowed to Yang Kai, saying respectfully, "Many thanks, Grandmaster Yang." Ji Ying laughed, "If you can become an alchemist emperor in the future, it will be all thanks to your martial uncle Yang. Don't forget his efforts." The eldest disciple said, "Disciple will never forget." Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is also his opportunity, there's no need to thank me." Rolling his eyes, he said, "Now that your honored master has become my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist, why don't you also stay in the High Heaven Palace?" The eldest disciple hesitated. He couldn't make this decision. Ji Ying laughed and scolded, "Brother Yang, you're too greedy. Do you want me to bring eldest brother, second brother, and fourth senior sister over? That would be for the best." Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said with joy, "Really?" Zhu Qing smiled and said, "Do you think I like to lie like you?" Yang Kai's face flushed red. He changed the topic and said, "Why does your dragon island have such a secret technique?" Dragon race cultivators only needed to activate their power source to transform into a true dragon. What use would this dragon transformation secret technique have for them? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Dragon race isn't the only race on Dragon Island. There are some other races. Zhu Qing said leisurely, "You'll know when you reach Dragon Island one day. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Yang Kai waved his hand and delightedly studied the dragon transformation secret technique recorded in the jade slip. If what Zhu Qing said was true, then his combat strength would soar by a lot once he successfully cultivated this secret technique. "Take your time cultivating, I'm leaving," Zhu Qing said and turned around to leave. "Don't die there." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhu Qing's back with a solemn expression. Zhu Qing smiled slightly, opened the door, and walked out. She was quite proud of herself. With this dragon transformation secret technique, he should be able to delay it for 1 to 2 months. By then, she would have already returned from the frozen earth. Outside the mountain gate, Zhu Qing turned into a streak of light and flew toward the extreme north. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around. She vaguely felt that someone was staring at her. She looked around and saw no one. She shook her head and left at an even faster speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sigh. In the side room, Yang Kai sighed. He felt quite apologetic. Zhu Qing wanted him to accompany her on a trip to the frozen earth. He didn't agree. Firstly, the frozen earth was too dangerous. Secondly, he wanted Zhu Qing to give up on this idea. Who would have thought that she would still go? So stubborn. It's best if she dies there. Yang Kai snorted coldly. He was in a bad mood. However, this frustration was quickly swept away, and he focused on studying the dragonification secret technique in his hand. The dragon transformation secret technique he had before was taught to him by Qiyu on the Monster Star and Monster Star in the Hangluo star field. When his strength was not high, this secret technique was quite impressive. Once used, his combat strength would soar, but now that his strength had increased, this secret technique was not very useful. Looking at the dragon transformation secret technique Zhu Qing had given him, it was indeed profound and could fully exploit the dragon race source strength and the potential of the dragon artifacts refined in his body. Comparing the two secret techniques, the dragon transformation secret technique was indeed a low-level one. The more Yang Kai looked at it, the more delighted he became. He was completely focused on it. He had originally planned to wait for Zhu Qing to leave before running away, but he had completely forgotten about it. Time flew by and another half a month passed. Inside his room, Yang Kai opened his eyes and shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A resounding dragon roar rang out as a huge golden divine dragon phantom flashed behind him and entered Yang Kai's body, instantly resonating with the several dragon artifacts refined in his body. With a series of crackling sounds, the sound of bones cracking rang out as Yang Kai showed an extremely pained look on his face. His figure, which was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly grew more than a meter taller. Kacha, both of his hands transformed into huge dragon claws. These dragon claws were even more realistic than the previous dragon claws. The tips of the claws were as sharp as the sharpest of blades, flashing with a cold light. At the same time, dragon scales covered in vein patterns appeared on Yang Kai's chest, spreading all the way to his waist. These dragon scales were not formed from energy, but rather from the source strength of the dragon race. They were not inferior to real dragon scales in the slightest. Looking at them with the naked eye, they were no different from real dragon scales. Yang Kai's head and tailbone were slightly different. Yang Kai reached out and touched his his eyes suddenly widening because he found that there were small bulges on both sides of his body, as if something was about to be born from them. Dragon horns? Yang Kai recalled the first time he met Zhu Qing, when she stimulated the source strength of the dragon race, and immediately understood. The small bulges on both sides of his head should be dragon horns. It was just that his cultivation of the dragon transformation secret technique had not reached a high enough level, so it looked so out of place. Touching his back again, Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. It could not be helped, as a small dragon tail had appeared behind his buttocks. How can I meet people like this? Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai slowly stood up and found that he was more than twice as tall as before. He was not short to begin with, but he was not an extremely tall person either. However, with his current height, it was likely that only some talented people could compare with him. Anyone who stood in front of him could only look up to him. Gently clenching his fist, Yang Kai felt that his hand was full of power, as if it could explode at any time. This feeling of strength made Yang Kai extremely happy. Gently waving his hand, the air in front of him rippled and turned into a mirror. Yang Kai looked at his reflection in the mirror and could not help drawing a sharp breath. How could such an appearance be described by the word fiendish? Not to mention the drastic change in his appearance, his entire body exuded an extremely ferocious aura. If a timid person saw this appearance, they would likely immediately flee. In particular, his eyes had turned golden, just like when he had used the demon eye of annihilation before. They were filled with a sense of majesty, and even those who were familiar with him would be frightened by them. Kai Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud, very satisfied with his current appearance. This was the dragon transformation secret technique that he had not cultivated to a high enough level. If he really comprehended the dragon transformation secret technique given to him by Zhu Qing, the changes in his body would be even more powerful, or at the very least, he would become taller. Sure enough, this secret technique was incomparable to the previous dragon transformation secret technique. Palace Master, Palace Master. Suddenly, Hua Qingxi's voice came from outside. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and stepped out, his big feet making a loud thudding sound as he stepped on the ground, like the beating of a war drum. The moment he opened the door, Hua Qingxi's expression changed abruptly, her beautiful face turning pale as she shouted, "What kind of monster is this?" As soon as she spat out the first word, she had already summoned the five-colored spear. Under the stimulation of her Emperor Qi, this Emperor artifact suddenly turned into a five-colored shadow and blasted towards Yang Kai. Instinctively, Hua Qingxi felt that this monster was not to be trifled with, so she used her strongest move as soon as she attacked. Yang Kai grinned hideously and stretched out his dragon claws to grab forward. Under this claw, the five-colored shadow was shattered and the five-colored spear was pinched in his hand, unable to move. With her Emperor artifact suppressed, Hua Qingxi was horrified and desperately urged her soul, trying to take back her Emperor artifact. A buzzing sound could be heard as the five-colored spear trembled in Yang Kai's hand, but it could not break free from Yang Kai's grip. "Heh, your palace master has been killed by this king. This king will destroy your high heaven palace and let you die without a burial place." Yang Kai cackled. The panic on Hua Qingxi's face suddenly disappeared and she looked Yang Kai up and down, frowning. "Palace master, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Although he had never met the wondrous pill great emperors, Yang Kai felt that this great emperors was approachable. Of course, this was also because Yang Kai had the ability, otherwise, not just anyone could meet the great emperors. This Yang is deeply grateful for the great emperor's generosity. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Ji Ying smiled and said, Honored Master said that since you were fated to obtain the Purple Origin Furnace, it is yours. Thank the great emperors for me. Yang Kai nodded. This ending was within his expectations. Although the Purple Origin Furnace was an emperor-grade pill furnace, the wondrous pill great emperors naturally wouldn't snatch it away. Ji Ying's expression became solemn as he said, "This Ji has come this time. On Honored Master's orders, I have a presumptuous request." Yang Kai said, "Since it's an order from the great emperors, Brother Ji can speak freely." Ji Ying said, "Can I trouble Brother Yang to accompany me to retrieve the remains of my third brother and bury them in the Medicine Pill Valley?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and nodded. Of course, Senior Gong Suanmu's last wish was to return to the Medicine Pill Valley. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, he will definitely be able to smile in the underworld. Then, thank you, Brother Yang. I heard you say that my third brother died in the Southern Territory. Yes, the Yuan Furnace Mountain in the Southern Territory. I remember the place. It's a long journey to the Southern Territory, so let's not delay any longer. Let's set off now. Ji Ying inquired, I just don't know if Brother Yang has anything else to deal with. Yang Kai laughed and said, My High Heaven Palace doesn't even have many disciples now, so there's nothing to deal with. Since Brother Ji is in such a hurry, let's go. It just so happened that his original plan was to return to the Southern Territory, so it was on the way. As for Zhu Qing's instructions, he didn't take them seriously at all. He also didn't inform the three monster kings. Now that he could even kill a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, there weren't many people in this world who could threaten his life. Naturally, there was no need for the three monster kings to follow him. After leading Ji Ying to the space array, the 2,000 Leaves sect disciples guarding it immediately greeted respectfully, Greetings, Palace Master. Did Manager Hua ask you to guard this place? Yang Kai looked at the two and asked. The slightly older 1,000 Leaves sect disciple replied, It was Manager Hua. Manager Hua has taken great care of us and has issued many tasks in 1,000 Leaves Peak. Junior brother and I were lucky enough to accept the task of guarding this space array and receive a reward every day. Yang Kai nodded, if anything happens, immediately send a message to Manager Hua. Yes. Yang Kai was very satisfied with Hua Qingxi's arrangements. No matter what, this was still an important place for the sect. When Yang Kai arrived, he found that there wasn't even a single guard, so he mentioned this matter to Hua Qingxi. He had tampered with a space-crossing array. Even the great emperors didn't have this ability. How did Yang Kai do it? What he didn't know was that the space-crossing array was arranged by Yang Kai himself. But take this thing. With it, you can activate it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a token. Handing it to Ji Ying, it was the transmission token he had specially refined. It contained his brand of space principles. Ji Ying reached out and received it, solemnly saying, Brother Yang, rest assured, after I return to High Heaven Palace, I will definitely return this token to Manager Hua. Don't underestimate this token. This was a pass that allowed a person to travel directly from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory. It was an extremely precious thing, so Ji Ying naturally didn't dare to keep it for himself. Since Yang Kai gave it to him, it showed that he trusted his character and valued him. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, No need, Brother Ji is now my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist and is qualified to have a transmission token. If you want to come to the Southern Territory in the future, it will be more convenient for you. Ji Ying was moved, in that case, thank you, Brother Yang. Please rest assured, Brother Yang, I will go to the High Heaven Palace after dealing with third brother's matter. By the time Brother Yang returns to the High Heaven Palace, the dragon blood pill will have been refined. I would have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it. Yang Kai grinned. Then, I will have to trouble Brother Ji. Above Yuan Furnace Mountain, the two cupped their fists and bid farewell before parting ways. After Ji Ying's figure disappeared from sight, Yang Kai turned around and looked in a certain direction. Maplewood City. It seemed that he hadn't returned since the last time he left. Many years had passed since then. Strictly speaking, Maplewood City was Yang Kai's first stop in the star boundary. It was here that he made his first friend. Now, he wanted to return to Maplewood City. Firstly, he wanted to see the changes in this place, and secondly, he wanted to buy something. After using the dragon transformation secret technique, his body grew sharply and his clothes were torn, giving him the idea of buying an artifact armor. Moreover, he was almost out of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. These two things were the key to arranging space arrays. Without these two materials, Yang Kai couldn't cook without rice. Yang Kai's plan was to connect the star boundary's 4 major territories with space arrays across territory. When the time came, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace would be able to go wherever they wanted. Not only would it be convenient for the disciples to go out and gain experience, but it would also be very cheap to purchase cultivation materials. The price of the same material in each major territory was different. Some materials were expensive in one large territory, but extremely cheap in another large territory. Many quick-witted cultivators would risk their lives to travel to various large territory to buy and sell, making a lot of money. It could be said that if Yang Kai's idea was realized, it would play an irreplaceable role in the future development of the High Heaven Palace. Pushing his body to the limit, Yang Kai inexplicably felt like he had returned to his hometown in glory. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Although Maplewood City wasn't his hometown, this feeling wasn't wrong. When he left, his strength wasn't very high. He was only in the First Order Dao Source realm. Now, he was in the Emperor realm, revered by everyone. The Yuan Furnace Mountain wasn't too far away from Maplewood City. Kong Si Ran only spent a few days bringing Yang Kai to the Yuan Furnace Mountain. Now that Yang Kai's strength had increased greatly, his speed was naturally incomparable to before. After traveling at full speed for half a day, he saw the outline of Maplewood City in the distance. Not far from Maplewood City, there was another city that wasn't inferior in size to Maplewood City. Spirit Lake Palace. Yang Kai suddenly remembered. This Spirit Lake Palace was born because of him. There was no Spirit Lake Palace outside Maplewood City, but one day, 18 spirit springs suddenly emerged from the ground. Spirit energy gushed out and directly formed a spirit energy lake. This matter alarmed all the top sects in the Southern Territory at that time. Even Star Soul Palace had a hand in it. However, no one would be able to monopolize such an item created by heaven and earth. In the end, after a discussion, several top sects in the Southern Territory took the lead to build a Spirit Lake Palace above the Spirit Lake. It was divided into several levels of cultivation rooms. Any cultivator in the Southern Territory could enter it to cultivate. Of course, they would have to pay a lot of source crystals. And the benefits would be divided among the top sects in the Southern Territory. Xiao Zhao's current weapon, the demonic war axe, was found by Yang Kai from the bottom of the Spirit Lake Palace. Back then, he had fought a fierce battle with the great demon Soul and narrowly escaped death. The existence of the Spirit Lake Palace had now become a symbol of the Southern Territory. The rich world energy here attracted many cultivators. Such an excellent cultivation place was not easy to find. The Spirit Lake Palace's heaven-rank cultivation rooms were not much worse than the cultivation rooms of top sects. It was the best choice for a cultivator to break through their shackles. Countless cultivators who were stuck at a bottleneck and couldn't make any progress for many years would spend a lot of money to enter the Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate, just to make a breakthrough. After a few years, there were indeed some who succeeded, their strength increasing greatly, achieving meteoric success. However, there were even more who went bankrupt, not obtaining any gains. This was a huge gamble, gambling all one's assets. If one won, they could turn the tables around, but if one lost, they would fall into hell forever. Even so, every year, more and more cultivators came here, and the human-grade and earth-grade secret cultivation rooms were in short supply. If one wanted a secret cultivation room, they would have to wait in line. As for the top heaven-rank cultivation rooms, not just anyone was qualified to enter. If you wanted to enter a heaven-rank cultivation room, not only did you have to pay enough origin crystals, but you also needed someone to speak on your behalf. However, many disciples of the top sects in the Southern Territory would come to the Spirit Lake Palace's heaven-rank cultivation rooms to cultivate in seclusion. Every year, the Spirit Lake Palace's profits were calculated in the hundreds of millions. The existence of the Spirit Lake Palace not only attracted the attention of all cultivators in the Southern Territory, but also many cultivators from other territories. As the number of people increased, more and more buildings were built near the Spirit Lake Palace. In a few years, it had become a city. Not far away, Maplewood City also benefited greatly because of the existence of the Spirit Lake Palace. In the past, Maplewood City's world energy was thin, and the cultivators' cultivation progress was slow. The strongest was only City Lord Duan Yuan Shan, who was only at the second-order Dao Source realm. Several Vice-City Lords and the patriarchs of several families were only at the first-order Dao Source realm level. But now, Maplewood City's world energy was very rich, not much worse than the first-rate cities in the Star Territory. The population had skyrocketed, and with a large population, it naturally became prosperous. Masters from the Emperor realm were no longer rare in Maplewood City. Many people from the Emperor realm stayed in Maplewood City all year round. It was unlike before, when the cultivator of Maplewood City could only rely on luck to see the power of the Emperor realm. The Spirit Lake Palace was too small, and many people who couldn't find a place to live would come to Maplewood City temporarily. Anyway, the two cities weren't far from each other, so it was very convenient to travel. They stayed in Blue Feather Sect for a while until Wu Meng Chuan, the descendant of the great emperors of heaven-devouring Great Emperor, broke free and started a massacre. Bian Yuqing went out to do something. She escaped from Wu Meng Chuan's vicious hands and later joined him. Later, the two met in the Four Seasons realm. Thinking about it this way, the reason why Wu Meng Chuan could enter the Shattered Star Sea should be because Bian Yuqing obtained a star seal in the Four Seasons realm. She took Ko Wu to the Four Seasons realm at that time because she was ordered by Wu Meng Chuan to search for a star seal. Unfortunately, Wu Meng Chuan failed in his evil deeds in the Shattered Star Sea and was killed by Yang Kai instead, allowing Xiao Xiao to cultivate the complete heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method and greatly increase his strength. All kinds of karma seemed to have been predestined from the first day Yang Kai entered Blue Feather Sect. These thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but Bian Yuqing had already rushed to Yang Kai's side and gritted her teeth. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai grinned. "Protector Bian seems to be very disappointed to see me." Bian Yuqing said, "I wanted to divert the trouble, but you. This is not the place to talk, we need to leave first." She actually readily admitted the purpose of flying here, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. While speaking, she brushed past Yang Kai. But after flying for a while, she did not see Yang Kai move, so she hurriedly stopped and said anxiously, "Run, what are you doing?" Yang Kai remained motionless as he stared at the sword wound on Bian Yuqing's abdomen and frowned. What kind of grudge do you have with those people? They want to kill you. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You still have the mood to ask me this now? Bian Yuqing was anxious. She was already at a disadvantage, and now Yang Kai was standing still. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. She knew that Yang Kai was a cultivator from the territory of the lower planets. He was talented and his cultivation speed was not slow, but it had only been a few years. She felt that Yang Kai could not cultivate to a higher level than her. She was not a match for those people, so how could Yang Kai defeat them? While speaking, the light behind them was already close to 3 miles away, and a person's shout came from it, "Bitch, leave, hand over the token, and I will spare your life." Token? What token? Did you rob them? Yang Kai frowned. If this was the case, then Bian Yuqing was asking for trouble. Who robbed them? They wanted to rob me. Bian Yuqing quickly said, "Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I will not care about you. They will definitely kill you to silence you." Although her tone was harsh, it was more or less for Yang Kai's sake, which changed Yang Kai's impression of her. Speaking of which, there was no grievance between him and Bian Yuqing. I really kicked an iron plate. He couldn't help but want to cry, because he had carefully investigated Bian Yuqing's background before. She was from a sect called Blue Feather Sect, and after the disappearance of the sect master, the sect's morale dropped and it disbanded not long after. And this Bian Yuqing didn't seem to know the Emperor realm at all. How did such a terrifying helper suddenly appear? With fear in his heart, he didn't dare to attack Bian Yuqing again. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to save his life. That young man could easily kill his 2 junior brothers, so killing him would probably be as easy as breathing. Yang Kai, you. Bian Yuqing was completely dumbfounded. She never expected this. In just a few years, Yang Kai had grown to the level of the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm. She had been searching for many years but had never been able to reach it, but Yang Kai had easily reached it. Was this still the same boy who had just entered the Blue Feather Sect and needed her to take care of him? Was a cultivator from the territory of a lower plane so terrifying? For a moment, Bian Yuqing found Yang Kai to be so unfamiliar. Protector Bian, didn't you want to avenge Ko Wu? Yang Kai looked at Bian Yuqing solemnly and shouted in a low voice, "If you don't do it now, when will you?" Waking up from her daze, Bian Yuqing's expression became solemn. Pushing her source chi, the bracelet she had been holding in her hand suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light and suddenly grew in size, as thick as a person's waist. She formed a seal with her hand and threw the enlarged jade bracelet towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was still a little flustered. He didn't have time to react to Bian Yuqing's sudden attack. By the time he pushed his source chi and hurriedly raised his long sword in front of him to block, the enlarged bracelet had already arrived. A loud bang rang out. The bracelet seemed to have the strength of 1,000 kilograms as it smashed into the long sword, bending the Dao Source grade long sword. The remaining force passed through the long sword and slammed into the middle-aged man's chest, directly shattering his protective source chi. The middle-aged man's expression changed, as if he didn't expect Bian Yuqing to attack so quickly. He had fought Bian Yuqing with his 2 junior brothers before, but at that time, they were bullying her with numbers, so he didn't think much of Bian Yuqing. Now that he was fighting her alone, he finally understood the terror of this beautiful woman. What's more, there was still the Emperor realm eyeing him covetously, so he couldn't use his full strength in this situation. I'm not her opponent. Before he could think of this, the bracelet that had hit him suddenly bounced back, gathered its strength, and whistled towards him again. The middle-aged man had suffered a loss from this artifact before, so how could he not be afraid now that he saw it again? Protector Bien should be careful. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he faintly reminded her, but he had no intention of intervening. Yang Kai could easily kill this middle-aged man, but when it came to revenge, he still needed to do it himself. In fact, there was no need for Yang Kai to remind her. Bien Yuqing also knew that this middle-aged man was going to go all out. With a solemn expression, she clapped her hands together and shouted, "Split!" As soon as she said so, the bracelet artifact suddenly split into 2, then 4, then 8, in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with bracelets that had grown in size. They bombarded the middle-aged man from all directions, each of them extremely lifelike, as if they were real and filled with an extremely strong aura. However, in Yang Kai's eyes, only one of these bracelets was real, while the others were all illusions. This artifact was quite good, but of course, it was only at the level of Dao source grade. When the middle-aged man saw this change, his eyes became chaotic and he was quite at a loss, but soon he calmed his mind and said fiercely, "Even if I die, don't think you'll have an easy time." With a flash of sword light, man and sword merged into one, turning into a stream of light that passed through the layers of bracelets and attacked Bien Yuqing. And, the earlier the token is sold, the more valuable it is. Maplewood City's black market has gone crazy over this. I don't know how many people want to find a token there. Yang Kai nodded. Not to mention the value of this token itself, just the fact that it could allow people to enter the secret cultivation area 2 months later was enough to make many people fight for it. Bien Yuqing should have accidentally exposed herself, which led to the pursuit of those 3 from the Broken Mountain sect. After not returning for so many years, Yang Kai didn't expect this place to have changed so much. Then what kind of secret cultivation room can you enter with this token? Yang Kai thought for a moment and asked. The white jade token can enter human secret cultivation area, the blue jade token can enter Earth secret cultivation area, and as for the top red jade token, it can enter Heaven's secret cultivation area. Bien Yuqing explained, Heaven's secret cultivation area is not something people like me can enter. Even many people from the Emperor realm wanted to enter that place. With Bien Yuqing's wealth, she naturally couldn't compete. The number of Dao Source Realm cultivators could be counted on 2 hands, but now, Dao Source Realm cultivators were everywhere. All of these changes were naturally due to the rise of Spirit Lake Palace. Along the way, Yang Kai took in the lively atmosphere, feeling as if it was a bit surreal. Bien Yuqing also told Yang Kai about Spirit Lake City from time to time. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Since the disbanding of Blue Feather Sect, she and Kou had come to Spirit Lake City to make a living, so she naturally knew more about this place than Yang Kai. Almost an hour later, the two arrived at the center of Spirit Lake City, Spirit Lake Palace. The huge palace was like a city within a city, and at the entrance of the palace, there were many people lined up. Yang Kai could see clearly that these people were lined up in 3 groups. The leftmost group had the most people, about 500, the middle group had fewer people, only half as many as the leftmost group, and the rightmost group had even fewer people, about 70. The strength of the cultivator in these three groups was also very clear. The leftmost group was basically an Origin King realm cultivator, with a few Dao Source realm cultivators mixed in occasionally. As for the group in the middle, most of them were first or second order Dao Source realm cultivators, with a few Origin Kings. As for the rightmost group, they were at least second order Dao Source realm cultivators, with many third order Dao Source realm cultivators. There were even 2 from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, the tokens held by these 3 groups are different, right? Bian Yuqing nodded, yes, the leftmost group is the holder of the white jade token, the middle one is the holder of the blue jade token, and the right one is the holder of the red jade token. In Spirit Lake Palace, there are the most human-grade cultivation areas, followed by Earth-grade and Heaven-grade. So, don't think that there are many people lining up for the white jade token, but in fact, the rotation is quite fast. Yang Kai nodded and stepped to the side. Arriving at a relatively open space, he looked around and showed a trace of satisfaction. Bian Yuqing didn't know what he was going to do, but she didn't ask, just looking at him curiously. Yang Kai suddenly said loudly, there is one blue jade token numbered 3912. If you want to buy it, first come, first served. Although his voice wasn't loud, under the influence of his power, the entire Spirit Lake City could hear him. Bian Yuqing's face changed and she exclaimed, what are you doing? This was the blue jade token that she had spent all her assets to exchange for, and it would only be her turn in 2 months. It was the key to whether she could break through to the Emperor realm, but Yang Kai had taken it out to sell without her consent. If he really wanted to sell it, she would have already taken it to the auction house. Why would he keep it until now? Trust me. Yang Kai glanced at her. Bian Yuqing was speechless. As soon as he said this, someone immediately shouted, 20 million, 20 million is the price to buy this token from the Spirit Lake Palace. You have the nerve to bid? I bid 30 million. 31 million, 32 million. Bids rang out one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the blue jade token had reached the price of 36 million. Yang Kai whispered to Bian Yuqing, is this low-rank or mid-rank source crystal? Bian Yuqing replied, mid-rank source crystal. The white jade token costs low-rank source crystals, while the red jade token costs high-rank source crystals. How much did you spend when you bought this? Yang Kai asked again. 20 million mid-rank source crystals. Chapter 2747. 20 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 200,000 high-rank source crystals. This number was just a drop in the bucket for him, but for Bian Yuqing, it was her entire fortune. Fortunately, she had been managing the Blue Feather sect for a long time, so she had the cultivation resources of an entire sect in her hands. Otherwise, she would not have so much wealth. 20 million for an item had risen to 36 million in the blink of an eye, and this was not the limit. It seemed that Bian Yuqing was not lying when she said that she could double the price. The cultivator in Spirit Lake City obviously needed this token. 40 million. In midair, a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source realm shouted out a price with a red face. It seemed that he was in extreme pain, but as long as he had this blue jade token, he could try to break through to the Emperor realm in 2 months. Once he succeeded, what was 40 million mid-rank source crystals to him? The appearance of the Spirit Lake Palace had allowed many cultivators to break through their shackles. Dozens of cultivators had broken through to the Emperor realm in the past few years. Basically, there were about 10 cultivators every year. Since others could do it, it was not impossible for him. If anyone can offer a higher price, I won't take this token." The cultivator from the third order Dao source realm gritted his teeth and looked around nervously. What made him happy was that after he made this bid, no one actually followed up with a bid. Thinking about it, 40 million was twice the price of the token from the Spirit Lake Palace. Such a price was basically the bottom line. No one was a fool. Although this number was extremely high, everyone's source crystals did not fall from the sky, so how could they squander it casually? This old master bids 40 million and 10,000. An old voice suddenly came from not far away. Hearing this, everyone showed a strange expression. This sudden increase of 10,000 was not clear if he wanted to take advantage of the situation or if he had a grudge against the cultivator who bid 40 million and was deliberately trying to disgust him. Who is it? The cultivator from the third order Dao source realm was furious when he heard this, a volcano of anger brewing in his chest. Although Yang Kai didn't say how much each bid would be, everyone still followed the rules when bidding just now. Each bid was at least 500,000 yuan, which was basically a million yuan increment. But now that there were 10,000 of them, wasn't that just causing trouble? It's me. What's wrong? You have a problem with that? A figure flashed and an old man suddenly appeared. Hovering above everyone's heads, he looked down at them. As he spoke, he channeled the energy within his body, and an emperor's will burst forth from him. An Emperor Realm Master. The old man was still looking around. Sunmi's cultivator's expression changed, and he immediately shut up. He hadn't expected someone from the Emperor Realm to compete with him for the Cyan Jade token. Although the Cyan Jade token could allow one to enter an Earth-level secret cultivation area, which was of some use to the Emperor Realm, venerable sovereigns generally went to Heaven-level secret cultivation areas. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility that this old man had participated in the auction for his own disciples or descendants. It's the sect master of the Broken Mountain sect, Ludongzheng. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, as if he had recognized the old man's identity. Everyone else heard this. All of them had fearful looks on their faces. Bian Yuqing's body trembled, subconsciously feeling that this Ludongzheng was here to cause trouble. But after thinking carefully, she remembered that no one had seen her and Yang Kai kill those 3 Broken Mountain sect disciples. Fortunately, they all obeyed the rules during the auction and didn't offend him, otherwise, they might not have been able to bear the consequences. It seems this old master misjudged. Ludongzheng's expression suddenly became cold. Ignoring him, Kai Yang pointed to the front and shouted, "You, come here." In the direction of the finger, everyone dodged to the side, as if it was not a finger, but a venomous snake. The cultivator who bid 40 million earlier also dodged, but no matter how he dodged, he found that Yang Kai's finger was pointing at him. His expression suddenly became bitter as he said, "Master, what are your orders?" Although he was much older than Yang Kai, his cultivation was inferior, so he could only call him master. "You, come here," Yang Kai said again. The cultivator had no choice but to walk towards Yang Kai with a nervous look, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do to him. When he came close, before he could say anything, Yang Kai stuffed the blue jade token into his hand and said, "I'll sell it to you." In an instant, Ludongzheng, who was floating in the air, turned pale. He was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had bid a higher price, but Yang Kai actually didn't sell it to him and instead gave it to a Dao Source Realm cultivator. This was simply a slap in the face in front of everyone. On the other hand, the Dao Source Realm cultivator was shocked and frightened, without any joy. The blue jade token in his hand was like a hot iron, scalding his hand. If Ludongzheng hadn't bid, he would have been happy to take the token, but now that Ludongzheng was here, how could he dare to accept it? If he accepted it, he would offend someone, and there was no guarantee that he would be retaliated against. "Master, this token. I don't want it anymore," he said with difficulty and tried to return the token. Do you dare? Yang Kai grabbed his collar and glared at him fiercely. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. The cultivator was horrified and his face turned pale. He hurriedly said, fighting is not allowed in Spirit Lake City. Yang Kai said darkly, can you hide in Spirit Lake City for the rest of your life? When you leave the city, I'll beat you up. The cultivator was about to cry and said helplessly, Master, why do you have to make things difficult for me? I'm just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Selling you a token is making things difficult for you? Yang Kai sneered and didn't let go of his collar. Do you want it or not? If you don't, you're dead. The cultivator averted his eyes, not daring to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said in a low voice, if you want it, you may offend Lu Dongjing, but you will get a token and have a chance to break through to the Emperor realm. If you don't want it, you will offend this young master, and you won't get any benefits. Consider the pros and cons carefully. The cultivator's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, whether I want this token or not, I will offend the Emperor realm, but if I do, I will have a glimmer of hope to break through. Why didn't I think of such a simple problem? In an instant, he made a decision in his heart. Looking up at Lu Dongjing, the cultivator cupped his fists and said, Master Lu, this junior is not competing with you, this master is being forced to sell me this token. Please understand, master. Humph. Lu Dongjing coldly snorted, causing the cultivator's face to turn pale again, but since things had already come to this point, there was no reason for him to hesitate. He quickly took out 40 million mid-rank source crystals from his space ring and placed them in another space ring before handing them over to Yang Kai. Chapter 2748. Wait a moment. Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, Lu Dongjing hurriedly shouted. Sect Master Lu, what other advice do you have? Yang Kai tilted his head. Lu Dongjing narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Only after a while did he speak, my 3 disciples, now, where are they? Ha! Yang Kai's expression brightened as he looked at Lu Dongjing mockingly. I thought Sect Master Lu really didn't know anything, it turns out those 3 people were acting under your orders. Bian Yuqing's face paled. She glared at Lu Dongjing. If this was really the case, then Lu Dongjing was the culprit behind Ko Wu's death. If not for his orders, she and Ko Wu would not have been chased by those 3 people. Lu Dongjing acted as if he did not hear her and simply said, you still haven't answered this old master's question. Do you want to know? Yang Kai grinned, think about it slowly. Turning around, he left. Lu Dongjing was fuming with anger. If it were not for Spirit Lake City not allowing fighting, he would have already rushed up to Yang Kai and fought him to the death. After all, one of those 3 disciples was his descendant, so he had great expectations for him. Now listening to Yang Kai's tone, those 3 disciples were most likely dead, so how could Lu Dongjing not feel pained? Gritting his teeth, Lu Dongjing shouted, boy, don't let this old master see you outside the city, otherwise I will kill you. Yang Kai snorted and did not even bother to turn around, making Lu Dongjing feel as if he had punched a cotton ball and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Staring at Yang Kai's back with resentment, Lu Dongjing secretly decided to teach this boy a lesson, otherwise his 3 disciples would have died in vain. What are you doing? Go back and wait in line. In front of the Spirit Lake Palace, in a 3rd Order Dao Source realm, a cultivator wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land stopped Yang Kai with an arrogant look on his face. As a disciple of a top sect in the Southern Territory, he naturally had the right to be arrogant, not to mention that he was already a 3rd Order Dao Source realm cultivator at such a young age. It was very likely that he would break through to the Emperor realm in the future. The Spirit Lake Palace was led by the Star Soul Palace. It was built by the 3 top sects in the Southern Territory. Naturally, it was managed by the 3 top sections. Yang Kai took out a token and waved it in front of the man. The heavenly martial Holy Land disciple instantly put away the arrogance on his face and cupped his fists. So it's brother from the Azure Sun Temple. May I know how to address you, brother? The token in Yang Kai's hand was the Azure Gold token. It was a token that only core disciples were qualified to possess. Although this person was from the heavenly martial Holy Land, he was only an inner disciple. There was still a huge gap between him and a core disciple. After confirming Yang Kai's identity, he naturally didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Bian Yuqing stared blankly. This person who guarded the entrance of the Spirit Lake Palace all day long had an arrogant attitude. She had seen with her own eyes how arrogant and condescending they were. Even if an ordinary person from the Emperor realm came here, they would sometimes show disdain. Seeing Yang Kai actually cupped his fists and saluted, Bian Yuqing suddenly remembered. When she went to the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai was with the Azure Sun Temple. It turned out that Yang Kai was already a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple, and judging from his posture, it seemed that his status wasn't low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this gatekeeping cultivator to lower his attitude. Yang Kai. The gatekeeping disciple frowned when he heard the name. After thinking carefully for a moment, he found that he was extremely unfamiliar with this name. He had never heard of it at all. He basically knew the several core disciples of the Azure Sun Temple, but there was no such person as Yang Kai. However, the Azure Sun Gold token couldn't be faked. Using this gold token meant that Yang Kai was really a core disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. When Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, his reputation shook and spread throughout the southern territory. However, after so many years, things naturally calmed down. Moreover, many cultivators were in seclusion all year round, so it was normal for them not to have heard of Yang Kai's name. This gatekeeping cultivator was one of them. It turned out to be Brother Yang. Although the cultivator didn't know Yang Kai, he still had the necessary etiquette. May I ask why Brother Yang has come here this time? Are you here to use the secret site to cultivate? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. When Gao Shueting had given him the Azure Sun Golden token, she had told him that other than the secret cultivation grounds for heaven, earth, and mortal, there were some better secret cultivation grounds in the Spirit Lake Palace that were reserved for the disciples of the 3 major sections. Those secret cultivation grounds would not be open to the public, and those who held the golden token could enter them for free. If not for this, he wouldn't have sold Bian Yuqing's Blue Jade token. Since there was a better place, the Blue Jade token was naturally useless. Brother Yang, please come with me, I will take you to see the master in charge. The man said and turned and walked inside. Yang Kai called out to Bian Yuqing and followed. At this moment, Bian Yuqing already knew what Yang Kai was planning to do. Her eyes were full of gratitude, but at the same time, she smiled bitterly. She had spent all her assets to buy a Blue Jade token, but she still had to wait 8 months for her turn. However, Yang Kai only needed to come here to enter the secret site to cultivate. Comparing the two, Bian Yuqing found that the convenience of being a disciple of a great sect was not something she could imagine. She couldn't help but feel helpless. Without a strong background, even if she really broke through to the Emperor realm, she wouldn't be able to show the prestige of the Emperor realm in front of these disciples of the great sects. What are you doing? Yang Kai suddenly looked back at Bian Yuqing and frowned. He suddenly noticed that Bian Yuqing's state was a little strange. Bian Yuqing was shocked when she heard this and suddenly realized why she had such decadent thoughts. As soon as this thought appeared, the slim hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm became even slimmer. She immediately collected her thoughts and her eyes gradually became firm. Yes, Ko Wu had died in order to protect the Blue Jade token, just to leave a glimmer of hope for her to break through. Protector Bien, are you interested? Good. Bien Yuqing didn't even think about it and agreed directly. Yang Kai had helped her so much that she wouldn't hesitate to repay him with her body, let alone join a sect. Bien Yuqing didn't think that the sect Yang Kai created was very strong. Although he was in the Emperor realm and had great strength, any sect had a development process. Now the sect had less than 10 people, so it was obviously a small sect, perhaps not even as strong as the Blue Feather sect of the past. But so what? As long as they worked together, there would be a day when the sect would be strong, and if she could be promoted to an Emperor Realm Master, she would definitely be of great help to Yang Kai and could repay today's favor. You agreed so quickly. Yang Kai grinned. Bien Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. I am also a person who knows how to repay kindness. You can rest assured that if I can come out of the secret plane safely this time, I will return to the sect with you. If I accidentally die inside, that is my fate. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, Yao Li could guess why Yang Kai had brought Bien Yuqing here. Yang Kai said truthfully, my cousin's cultivation has reached the peak of the third order Dao source realm. If there is a suitable place for seclusion, she may be able to try to break through a bit. Yao Li nodded, sure enough. After a pause, he said, Martial Nephew Yang, to tell you the truth, those cultivation areas that are not open to the public are originally prepared for core disciples like you. But you came at a bad time today, those cultivation areas are full. If you want to use it yourself, I will arrange for someone to make room for you without any hesitation. But it's someone else who wants to use it, which makes it very difficult for me. It's full? Yang Kai was stunned. Although the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Spirit Lake Palace was extremely rich, and those cultivation areas were also extraordinary, but compared with the cultivation areas of the top 3 sects, it was almost the same. Why did the disciples of the top 3 sects come to the Spirit Lake Palace instead of cultivating in their own homes? It's indeed full. Yao Li nodded seriously. Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. He thought that there must be a vacant cultivation area here, so he directly sold Bien Yuqing's green jade token. Now that there was no vacant space here, wouldn't he let Bien Yuqing get nothing? Yao Li said, Martial Nephew Yang, how about this, although those top cultivation areas are full, I can arrange a heaven-level cultivation area for you. What do you think? The heaven-level cultivation area is not bad. Many disciples of the Emperor realm are waiting in line. If your cousin secludes herself in it, she will definitely gain something. Now that things had gotten to this point, Kai Yang didn't have any better ideas. He couldn't really ask Yao Li to come out and vacate one of the top secret cultivation rooms. Those who could cultivate in the top secret cultivation rooms were all disciples of the 3 great sects, so no one's status was worse than anyone else. If he really did this, not to mention whether Yao Li would agree or not, it might even cause conflicts between the sects. What's more, as an elder of the heavenly martial Holy Land, Yao Li talked to Yang Kai with a sincere attitude, so Yang Kai didn't continue to insist. How long do I have to wait? Yang Kai asked. Yao Li smiled and said, today is fine. This was cutting the line, and there was no need for the red jade token. From this point of view, Yang Kai's green sun golden token was still very useful. Cousin, what do you think? Yang Kai turned to Bien Yuqing and asked. Bien Yuqing said, it's up to you. She just wanted to wait 2 months to enter the earth-level cultivation area. Now that there was a heaven-level cultivation area, and she didn't need to wait in line, naturally she was very happy. Seeing that Bien Yuqing didn't have any opinion, Yang Kai thought that this was the only way. Although he knew that the Spirit Lake Palace had special cultivation areas reserved for the disciples of the three great sects, he didn't know that there were such rules. And looking at the attitude of Xia Sheng and Yao Li, it seemed that there was some conflict between the two. Yao Li patted his forehead and smiled, yes, yes, yes. Steward Xia, if you didn't mention this old master would have forgotten that your Azure Sun Temple only uses 2 of the 3 cultivation areas. I'm really old and confused. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank, and the good impression he had of Yao Li disappeared in an instant. Xia Sheng held a token in his hand and pushed his emperor qi gently, causing the stone door to open. A light suddenly emerged from the space inside. Like a prairie fire, it quickly spread around, and in the blink of an eye, the entire stone room was filled with a gentle light. Xia Sheng said, under normal circumstances, everyone can cultivate in a secret area for a month. Even the disciples of our 3 great sects are no exception to this. However, junior brother, you can use it for 2 months. Yang Kai asked, will this make things difficult for you? Xia Sheng smiled slightly, their butts are not clean, brother is not afraid of them. Saying so, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said earnestly, cultivate well, don't mess around. Bian Yuqing's face suddenly became unnatural. How could she not know what Xia Sheng meant? Let's go in, Xia Sheng smiled slightly. Yang Kai cupped his fists and entered the stone room with Bian Yuqing. The stone door closed, isolating this world. What rich world energy! Bian Yuqing walked to the center of the stone room and took a deep breath, her eyes full of shock. She had never felt such rich world energy in her life. Not only was it rich, but it was also extremely pure. Looking around, the entire stone room was filled with world energy visible to the naked eye. It was as if she was immersed in clouds, and every piece of her body exuded a pleasant aura. No wonder the disciples of the great sects could cultivate so quickly. The cultivation environment was different, so naturally, it was not something that the disciples of small sects could compare with. If she cultivated here for 2 months, her 50% chance of breaking through might increase by another 10%. These are for you. Yang Kai waved his hand and a large pile of source crystals appeared on the ground. Bian Yuqing stared at it and exclaimed, high-rank source crystals. And looking at the number of source crystals in the pile, there were at least 1 million. 1 million high-rank source crystals, that was 100 million mid-rank source crystals, and 10 billion low-rank source crystals. Bian Yuqing was stunned by Yang Kai's actions. One had to know that she and Ko Wu had only managed to buy a blue jade token worth 20 million mid-rank source crystals, which was nothing compared to Yang Kai's wealth. It's too much. Bian Yuqing hurriedly said, and didn't you help me sell the blue jade token for 40 million mid-rank source crystals? That's enough, I don't need this. Take it. Yang Kai waved his hand slightly, high-rank source crystals are more effective for cultivation. I can still afford these things. Bian Yuqing opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. After meeting Yang Kai this time, she had received too much kindness from him, so she secretly made up her mind to break through to the Emperor realm no matter what. Otherwise, not only would she be letting down the dead Ko Wu, but she would also be letting down Yang Kai. Chapter 2751. The girl brought Yang Kai to the courtyard and was immediately surrounded by 10 people from the Zhang family. Who's there? Someone shouted loudly with a vigilant look. Lord Yang, it's Lord Yang. The girl was so excited that she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and kept repeating to the surrounding people. "Little girl, what's with the shouting?" A familiar voice sounded, followed by the sudden appearance of a plump and beautiful woman. Her appearance was vaguely similar to Ruoxi's. "Grandmother, it's Lord Yang." The girl hurriedly shouted. "What Lord Yang?" The beautiful woman frowned slightly and came to the front to take a closer look. She covered her red lips in surprise and joy. "Lord Yang. Mrs. Zhang, how have you been?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. This beautiful woman was none other than Ruoxi's grandmother, Ning Suan. Ning Suan was absent-minded for a long time before she smiled. "Lord Yang is also as elegant as ever." After a pause, she suddenly woke up and said to the girl who grabbed Yang Kai's arm, "Ruoyu, go and ask your grandmother to come out." "Okay." The girl named Ruoyu quickly rushed inside. Ning Suan looked behind Yang Kai but didn't find the figure she was looking for. Her pretty face changed slightly and she said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang." "Ruoxi, she," Yang Kai smiled. "Mrs. Zhang, don't worry, Ruoxi is fine. It's just that she couldn't come this time because of some matters." Hearing Yang Kai say so, Ning Suan covered her chest with her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid of hearing bad news from Yang Kai. When the Zhang family was bullied, it was Yang Kai who came out to save them. Later, Zhang Ruoxi left with Yang Kai for 10 years without any news, so Ning Suan naturally missed her very much. The outside world was not as peaceful as the Zhang family. Although Kai Yang's performance in the past was not bad, after all these years of broadening their horizons, the Zhang family members also knew that Kai Yang was not that powerful back then. If they really provoked a powerful opponent outside, they were afraid that it would implicate Ruoxi. Fortunately, Yang Kai came and told her that Ruoxi was fine. "Lord Yang, please come in." Ning Suan felt relieved. She reached out her hand. Although she had a lot of questions, her temperament had become a lot calmer after years of polishing. Naturally, she knew it wasn't a good time to ask. Once the host and guest were seated, tea was immediately served. Before they could say a few words, an old voice suddenly came from the outside. "Lord Yang is here?" Yang Kai hurriedly got up and saw an old woman coming in step by step under the support of Zhang Ruoyu. When the cloudy eyes looked at Yang Kai, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. "It's really Lord Yang, this old woman greets Lord Yang." Yang Kai was shocked and immediately reached out to help her up. He said in a panicked voice, "Old madam, this junior doesn't deserve this. You mustn't." Old Madam Zhang said, "It's only right. If it wasn't for you, the Zhang family would have long been gone. I'm only doing what I was asked to do. There's no need to mention the past again." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He personally helped old Madame Zhang to the head of the table and helped her sit down. Then, he returned to his seat. Ning Suan quietly watched this scene. The corner of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a gratified smile. Although the Zhang family also agreed to Yang Kai taking Ruoxi away. But everyone knew that when a young man like Yang Kai took a beautiful girl with him, something was bound to happen. His entire body turned into nothingness, and he stood there awkwardly while rubbing his nose. If Qin Yu, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, really found out that he was peeping, he would lose a lot of face. But Qin Yu's change still shocked Yang Kai. Not to mention the drastic increase in her cultivation, this fated fortune heavenly pupil seemed to be extremely mysterious. He was from the Emperor realm, and his soul cultivation was extremely powerful. Qin Yu still found out that he was secretly spying on her. If Qin Yu was allowed to grow, her future would be promising. Shifting his divine sense, Yang Kai continued to investigate other places in the Qin family. Inside the secret room, Qin Yu frowned slightly, and there was a puzzled look on her face. She clearly felt a probing gaze just now, but when she tried to track it down, she didn't find anything. There were only two possibilities for this situation. One was that she was just imagining things, and the other was that the person's cultivation was far beyond her imagination. Qin Yu guessed that it was the latter possibility. There were masters appearing in Maplewood City from time to time, so it was normal for them to inadvertently investigate. The main thing was that Qin Yu didn't feel any malicious intent. Since there was no malicious intent, it didn't matter. Master Luo, this Qin really has no other way. Can you give me a few more days? When Yang Kai's divine sense probed a side room, he suddenly found traces of Qin Chaoyang. But at this moment, he had a bitter look on his face and was pleading with a young man in brocade clothes. The two maidservants next to him stood there with pale faces, trembling in fear. No other way? The young man surnamed Luo looked at Qin Chaoyang with a sneer. If there's no other way, then think of a way. Steal or rob. You don't need me to teach you this, do you? Qin Chaoyang's face changed and he whispered, how can this be? How can this be? The young man surnamed Luo snorted heavily. He suddenly pointed at the two maidservants beside him and shouted, open your dog eyes and see clearly what the two bitches you sent today look like. Are they worthy of serving this young master with their dog-like appearance? The two maidservants with low cultivations instantly turned pale and knelt down, trembling all over, as if they were afraid of this person. Qin Chaoyang's face was bitter. He was the eldest brother, yet he was being spat on by a junior. He was furious, but he didn't dare to vent his anger. In fact, although the two maidservants he brought today weren't very good-looking, they were still delicate and pretty. However, the young man surnamed Luo's requirements were too high. They had to be stunning beauties, and they had to be replaced every day. The Qin family's maidservants who were slightly more beautiful had all been ruined by him. Qin Chaoyang had also bought some maidservants from ordinary families, but they still couldn't satisfy the young man's needs. It seems that your Qin family doesn't need this young lord's protection. That's fine, this young lord is too lazy to serve you. However, the Qin family's head should know better than me what happened to the Du family. The young man surnamed Luo said as he walked out. Qin Chaoyang's face changed and he hurriedly stopped him, Master Luo, please wait. The young man surnamed Luo coldly snorted, what else do you have to say? Qin Chaoyang said with difficulty, Master Luo, please give me 2 more days, no, 1 more day. I'll think of a way to satisfy Master Luo. When the young man surnamed Luo heard this, he sighed and said, Qin family head, this young lord has been with your Qin family for quite some time now. With this young lord overseeing your Qin family, has anyone come to cause trouble for you? Never. Qin Chaoyang hurriedly replied. Although this young man surnamed Luo wasn't easy to serve, he was only a lecherous man. He was happy without a woman every day. Although the Qin family wasn't a large family, they still had the ability to find beautiful maidservants. The key point was that this guy changed women too quickly. 2 beautiful maidservants were sent in only a few days before they were replaced. He was like a pig, plowing day and night without stopping. However, as he said, with him overseeing the Qin family, no one came to cause trouble for the Qin family. On the other hand, the Du family offended a powerhouse a few days ago and was uprooted. Over 100 people in the family were killed overnight, and even their servants were wiped out. Maplewood City didn't have the same rules and regulations as Spirit Lake City. Although the City Lord's mansion maintained order, who could the City Lord's mansion deter? Many powerhouses didn't put the City Lord's mansion in their eyes. Even if they abided by the law on the surface, they were secretly vicious. Because of this, each of the large families in Maplewood City would hire someone with strength and status to oversee the safety of the family. Of course, the price to pay wasn't small. The Qin family's situation was considered good. They only had to pay a few beautiful maidservants to serve this young man surnamed Luo. Some families had to hand over 70% of their annual income, which was simply a nightmare. The head of the Qin family is also a reasonable person. The young man surnamed Luo faintly smiled and calmly patted Qin Chaoyang's shoulder, saying, "This young master has a proposal, but I don't know if the head of the Qin family is willing to accept." Qin Chaoyang's heart jumped. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling, but he could only brace himself and say, "I'd like to hear the details." The cultivator surnamed Luo chuckled and said in a low voice, "Doesn't the head of the Qin family have a granddaughter?" "As long as, no." Qin Chaoyang turned pale with fright and hurriedly refused. It was because he saw that this cultivator surnamed Luo was extremely lecherous that he had asked Qin Yu to enter secluded cultivation in the secret room and not come out unless there was something important. He didn't expect that this cultivator would still think about it. Ever since Yang Kai returned from the Four Seasons realm and brought back the tribulation fruit, Qin Yu had shown extraordinary cultivation aptitude. In just a few years, she had already reached the second-order Dao Source realm. It was even possible for her to break through to the Emperor realm in the near future. The future of the Qin family was pinned on Qin Yu. Not to mention his own granddaughter, even if she was an ordinary descendant, Qin Chaoyang wouldn't make a deal with her. Qin Chaoyang had also made it clear to the maidservants that he bought to serve the cultivator surnamed Luo. Only when they agreed would Qin Chaoyang bring them back to the Qin family. Qin Yu would never agree to this kind of thing, and Qin Chaoyang wouldn't consider it either.